Shanghai University, on a Friday afternoon, with no classes in the boys' dormitory building, room 302. Su Chen rested his chin on the desk, idly spinning the pen in his hand, occasionally glancing at a system loading panel visible only to him. Loading the idle system, loading 50. Su Chen felt an overwhelming sense of futility. He was baffled by this system. While others boasted of boundless wealth or luxurious villas, his own system was merely stuck in loading limbo. Sigh. What a vigorous operation, yet the result was a paltry 0.5 when he was first bound to the system. Su Chen was filled with enthusiasm, believing he was on the brink of attaining the pinnacle of life. But now he began to question if he had read too many novels and was merely hallucinating. If it weren't for the daily, albeit sluggish, progress of the loading, he would have been tempted to seek the help of a neurologist. At that moment, his phone vibrated, popping up a green bubble notification. This was a reminder reserved for those he had specially followed. Su Chen, let's break up? Upon reading this message, Su Chen froze momentarily. The sender was none other than his girlfriend, Lin Shi. Well, from this moment on, she was most likely his ex-girlfriend, an ex-girlfriend with whom he had never even held hands. Are you joking with me? Su Chen found himself a loss. He was already overwhelmed by the system's frustrations. Now, his ex-girlfriend had to stir up trouble. Just this morning, they had shared breakfast together. She had been out shopping with her friends. How did it suddenly come to this? Su Chen, you promised me half a month ago that you would buy me the latest iPhone. I believed you so much and even told my friend about it. Now my friend mocks me every day because of this. I feel you don't love me anymore. Let's break up. After reading the message, Su Chen felt an acute sense of helplessness. Lin Shi had brought up the phone issue numerous times before. But could he really be blamed? Su Chen hailed from small fifth-tier county and came from an ordinary family. His parents were average wage earners, and his monthly allowance was a mere 2,000 yuan. Most of that went toward outings, meals, and movies with Lin Shi. His clothes and shoes were nothing more than bargain bin finds. How could he possibly afford to buy her a phone worth over 10,000? He recalled the excitement he felt when he was bound to the idle system half a month ago. In a burst of enthusiasm, he had told Lin Shi he would buy her the latest iPhone. After all, he had the system backing him, right? Yet who could have predicted that the system would be so unreliable? Since the binding, it had been perpetually loading. Now, after half a month, it had yet to activate successfully. Such matters were not something he could share with anyone. Su Chen felt utterly powerless. What could he do? Before he could reply, Lin Shi sent another message. The phone I used to message you was bought by Chong. I am now, with Chong we are truly in love. Please don't contact me anymore. Who is Chong? As he read the red exclamation mark that signified the message failed to send, he realized he had been blocked. Was he truly discarded like this? Reflecting on all he had done for her when she was ill, he braved the rain to deliver medicine. When she had her period, he rushed to the supermarket in the middle of the night to buy her supplies. When she craved bubble tea, he trekked several kilometers to fetch her favorite flavor. And yet, all that effort paled in comparison to the worth of a mere phone. Every memory, every past kindness felt like a dagger piercing deep into Su Chen's heart. After a long silence, Su Chen finally regained his composure, wiping away the cold tears from his eyes. It turned out that heartfelt devotion, offered on bended knee, could be crushed beneath someone else's heel without a sound. Ding! Detected that the host's mindset meets the activation conditions of the system. Idle system loading accelerated. Congratulations, host. The idle system has successfully activated. The idle system aims to create the ultimate idol. The system can provide the host with unlimited funds. An idle card has been issued to the host. The source of funds is legitimate. Please use it with confidence. Funds provided by the system may only be used for female expenditures, and such spending must be reasonable. If the female consumer meets the system's requirements, the host will receive a cash reward of 1/10 of the total expenditure. For each successful binding of a female, the host will earn idle points based on affection progress. Upon fully conquering the binding target, the system's rebate multiplier increases to 10-fold. Idle points can unlock the idle roulette. Other functions can be explored by the host at their leisure, so it activated just like that. It was only at 50 earlier. Why did it suddenly activate after being rejected? Is it only single individuals who deserve to activate the system? Truly, a former girlfriend's sacrifice yields boundless power. With a flicker of thought, a floating panel appeared in his mind. Host, Su Chen, age, 20, height, 178 centimeters weight, 60 kilograms attractiveness, 72 binding target, none. He pulled out the idle card given by the system, resembling a black gold bank card that IT seemed unremarkable at first glance. Bang! The dormitory door swung open violently. Su Chen jumped in surprise. The dorm leader, Lu Wei, rushed in like a whirlwind. Su Chen, what are you still doing here? Your girlfriend is with someone else in a hotel? Oh, I see. What the hell, you knew? I just saw it too. Someone captured photos of Lin Shi and Zhang Chong hugging as they entered a hotel, and they're all over the school forum. Lu Wei, brimming with righteous indignation, exclaimed, "What do you say, brother? Shall we confront them? Damn, those two are shameless. It'll help you get even." So Lin Zai's so-called friend was actually Zhang Chong? Zhang Chong, a wealthy second-generation student from the information engineering department, was known for his lavish spending and rapid turnover of girlfriends, a notorious top playboy on campus. Still, countless green tea types willingly threw themselves into his arms, despite pretending to be pure and innocent when with Su Chen delaying kisses until graduation or marriage. Now, for the sake of the phone, she was off to a hotel with someone else. Su Chen felt he had completely discerned the true nature of this woman. Boss, it's fine, Lin. She has already broken up with me. What she chooses to do is her own business. Old too. Have you lost her mind? This isn't like you at all. The dorm mates had long warned Su Chen about Lin Shi. She was merely treating him as a backup. But Su Chen, being stubborn, refused to let go. Really, it's nothing, boss. Just then, Su Chen's phone rang, interrupting their conversation. He pulled out his phone to see that the caller was Lin Shi. After a moment's thought, curiosity got the better of him. He wanted to know what this green tea had to say now. So he answered the call. To his surprise, it was Zhang Chong's voice on the other end. "Baby, is Chong good to you?" Yes, so good. Chong, I love you to bits." "Who's better, me or your useless ex-boyfriend?" "Of course it's Chong. Okay, baby, perform well. And I'll take you to buy an LV bag tomorrow." Su Chen realized he had underestimated the depths of this woman's depravity. Chapter 2. Someone else's girlfriend. Listening to the breathy sounds coming from the other end of the phone, Su Chen felt a flush of embarrassment. Since you all enjoy flaunting your affection so much, he activated the recording function on his phone. "I've recorded your conversation. Shall I share it on the school forum later for everyone to learn from?" The line immediately went dead with a busy signal. It appeared they still had a semblance of dignity. Su Chen put away his phone, and Lu Wei, experiencing such a scene for the first time, couldn't help but give Su Chen a thumbs up. "Bro, you truly are something else." Su Chen smiled faintly. "I found a better option, so I've naturally moved on." "A better option? Is that true? How come we weren't informed?" Lu Wei asked, puzzled. Su Chen and Appo's dormitory consisted of 4 members, with him being the second. They shared a close bond. Lu Wei, the eldest, was a straightforward and warm-hearted person. The third, Feng Xiaofeng, was a local from Shanghai with a good family background but a sharp tongue. The fourth, Zhou Jun, hailed from Jiangsu and Zhujiang, a typical handsome but introverted type. "You'll find out soon enough," Su Chen replied mysteriously. The better option, of course, referred to the target aligned with his system. Su Chen was unaware of the target and Appo's current whereabouts, making it difficult to inform Lu Wei. Yet, he felt grateful to Lin Shi for breaking up with him. Otherwise, who knew when his system would finally activate? After arranging their dinner plans for the evening, Su Chen stepped out, eager to test the system. With numerous beauties in Shanghai, he felt a surge of anticipation, especially since he had endured a fortnight of the system's torment. Coincidentally, just as he exited the dormitory, he heard the system and Appo's prompt echo in his mind. "System has detected a matching target. Would the host like to initiate scanning?" Surprised, Su Chen glanced around. Within 100 meters, there was only a couple. Could it be that the system's requirements pointed to someone else's girlfriend? Upon closer inspection, he recognized them. The male was Chun Yang, a student from the architecture department and a member of the school basketball team. Known for driving an Audi A6 since the start of the semester, he was not only an excellent basketball player, but also tall and handsome, fitting the mold of a typical affluent young man. His girlfriend, Chen Yanran, was one of the top 10 beauties at Shanghai University, with delicate features, fair skin, a light blue t-shirt, and tight jeans that accentuated her alluring figure. Indeed, both her beauty and physique aligned perfectly with Su Chen's aesthetic preferences. Truly, she was a gem of a campus beauty. However, was the system suggesting that Chen Yanran met its criteria? Did it want him to undermine someone else and Appo's relationship? That seemed rather inappropriate. Before he could suppress the thought, his brain had already acted. Ding. Scan successful. Target: Chun Yinran. Age: 19. Height: 162 centimeters. Weight: 48 kilograms. Quality: 100. Attractiveness: 92. Physique: 88. Indeed, as expected of a campus beauty. She excelled in both appearance and figure. Yet, Su Chen was curious about what quality meant. Perhaps noticing Su Chen and Amp, Appo's gaze fixed on his girlfriend, Chen Yang sauntered over. Oh, isn't this Su Chen? What's wrong? Not spending time with your girlfriend today? He then pretended to slap his forehead. I almost forgot. I saw in the forum that Lin Shi and Zhang Chang went to a hotel together. Ah, my memory, I really can't help but bring up the wrong things. He emphasized the words goddess, clearly mocking. Chen Yinran couldn't help but chuckle at Chun Yang's exaggerated antics. With his affluent family background and beautiful girlfriend by his side, Chen Yang felt a sense of superiority over a well-known simp like Su Chen. His previous acts of devotion had become fodder for many posts on the forum, and thus, Su Chen had gained notoriety at school. Is it wrong for someone to admire a beautiful girlfriend? What is this world coming to? Just because your girlfriend is pretty, you can't let others look? Chen Yang laughed heartily, as if he had heard the funniest joke. All right, Chen Yang, let us go. We have to eat. And I need to get back early to prepare for the guild battle. Chen Yinran glanced back at Su Chen. He was just joking, don't take it to heart. That's just his personality. As he watched them walk away, Su Chen and Appo's lips curled into a subtle smile. Just a joke? Chen Yang, is it? System. Bind target. Chen Yinran. Congratulations, host. Binding successful. Bound target. Chen Yinran. Current favorability -20. -20? Su Chen was taken aback. It seemed he had never interacted with her. However, that was of little consequence. As long as the tools were adequate, no wall was insurmountable. Su Chen was aware that Chun Yinran streamed on the Xingho platform. He knew Chen Yang occasionally tuned in when bored. As a well-known beauty at the school, Su Chen had certainly visited her streaming room before. Chun Yinran primarily streamed singing. With her beauty and talent, she had garnered a considerable fan base. Not only her, but several other beautiful girls from the school also streamed on Xingho. With the streaming industry thriving, anyone with a bit of talent or looks was eager to earn money through it. Since Chen Yinran had a guild battle scheduled for the afternoon, Su Chen realized that his opportunity had arrived. Turning back to the dormitory, he found Lu Wei engrossed in a game. Curiously, he asked, back so soon? The third and fourth are playing basketball. They might be late. I had other plans but decided to return instead. Su Chen casually made an excuse, returning to his bed to retrieve his phone, opening the Xingho live streaming app. Checking his follow list, he saw Chen Yinran and Amp, Appo's username Xiaozia was still grayed out, indicating she had not yet gone live. He clicked on another stream. Oh, this girl is quite charming. The host in the stream was named Man. She had a typical oval face, large eyes, and wore a tight black tank top that perfectly showcased her graceful shoulder lines and delicate collarbone. The hem of her tank top hugged her waist, accentuating her slender figure, as if it could be easily pinched. Most notably, she had a captivating physique. The stream had low traffic, with only a handful of comments appearing on the screen. Upon entering, Su Chen was warmly welcomed by Man. Welcome, Chengu, to the live stream. The host is a dance streamer. If you enjoy dancing, please consider subscribing. Su Chen's platform ID was Ryu Chen. He rarely typed in live streams, not out of aloofness, but because many hosts would quickly ask for money after just a few exchanges. Thus, he had developed a habit of simply watching without speaking. System detected a target matching the criteria. Would the host like to initiate scanning? Surprised. Su Chen thought it was unexpected to find a pleasant surprise just by clicking into a random stream. He contemplated the possibility. Beep. Scan successful. Target: Li Man. Age: 22. Height: 172 centimeters. Weight: 49 kilograms. Quality: 98. Appearance: 82. Figure: 92. The score for her physique surpasses even that of Chun Yinran. It seems that Tong Gu has a preference for the ample. Binding directly. Congratulations, host. Binding successful. Bound target: Li Man. Current affection level: 0. Recharge 100. 000 Starfire coins. Recharge successful. 1 Starfire coin is equivalent to 1 Huaxia coin. Thus 100,000 Starfire coins equate to 100,000 Huaxia coins. Li Man observed the absence of a response from her welcome message to Ryu Chen for a considerable time, having lost hope. Such is the life of a small streamer. Visitors come and go, and it is fortunate if even 1 out of 10 welcomes engages with you. Though she had long grown accustomed to this, a subtle sense of disappointment lingered in her heart. At that moment, a resplendent golden light emerged on the screen. Su Chen has presented a treasure map in this live broadcast room. Chapter 3. The first experience. The moment Li Man beheld the gift effect, she was utterly astonished. As a modest streamer, despite possessing commendable looks and figure, she lacked traffic, exposure, and influential patrons. Earning a mere 200 to 300 a day was a source of contentment for her. Thus, the unexpected arrival of a treasure map, the pinnacle of gifts on the platform, sent her heart racing. It is worth noting that a single treasure map holds the value of 5,000 Starfire coins. And after deducting the platform's commission, she would pocket nearly 1,500 yuan, equivalent to her earnings from half a month streaming. The treasure map notifications in her live stream showed no signs of abating. The esteemed Sun Chen sent a treasure map in her live stream. Su Chen sent 4 treasure maps in succession. Li Man and Amp. Oppos. S Intimacy 10. Current Intimacy 10. Li Man and Amp. Oppos. S Intimacy 10. Current Intimacy 20. Li Man and Amp. Oppos. S Intimacy 10. Current Intimacy 30. With 3 consecutive system notifications, her intimacy skyrocketed to 30. Thank you, Brother Chen. You are so generous. As a dance streamer, what kind of dance would you like to see? I can perform for you. Li Man and Oppos. S voice trembled with excitement. At that moment, Su Chen was in no mood to watch a dance. He was absorbed in the notifications from his bank account, grinning foolishly. ABC Bank, your account, ending in 1999, received a cash deposit of 500 yuan at 1325, balance 1006 yuan. ABC Bank, your account, ending in 1999, received a cash deposit of 500 yuan at 1326, balance 1,506 yuan. A flurry of 4 messages revealed an income of 2,000 yuan. He couldn't help but revel in the exhilaration. Truly, Brother Tong was impressive. While others viewed live streams as a frivolous indulgence, he saw it as an opportunity to earn money effortlessly. With just a flick of his fingers, he had amassed what had once been his monthly living expenses. Su Chen admitted he was indeed thrilled. For the first time, he felt that earning money could be so effortless. While his parents toiled daily from 9 to 5 back home, earning a meager 5,000 or 6,000 a month, he had just received 2,000 yuan in mere minutes. And, if he wished, he could earn even more. With thoughts of wealth swirling in his mind, Su Chen and Oppos' gaze returned to the live stream. At that moment, Li Man noticed that Brother Sun Chen had not requested a dance. She then began to perform her signature dance, the motor shake. To the lively and rhythmic music, Li Man swayed her graceful form, each movement infused with melody and allure. Her perfect curves danced tantalizingly in and out of view. As Li Man delivered her captivating performance, visitors who had been drawn in by the treasure map began to flood the screen with comments. Wow, this girl is quite impressive. I would rate her a 99 for her figure. Tell me, what are your hands doing if you're not typing? I suddenly want to see the streamer perform the chest smashing dance. Chest smashing dance 1. After finishing her performance, Man, slightly breathless, returned to her chair. Brother Chen, did you enjoy that? If you have another dance in mind, just let me know, and I can learn it for you. Thank you again for the 4 treasure maps. This is the first time I and Oppos, VE received so many gifts. With that, Li Man raised her hands above her head, forming a heart shape for Brother Chen. Seeing her heaving chest from exertion, Su Chen admitted he had acted impulsively. He boldly sent a message in the chat. Let us go for a PK, guaranteed win. Having just earned 2,000 yuan, he felt a surge of motivation. It wasn't he merely for the allure of a certain endowed streamer. As Su Chen and Oppos' message floated across the screen, the live stream and Oppos' audience erupted with excitement. Viewers on the Starfire platform enjoyed the content of the streamers, but they also relished watching the big spenders shower gifts. Wow, Brother Chen is amazing. Streamer, what are you waiting for? Your benefactor is eager to support you. Go. Brother Chen is on a mission. Li Man was still in a euphoric daze from the treasure maps when she noticed Brother Sun's immense support, leaving her momentarily speechless. Thank you for your generous affection. Li Man couldn't shake the feeling that she had stumbled upon good fortune, a divine benefactor descending upon her. Although Brother Chen had promised a win, she pondered for a moment and opted not to challenge the platform and Oppos' top streamers. After all, Those prominent streamers often came from affluent backgrounds. While Brother Sun was indeed formidable, if she were to connect with those top streamers and win, it might come across as unseemly. Conversely, if she lost, she risked scaring away the generous patron she had just encountered. Unbeknownst to Su Chen, had he been aware of Li Manman's reservations, he would have encouraged her to take the plunge and connect boldly. With him around, victory was assured. Alas, Li Manman remained unaware of Brother Tong's prowess. In random pairing, the majority of streamers were often lesser known. As the connection was established, neither streamer had the chance to introduce themselves before a flurry of golden notifications illuminated Li Manman's stream. Brother Sun Yuqing sent a treasure map in this live stream. Brother Sun Yuqing sent a treasure map in this live stream. Su Chen promptly dispatched 2 treasure maps, resulting in a cash influx of 1,000 yuan to his bank account. The opposing female streamer was left utterly stunned. Typically, during their peak case, small streamers exchanged gifts worth merely tens to hundreds of yuan, often struggling to break even. To have 2 treasure maps hurled at her so abruptly left the opposing streamer Xiaojiao wide-eyed and envious. Yet this was just the beginning. Brother Sun Yuqing sent a treasure map in this live stream. Brother Sun Yuqing sent a treasure map in this live stream. Su Chen was unconcerned with the PK rules. Earning money was his priority. He unleashed a barrage of 16 treasure maps. In no time, the 10-minute PK concluded with a score of 80,000 to 0. Glancing at his bank account, he noted an additional 8,000 yuan, prompting a satisfied smile. Su Chen's performance left both streamers in shock, while the viewers felt a mix of disbelief and awe. What had initially cost just a few thousand yuan in a PK had escalated to an astonishing 80,000. In less than half an hour, he had gifted the streamer an astounding 100,000 yuan. This sum represented the yearly salary for many who scrimped and saved. The opposing streamer, Xiaojiao, was the first to react, standing up and dramatically collapsing onto the floor of her live stream, striking a pose as if in agony. Her body trembled as she pretended to weep. "Oh no, Brother Chen hurt me so badly. He is bullying a child." Chapter 4. Guild War lying on the ground. Xiaojiao occasionally cast furtive glances at the live broadcast, eliciting peals of laughter from the audience. Su Chen had previously watched such streams and understood that this was a ploy by the opposing host to solicit medical expenses. Medical expenses refer to the practice where, during a PK battle between hosts, if the disparity in skill is considerable, the victor's benefactor would typically bestow gifts upon the defeated. Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle at Xiaojiao's antics, knowing that it was all on Tonggu's tab. Without a moment and Oppos, as hesitation, he recharged his account with 10 million Starfire coins through the system's Male God card and promptly gifted 2 treasure maps in Xiaojiao's live stream. Unfortunately, Xiaojiao did not meet the system and Oppos as requirements, and thus Su Chen received no rebate. In the live stream, Xiaojiao was not unattractive. She bore a resemblance to the charming girl next door. This only bolstered Su Chen's faith in the system. Upon seeing the 2 treasure maps, Xiaojiao sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "It doesn't hurt anymore. You fought splendidly, big brother. You're always welcome to challenge Xiaojiao." The barrage of comments in the live chat erupted with laughter. "Huh? This host really knows how to entertain. Morning brother is amazing. The medical expenses are all 10,000. Morning brother, you rock." Su Chen observed that not only was the host flattering him, but there were also fans doing the same. Ah, what a delightful sensation. No wonder so many people are enamored with live streaming and gifting. Fortunately, he had Tonggu backing him. He could earn money and enjoy the limelight. System Daddy, I adore you. It was only after Su Chen had sent the medical expenses that Li Manman seemed to awaken from her stupor. "Thank you to my world's best brother, morning brother. Love you. What host would he cherish such a generous benefactor?" Ding, Li Manman's favorability 30. Current intimacy 80. Congratulations, host. Li Manman's favorability has reached 80, rewarding the host with 3 male god points. You meet the conditions for the male god lottery. Would you like to draw? Su Chen's attention was entirely focused on the system. Draw. The host currently possesses 3 male god points. Each lottery draw requires the consumption of 1 point. How many times would you like to draw? 3 times. Ding, consumed 1 male god point. Successfully activated the male god roulette. Congratulations, host. You have obtained proficiency in foreign languages. Ding, consumed 1 male god point. Successfully activated the male god roulette. Congratulations, host. You have gained 2 in attractiveness. The enhancement process will take some time. Please be patient. Ding. Consumed 1 male god point. successfully activated the male god roulette. Congratulations, host, you have mastered driving skills. Your driver and AMP, Oppo's, license has been successfully processed through legal channels. Drive with confidence. Su Chen felt a surge of knowledge flood his mind, instantly mastering all known foreign languages and driving techniques for various vehicles. He silently praised the system. No longer would he need to strain to read subtitles while watching foreign films. The exhilaration of acquiring skills in an instant was simply sublime. The additional 2 points in attractiveness raised Su Chen's rating to 74. Who would he wish to be more handsome? Su Chen realized he was increasingly reliant on System Daddy, which not only provided him with boundless wealth, but also enhanced his looks and intellect. This filled him with anticipation for the future. After digesting the system's rewards, Su Chen did not forget his primary objective for watching the live stream today. He checked his follow list and saw that Xiao Ziyu was already live. He casually typed a message of encouragement in Li Manman's stream before switching to the school bell and AMP, Oppo's, broadcast. At this moment, Chen Yanran was singing a popular song. Her voice melodious and captivating. Coupled with her exceptional beauty, the number of viewers in her stream was several times greater than in Li Manman's. As one of the top 10 school bells of Magic City University, Chen Yanran appeared radiant even without heavy beautification. Su Chen discreetly glanced at the leaderboard, noting that the top position was held by someone named Yang Gu, presumably Qin Yang. This discovery brought a secret delight to Su Chen's heart. If the two shared a sufficiently close relationship, Chen Yin would not allow her boyfriend to shower her with gifts in the live stream. If he had that money, wouldn't it be better spent in reality? This was good news for Su Chen. The noble ranks on the Starfire platform included Emperor, King, Duke, Lord, Knight, and Swordsman, each level corresponding to a different renewal fee and rebate. The initial activation fees were 200, 000, 50, 000, 10, 000, 1, 000, 350. With renewal amounts of 30, 000, 10, 000, 200, 50, and 10 respectively. Generally, a higher noble rank indicated stronger purchasing power. However, without activating noble status, even a billion spent would still categorize one as a novice. As Qin Yang was Qin Yanran's top supporter, his spending points exceeded 10, 000, commonly referred to as the 10,000 tier. Although this was not an insignificant expenditure, it was but a drop in the ocean for a high roller like Su Chen. His account bore no noble status, and thus, upon entering the live stream, there were no notifications to draw attention to him. The School Bell's live stream boasted around 100 viewers, with an active chat featuring occasional small gifts of a few cents or dollars. Su Chen's presence went unnoticed. After concluding a song, Chen Yanran addressed her audience. Thank you all for joining Xiao Zi and AMP, Oppo's, live stream. Friends who enjoy singing, please follow to avoid getting lost. I appreciate the gifts from my family. Later, I have a guild war. I hope those able and willing will support Xiaozi. Thank you. As she spoke, Chen Yin formed a small heart gesture with her fingers towards the viewers. As an ordinary school belle from a modest background, Chen Yanran had always been sensible. She understood her aspirations and worked diligently in her studies as a child, striving to earn money as she grew older. She realized that, aside from her good looks, she started at a disadvantage compared to the daughters of affluent families. Those born into privilege often find their starting point to be the dream destination for many. Her birth predetermined much, lacking the advantages others had. She could only hope to surpass them through hard work to avoid being left behind. To achieve the life she desired, she knew she must rely on her own efforts. Thus, Chen Yanran poured her heart into every live stream. As her sweet and gentle voice resonated, the live chat was filled with support. No money left. The beauty is lovely and sings beautifully. I'm in love. I must support her. Waiting on the wall for a red apricot. Go for it. Victory is ours. A ray of sunshine. I've spent my pocket money for the month, but I'm cheering for you. Young Ge, let us go. Let us work hard together. Seeing the positive response from her audience, Chen Yanran's anxiety lessened, and a sweet smile graced her face. Although she was aware that her chances of winning the guild war were slim, without effort, one could never know the outcome. Half an hour passed, filled with interactions between Chen Yanran and the comments. During this time, Su Chen, feeling a bit bored, checked his private messages in the back end. He discovered a myriad of individuals. Some were insulting, others borrowing money, and many were streamers inviting him to watch their broadcasts. Noticing that Li Man had sent him her green bubble through a private message, he added her without hesitation. The green bubble chimed several times with notifications. Before Su Chen could even read the messages from Li Man, the guild war for Qin Yanran had commenced. The rules of the guild war were quite straightforward. Hosts from the same guild would PK together, competing for the number of gifts received within the same time frame. The victorious party advances to the next round until a champion is determined. The rules are rather straightforward and somewhat brutish, incorporating an element of chance. If one encounters a formidable opponent from the outset, elimination is inevitable in a matter of moments. The top few positions in the guild battle typically earn rewards such as popularity support, recommendation spots, room numbers, gifts, and qualifications to participate in guild activities, among others. Qin Yanran and Appos' guild is named Yunding Guild, one of the prominent guilds on the platform. It boasts over 100 streamers, making the pursuit of the guild battles top honor fiercely competitive. The match arrangements are determined internally by the guild based on the prowess of the streamers, ensuring a relatively fair competition among the multitude. At this moment, Qin Yanran is pitted against a fellow guild streamer named Xiner. Su Chen observed that Xiner appeared to be a striking beauty, easily scoring at least a 90 in looks, even under the scrutiny of the camera. However, the system did not provide any prompts, perhaps a testament to the wonders of technology and skill. Su Chen couldn't and Appos' help but wonder how the top supporter would react upon meeting the streamer in person someday. In this regard, Su Chen felt reassured, knowing that the presence of the system would prevent any missteps. Given the generous rewards for this guild battle, the first place not only secures a cash prize of 10,000 yuan, but also an opportunity to participate in an offline concert organized by the guild. The guild has even invited several popular celebrities for this event. Therefore, every aspiring streamer is well prepared for the challenge ahead. As the PK commenced, the atmosphere in the live stream room instantly transformed into one of palpable tension. The guild battle had begun. Everyone rallied behind Xiaozi. Charge, charge, charge. Victory is assured for Xiaozi. Where and Appos' Yanggu, come forth. Let us crush the opposing fans. The top supporter on the opposing side is a king. He wasted no time in showing no mercy. His opening move was a treasure map worth 5,000 yuan, instantly overshadowing Qin Yanran and Appos' live stream. Chapter 5. To win, call me brother? Qin Yang was also not idle. Brother Yang sent out a rocket launcher, and again, Brother Yang sent out a rocket launcher. In one breath, Qin Yang dispatched 5 rocket launchers, each valued at 1,000 starfire coins, equating to 1,000 yuan. On the opposing side, King Brother, witnessing the score's level, promptly presented another treasure map. With the scattering of visitor tickets from both sides, the score escalated to 10,350 for Xiner and 5,450 for Xiaozia. Qin Yanran observed the widening gap in scores and felt a rising anxiety within her. Securing the championship would not only provide her with an opportunity to participate in an offline concert, but also to perform alongside several stars invited by the guild. Such an opportunity was nothing short of a dream come true for her. As Qin Yang's girlfriend, she was somewhat aware of his family's circumstances, although he seemed quite carefree. Having been gifted an Audi A6 at the start of the school year, he was not a particularly wealthy second-generation heir. Qin Yang's parents operated a moderately sized supermarket, placing them at a comfortable, yet not affluent, level. Now faced with a formidable opponent, it was evident that they were outmatched. With more than half of the 10-minute PK elapsed, Qin Yanran found herself trailing by nearly 5,000 points. Due to this deficit, the previously vibrant barrage of comments in the live stream had grown eerily silent. In a live stream, falling behind in scores can be quite demoralizing for fans. No supporter relishes the sight of their favorite streamer being thoroughly bested. The once flourishing comments had become stagnant, as if numbed by an anesthetic. Sitting before the camera, Qin Yanran's beautiful face was clouded with disappointment. At that moment, she longed for a heroic figure to descend from the heavens and rescue her PK situation. Yet, after 6 months of live streaming, she understood that the probability of such an occurrence was nearly zero. As Qin Yanran grappled with her worries, her phone vibrated. Upon checking, she found a message from her boyfriend, Qin Yang. Yen and Appos. I and Appos. V nearly exhausted my living expenses for this month. I have just over 3,000 left. Even if I were to send gifts now, it wouldn't suffice. Despite being aware of Qin Yang's situation, reading that message filled her with disappointment. Mustering her spirits, she forced a smile and replied with a message assuring him that all was well before tossing her phone aside. Under these circumstances, It seemed unlikely that she could secure a victory in the guild battle, let alone survive the first PK. In the live stream, Su Chen noticed Chen Yan and lowering her head to fiddle with her phone, her face etched with despair. Observing that they had been trailing in the PK for quite some time without any response from Chen Yang, he began to piece together the situation. Initially, he had thought Chen Yang might possess some skill, but now it appeared he was faltering far too quickly. How disappointing, he mused, that this so-called brother was merely a fade. The goddess seems to have misjudged Chen Yang, mistaking him for a treasure, he thought. If he is not up to the task, then I shall step in. Stretching comfortably on his bed, Su Chen typed a comment. Host, do you wish to win? After waiting so long, isn't it time to earn some money? At that moment, although Su Chen was merely an inconspicuous newcomer, his comment caught the attention of Chen Yanran, who was acutely aware of the livestream dynamics. Although she knew many viewers merely sought to tease and provoke the host, in her current state of desperation, she clutched at this lifeline and exclaimed, I want to win. A slight smile graced Su Chen's lips as he continued typing. Then call me brother a few times, and I shall ensure your victory in this PK. Having streamed for so long, Chen Yanran had never called anyone brother. While many hosts frequently did so, it felt somewhat awkward to her. In the past, a few generous supporters had left her due to her inability to charm or maintain their attention. However, in this PK, her desire to win was genuine. The chance to perform alongside stars was an opportunity she could not afford to miss. It was a moment every aspiring singer and dreamer yearned for, as greater exposure signified greater chances of success. With a moment's hesitation, Chen Yanran bit her lip and said, Brother Ryuchen, dear brother, I wish to win this PK. Please help me. Her voice, sweet and gentle, carried a hint of vulnerability that stirred something within Chen Yang, who was listening intently. He felt a surge of anger, wishing to use his moderator privileges to silence this newcomer. Yet, he gritted his teeth and restrained himself. Fully aware of how much this guild competition meant to his girlfriend, he realized that he lacked the strength to assist her, and if he were to ban this newcomer, it could jeopardize the relationship he had worked so hard to cultivate. Having already called out, he decided to observe whether this Ryuchen had the ability to aid Chen Yanran in claiming victory. If it turned out to be mere bravado, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Chen Yang clenched his fists, feeling an inexplicable humiliation as his gaze fixed on the screen. He was eager to see what capabilities this newcomer possessed. If it was indeed mere bravado, then he would not hold back in delivering a harsh lesson. Meanwhile, Su Chen was reveling in the delightful sound of Chen Yan and calling him brother, feeling as though he had consumed an ice pop on a scorching summer day. Haha. What a joy. The campus belle is calling me and Appos, brother and Appos, right in front of her boyfriend. The thought of their earlier encounter filled him with glee, prompting an involuntary chuckle. Hey, what's wrong with you? Lu Wei, engrossed in his game, was puzzled by Su Chen's sudden laughter. Are you all right? Or has that green tea Lin she left you dazed? Huh, nothing. I just stumbled upon a hilarious video. Keep playing. Don't mind me, Su Chen replied, fully absorbed in the live stream, momentarily forgetting his surroundings. Lu Wei, seeing that Su Chen seemed fine, turned back to his game, casually offering, out with the old, in with the new. Don't worry, when the third guy returns, let him introduce you to someone better. There are plenty of beauties in the foreign language department. Su Chen felt speechless. I already have a system. I don't need introductions. However, he appreciated Lu Wei's good intentions and chose not to argue further. Refocusing on the live stream, he thought. Now that I've been called brother, it's time to act. Ryuchen sent out 10 rocket launchers. An immediate expenditure of 10,000 yuan. Initially, Su Chen had intended to send a treasure map, but recalling Chen Yang and Appos' recent gifts, he inexplicably opted for the rocket launchers instead. The platform and Appos' rules were peculiar. As a top-tier gift, a treasure map costing 5,000 could only be sent one at a time, whereas rocket launchers could be dispatched in quantities up to 99. With Su Chen's decisive action, the score instantly flipped in their favor. The barrage of comments in the live stream seemed to revitalize, bursting forth with excitement. Wow, when the big brother makes a move, you can tell right away. It's our brother Chen. Brother Chen is incredible. The opposing big brother is also stepping up. Everyone, let us rally together. Brother Chen, I apologize. I thought you were just talk. Now I see the real clown was me. I just saw Brother Chen showering gifts worth over 100,000 in another stream. Truly impressive. And this was merely the beginning. Ryuchen sends out 10 rocket launchers. Ryuchen sends out 10 rocket launchers. At this moment, the enchanting sparkle in Chen Yanran's beautiful eyes was evident. her hands clasped over her heart as she fervently cheered for Su Chen. "Brother Chen, you are amazing. Go, Brother Chen." The dazzling gift effects illuminated the entire live streaming screen. This sensation of being cherished and adored was an experience Chen Yin and had never encountered since her debut in live streaming. The golden gift effects continuously flooded in, with each glimmer of golden light signifying that Su Chen had gifted an astonishing 10,000 yuan. Such extravagant generosity not only provided Chen Yanran with a visual feast, but also triggered a rapid release of dopamine, electrifying her nerves with waves of pleasure, leaving her inexplicably exhilarated. Day and Moonchen sends 10 rocket launchers. Day and Moonchen sends 10 rocket launchers. Chapter 6. Securing the first PK victory with a barrage of 10 rocket launchers each time. The PK continued until its conclusion. Although the opposing player, King Brother, amassed over 90,000 votes, totaling more than 100,000 points with additional scattered votes, facing the formidable Su Chen, one could only say that the loss was justifiable. With an absolute advantage of 500,000 points, Chen Yanran effortlessly claimed victory in this PK. In this moment, Chen Yanran was overwhelmed with excitement. Not only had she triumphed in the PK, but in the brief span of the last 3 minutes, she had collected 600 rocket launchers, equating to an impressive 600,000 Huaxia coins. After deducting the platform and guild fees, her net gain amounted to nearly 210,000. Ding. Chen Yanran's favorability 10. Current intimacy -10. Ding. Chen Yanran's favorability 10. Current intimacy 0. Ding. Chen Yanran's favorability 20. Current intimacy 20. Ding. Chen Yanran's favorability 40. Current intimacy 60. Ding. System binding target Chen Yanran's favorability reaches 60, granting the host 1 male god point, qualifying for a lottery. Should the host proceed with the lottery? A flurry of generous donations successfully elevated Chen Yin and Apos' favorability from -20 to 60, earning another male god point. Su Chen gazed at the additional 60,000 in his bank account, relishing the delightful surprise. At this moment, the atmosphere in Chen Yanran's live stream reached an unprecedented peak in her streaming career. Initially hosting a mere 100 viewers, the number surged to over 20,000 following the PK, largely drawn in by Su Chen and Apos' extravagant gifts. After all, witnessing a PK that generated over 600,000 in gifts is a rare spectacle, even on a prominent platform like Starfire. Moreover, whenever the live stream received rocket launchers or other precious gifts, treasure chests would materialize, allowing visitors to excavate complimentary gifts or Starfire coins. Thus, a segment of the audience, the treasure hunters, thrived in this environment. The comments flooded in with exuberant expressions. "Wow, that's incredible. 60,000 in a single PK. Truly a god of wealth. Morning bro is amazing, love it." Another fool appears. If only they knew to treat their family better instead of showering gifts on streamers. Those who can't experience the joy of wealth are just envious. Is this streamer about to take off? Wonder where the LL soar to? This streamer is stunning. Absolutely love her. Such a gem wasted on swine. Why do I smell something sour in the stream? Experiencing such a massive audience for the first time, coupled with the shock of the substantial donations, Chen Yanran found herself momentarily at a loss amidst the chaotic comments. Searching the screen for a glimpse of Ryu Chen's messages, she felt a pang of disappointment upon finding none. Just then, a brilliant purple light flashed across the screen. King Brother from the opposing live stream had arrived. "Mingmen Tongmu, Ryu Chen, you were amazing. I respect your victory, and I hope we can play together in the future." Then, a golden light appeared as Mingmen Tongmu gifted a treasure map in the live stream. "Tongmu Brother. What a generous spirit. Tongmu Brother is incredible. Thank you, Tongmu Brother." Chen Yang and Apos' emotions were complex. His girlfriend had won, but the man behind her victory was not him. Gazing at the glaring 60,000 at the top of the leaderboard, he felt a tumult of emotions. This was a man he could not surpass. Chen Yanran promptly expressed her gratitude for the treasure map, acknowledging Tongmu and Apos' prowess and thanking him for his kindness. At that moment, she still felt as if she were dreaming. Over 600,000 in gift revenue and more than 20,000 in genuine popularity. Stealing a moment, she pinched her fair slender thigh where the audience Kuden and Apos' TC. Ouch, this was not a dream, it was a reality. All of this was brought forth by that man. Yet, after the PK ended, she noticed Ryu Chen had ceased to type. Moreover, as a newly registered user, she couldn't ascertain his presence in the VIP section of the stream. A sense of anxiety gripped her. Surely, This kind and generous brother wouldn't think that after a single PK and a flurry of gifts, he could simply vanish, would he? After all, such affluent patrons often played by their own whims. The more she pondered, the more anxious she felt. Disregarding the barrage of comments, she directly messaged Su Chen. Meanwhile, Su Chen was engaged in a significant task, the lottery. Ding, consuming one male god point, successfully activating the male god roulette. Congratulations to the host for acquiring culinary mastery. Seeing the system and AMP, Oppos, S outcome of culinary mastery, Su Chen couldn't and AMP, Oppos, T help but smirk. With the male god system in play, would he really need to become a chef? Nevertheless, having diverse skills never hurts. Regaining his composure, he shifted his focus back to the live stream. Just in time to catch Mingmentomu and Oppos as treasure map. This fellow is quite interesting. In the previous wealthy narratives I read, he should have come here to mock me before I turned the tables using the system, right? What a wasted opportunity for me to flaunt. However, considering his timely support, perhaps it would be wise to discreetly suggest that the streamer he supports had an overly exaggerated beauty filter. Opening the private messages, he scrolled past a multitude of random messages until he reached Chun Yanran and Oppos S. As expected, she had sent him a green bubble. A smile crept onto Su Chen and Oppos S. face. The first phase of his plan had already succeeded. He casually added her and noted the time over 4 in the afternoon. Unbeknownst to him, he had been engrossed in the live stream for over 2 hours. Stretching and easing his muscles, he glanced at the green bubble, noticing that Li Man had sent him several messages. Thank you for your generous support, big brother. Is there a dance you and Oppos do you like to see? Feel free to tell me. By the way, I and Oppos am logging off now. After contemplating, he recognized that this girl held potential. Her looks and figure were commendable, and she could be a valuable asset. He swiftly replied, I'm currently assisting in a guild battle. Upon sending the message, he was surprised by her immediate response, making him wonder if she had been waiting for his message. You're amazing, big brother. I saw your impressive performance just now, planning to respond again. His thoughts were interrupted by another green bubble from Chun Yanran. Morning, brother. Are you there? Why did you suddenly leave? Gazing at the message, a subtle smile graced Su Chen's lips. He understood that Chun Yanran was likely feeling quite conflicted. After all, she had just experienced an unprecedented peak in her streaming journey, and all of it was thanks to him. However, Su Chen opted not to reply immediately. Instead, he deliberately left her waiting a little longer. He then clicked on Li Man and AMP, Oppos, S chat interface and resumed their conversation. Not bad. It was just a fortunate coincidence that I could help. You and AMP, Oppos, incredible, big brother. I was thrilled watching you. Smiling, he replied, I need to attend to something for a bit. Okay, big brother. I'm here whenever you want to chat. Closing the chat with Li Man, he returned to Chun Yanran and AMP, Oppos, S livestream, where the viewer count had dipped but remained steady at around 10,000. This was to be expected. Those merely there for the spectacle often drifted away once the excitement waned. As the second PK would take some time, Chen Yin took advantage of the crowd to showcase her talents. It must be said, her voice was exquisite, resonating beautifully as she sang. After some contemplation, Su Chen promptly opened the gift section. The user Sun and Moon Morning generously bestowed a treasure map upon this live stream. The user Sun and Moon Morning has once again gifted a treasure map. In total, an impressive 20 treasure maps were gifted. Agricultural Bank, your account, ending in 1999, received a transfer of 500 yuan at 1440, bringing the balance to 61,506 yuan. Agricultural Bank, your account, ending in 1999, received another transfer of 500 yuan at 1442, raising the balance to 70,506 yuan. Upon witnessing the deposits exceed 70,000 yuan, Su Chen couldn't and AMP, Oppos, T help but display a joyful smile. Subsequently, he typed a message on the public screen. Let me hear you call me husband. I will secure the top position for the guild. Chapter 7. The Dilemma of Chun Yanran. As Su Chen and AMP, Oppos, S barrage of comments appeared on the screen, the live stream room instantly erupted with excitement. What are you waiting for? Streamer? Call him and AMP, Oppos, hubby and AMP, Oppos, already. If you don and AMP, Oppos, T, I certainly will. Wow, spending lavishly just for a single and AMP, Oppos, hubby and AMP, Oppos. From a beauty, rich people truly know how to play. I, Chao Shuang, genuinely envy that. Fickle youth, there S Chen go again. Has Chun-gu shifted his affections? Elegant poetry. Chun-gu, my dear brother. Is this my new sister-in-law? Chun-gu. No. Hubby, is it permissible to call you that? To the one above, steady Chun-gu. I'm heading to the operating room right now. I want to call too. Hubby Chin, give me a chance. If I call him and Oppos, Hubby and Oppos, the guild battle will guarantee me first place. What are you hesitating for, mainstreamer? Chun Yinran felt a surge of joy upon seeing Ryu Chun reappear in the live stream, generously gifting 20 treasure maps. However, when she noticed the comment urging her to call him hubby, she was momentarily taken aback. This request plunged her into a quandary. Naturally, she yearned for the top spot in the guild battle, yet she already had a nominal boyfriend. Although this boyfriend was merely a shield she had procured for herself, the thought of calling another man and Oppos, hubby and Oppos, was something she simply could not bring herself to do. If anyone else had made such a demand, they would have been silenced long ago. Yet, this brother named Ryu Chun had been exceedingly generous. 70,000 yuan. How long would it take an average person to earn that? 3 years? 5 years? And he casually gifted it to her. Moreover, without Ryu Chun's presence in the first guild battle, Chun Yinran would have already been eliminated. To her, Ryu Chun felt like a celestial being descending upon her. The ensuing PKs would only grow more intense, potentially reaching tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands in stakes. Relying solely on her fans would yield no hope whatsoever. Ryu Chun's display of wealth convinced Chen Yin and that his words were genuine. However, if she could freely call another man hubby, how was she any different from those she despised? Yet, refusing to comply might upset Ryu Chun, especially after he had just lavished 70,000 on her. 70,000, enough to purchase a house in a small county, was casually spent on her. At this moment, Chun Yinran was engulfed in internal conflict. Just as she pondered how to navigate this predicament gracefully, Chen Yang was seething with rage. Observing Chun Yinran and Oppos' conflicted and hesitant expression, Chen Yang felt as though he could bite through his own teeth in frustration. He violently tossed the cigarette he had just lit to the ground. You're my girlfriend. Is there really any need for hesitation over such a question? Isn't it easy to just refuse? Just tell him you have a boyfriend. Chen Yang's heart surged with indignation. Although Chen Yin had mentioned their relationship was merely a nominal one, his feelings for her were entirely sincere. She had repeatedly rejected his suggestions to dine or watch a movie together. They hadn't even held hands. Their so-called relationship was merely a fade. He devotedly accompanied her in the live stream each day, hoping to win her heart and earn her genuine affection. Yet, Su Chen's actions ignited a blaze of jealousy in Chen Yang, instilling him with a profound sense of urgency. Growing increasingly uncomfortable, Chen Yang seized his phone. Disregarding whether Chun Yinran was live streaming, and called her directly. Chun Yinran hesitated upon seeing Chun Yang and Oppos' call, then switched the live stream to silent mode. Chen Yang, She began, but Chen Yang interrupted her. Yinran, what is there to be torn about? Just refuse him. Tell him you have a boyfriend. But I really want to attend the concert. I'm contemplating how to tell Chun-gu appropriately. Can I really call him Chun-gu so intimately? There are so many concert opportunities. Do I have to attend this one? You know I have a boyfriend. How can he expect me to call him and Oppos, hubby and Oppos? What more is there to discuss? Enough. Stop deliberating. I'll help you make a decision. What are you going to do? Hello? The line went dead as Chen Yang abruptly hung up, then executed an unexpected move. After severing the call, he swiftly operated his Duke account, utilizing his authority as a moderator to silence Su Chen. Ryu Chen has been muted by the room administrator, Yang Gu, for 365 days. With this system notification appearing on the live stream screen, Chen Yinran's broadcast room erupted in chaos. A lavish spender who had just dropped 70,000 was silenced by the moderator. The treasure chests in the live stream hadn't even been fully opened, and the generous gifter had already been muted. The viewers connected the dots to the earlier moment when the streamer had muted the call. The barrage of comments spiraled out of control. What is wrong with this moderator? Is this a conspiracy? A couple and Oppos' scheme? Is this a moral decline or a loss of humanity? The brother who spent 70,000 is being silenced. That Yang Duke, I've seen him before. He always in Xiao Ziya's live stream. They're a couple. To the one above, certified fool. Just because they're a couple doesn't mean they should silence a big spender. Spending 70,000 in cash is just being fed to the dogs. Fed to the dogs, and the dogs still wag their tails. I wonder how many dogs I could feed. Occupying consumer space, the moderator is foolish. The streamer is foolish. Fickle youth. Is the moderator out of his mind? Give me back my Ryu Chen. Elegant poetry. This is conclusive evidence. It's a couple S scheme. If you can't handle it, don't live stream. It's embarrassing. What a disgusting live stream. I'm nauseated. Stop the broadcast. It's utterly humiliating. The comments went completely wild. Initially, Chen Yinran and Amp. Oppo's live stream had a modest audience of around 100 to 80 fans, most of whom were aware of her relationship with Yonggu. However, faced with a crowd of onlookers eager for drama, the few fans attempting to clarify the situation found their voices drowned out. To the many visitors, the fact that a generous supporter had spent money was irrelevant. Her having a boyfriend was her problem. She could choose not to call him, but silencing the generous supporter was outright bullying. The authority dog must be punished. At this moment, Chen Yinran was utterly dumbfounded. She felt as though her mind had been turned to mush. Today's events had been a roller coaster ride of emotions. Gazing at the chaotic comments flooding the screen, she felt as if she were losing her sanity. Is this the choice you helped me make? Initially, the worst-case scenario might have been that the generous brother would withhold his support in the guild battle, but with a proper explanation, she could have earned his future support. Now, she had completely alienated him. A person capable of spending 70 or 80,000 in a single moment was exceedingly rare on the Xingho platform. Chen Yinran, who had previously felt elated, was now consumed by anger. How had she never realized how foolish Chen Yang was? Su Chen, upon noticing his muting notification, was momentarily taken aback. Can it really be done this way? He had originally intended to annoy Chen Yang and offer Chen Yin an escape route. But now it had spiraled unexpectedly. After all, his primary goal was to earn money, and Chen Yinran's guild battle was quite fitting. However, he anticipated that Chen Yang would act so rashly. Su Chen shook his head. He wasn't afraid of formidable opponents, but rather of foolish teammates. I fear Chen Yinran must be cursing him right now. With a slight smile, he glanced at the clock. It was already past 5. Well, I'm not in a rush to make money. He decisively exited the live stream, feeling as though someone was watching him. Upon turning his head, Su Chen noticed his dorm leader, Lu Wei, standing at the foot of his bed, staring at him with a gaze that suggested he had never seen Su Chen before. Goodness, leader, are you trying to scare me to death? What on earth are you doing? Second, speak honestly. Have you engaged in any unlawful activities? Lu Wei's tone was rather grave. How could that be possible? Su Chen replied, utterly bewildered. I called you several times, but you were wearing headphones and didn't hear me. I noticed you were engrossed in a live stream. Out of curiosity, I decided to take a look. To my astonishment, I discovered you had gifted the campus beauty 700,000 yuan. Chapter 8. Wang Hai's anxiety upon hearing Lu Wei's words. Su Chen instantly comprehended the situation. Having shared a dormitory for nearly a year, they were well acquainted with each other's preferences. It was hardly surprising that the leader knew his ID on the Xingho live streaming platform. After all, they had spent countless hours together watching streams. Critiquing the female host's appearances, one favored ample figures while the other preferred more pert shapes, leading to numerous debates. Fortunately, they ultimately reached a consensus. They both appreciated a combination of both ample and pert attributes. In response to Lu Wei's inquiry, Su Chen quickly devised an excuse. All right, leader. I confess, I am, in fact, a super wealthy second-generation heir. Lu Wei shot him a look that clearly questioned his sanity. Don't look at me like that, leader. Surely you haven't committed any crimes? You haven't been driven mad by Lin Shi and resorted to reckless spending on online loans, have you? How could you think that, leader? After all this time, don't you know me? I have come to realize that in this materialistic era, my previous facade of being an ordinary person only garnered disdain and indifference from others. Now, I have achieved enlightenment. I will no longer pretend. I am indeed a second-generation heir. Moreover, a super one at that. From now on, I shall embrace the essence of wealth and revel in a joyful life. With the male god system at my disposal, I will have an inexhaustible supply of money. The rationale is mine to provide. Whether you believe it or not is inconsequential. Just as Lu Wei was momentarily bewildered by Su Chen's ruse, the door to the dormitory swung open, and the third and fourth roommates entered, basketballs in hand. How rare. You're not with your goddess today, but still remember your brothers, joked Feng Xiaofeng, the third roommate, as he wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel. After an exhausting afternoon of basketball, I finally caught Chenzi to treat us to dinner. Time to feast. Zhou Jun readily agreed. Unbeknownst to them, the third and fourth roommates had ventured out for basketball without realizing that she had already dumped Su Chen. When Lu Wei had informed them, he merely mentioned that Su Chen was treating everyone to a meal, omitting any further details. Less talk and more action. Hurry up and change your clothes. We'll miss our chance if we delay, Lu Wei urged, concerned that mentioning Lin she might provoke Su Chen. After all, he had just splurged a substantial amount post-breakup. He certainly didn't want to trigger another spending spree. Under Lu Wei and Appo's insistence, the four brothers soon found themselves seated at a barbecue stall across from the school. While it was referred to as a barbecue restaurant, it was more accurately described as a street stall or open-air eatery. Scattered across a small outdoor area were several tables, and a tattered banner reading Old Zhang and Appo's barbecue hung limply beside the grill. Its proximity to the school made it a popular spot among students, offering affordable prices and delightful flavors, resulting in a thriving business. Su Chen and his friends were regular patrons, always returning whenever they craved barbecue. Boss, 2 servings of lamb skewers, a portion of beef tendons, for chicken wings, for large kidneys, a plate of shrimp tails, and some peanuts and edamame, Lu Wei shouted, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. And don't forget the peanuts and edamame first, and bring over a couple of boxes of beer for our toast. Certainly, the boss, who also doubled as the chef, responded while expertly grilling the lamb skewers. Soon, their orders began to arrive at the table. Lu Wei opened a bottle of beer, pouring each person a glass before raising his cup, declaring, "Cheers, brothers." The four clinked their glasses and downed their drinks in unison. After a few rounds, Lu Wei recounted the events of the day to the third and fourth roommates, who were astonished to learn of all the excitement they had missed during their afternoon basketball game. "I've always said Lin she is just a tease, and only our second brother is oblivious. But this incident is for the best. It will help him see things clearly," Feng Xiaofeng teased. "Now that you've laid your cards on the table, second brother, you'd better treat us to some lavish meals from now on." Su Chen laughed heartily. "Of course. From now on, the blessings will be shared among brothers." Zhou Jun, munching on a lamb skewer, chimed in, "Chen Gu, as a second-generation heir, you better not just talk the talk. Pave the way for us. This barbecue is delicious, but we want to experience something more upscale." Feng Xiaofeng joined in the playful banter. "Exactly. We're counting on you, our second-generation heir, to lead us out of poverty." Observing his friend's playful jests, Su Chen secretly chuckled to himself. "All right, in a couple of days, I'll take you all to experience the true life of a second-generation heir, and open your eyes to new possibilities." Excitement filled the air as the atmosphere at the barbecue stall grew increasingly lively, filled with laughter and camaraderie. Meanwhile, at the Shanghai live streaming platform and Appo's headquarters in the bustling metropolis, the head of the operations department, Wang Hai, was not experiencing the same delightful mood as Su Chen. "We've found it, Director Wang. This client, Ryu Chen, has recharged our platform with a total of 10,000,000 today. Moreover, we have confirmed through special measures that the source of these funds is entirely legitimate, and thus far, this account has only spent 810,000 on our platform. There remains a staggering 9,290,000 Xingho coins," reported Shaoli, the technical maintenance officer. Hearing this, Wang Hai's mood darkened further. He felt a surge of resentment towards a certain client, Yang Gu, whom he deemed utterly foolish. If this situation led to dissatisfaction from such a significant client, it could result in them turning to rival platforms, causing catastrophic losses for the company. The thought of a client capable of effortlessly recharging 10 million was exhilarating, and the potential revenue they could bring to the platform sent shivers down his spine. Just imagining that such a client might introduce a couple of friends to the platform was enough to make one tremble with anticipation. However, if this valuable client were to be lost over a trivial matter, the responsibility would rest squarely on Wang Hai and Appo's shoulders as the head of operations. A single misstep could see him transformed from Director Wang to Director Zhang or Li by the next day. With the rise of the live streaming industry, competition had become increasingly fierce. Given the account's spending patterns earlier that afternoon, it warranted attention. But it was not typically the kind of situation that required Wang Hai's direct involvement. However, just as Su Chen logged off the platform, the finance department suddenly notified operations that the company account had received a recharge of 10 million. Such a sum was significant. As one of the major players in the live streaming industry, Shanghai Live's net profit barely exceeded 800 million last year. This substantial recharge was enough to send ripples throughout the company. This initiated a cascade of events, leading to the discovery that the client who had recharged over 10 million had been muted in a female streamer's chat room. Yes, muted. Right after gifting a staggering 80,000 in presents. This was an undeniable live streaming incident for the platform. This revelation compelled Wang Hai, who had just returned home after work, to rush back to the office without even finishing his meal. Wang Hai paced around the table twice before slamming his hand down. Notify everyone in the operations department to gather in the meeting room in 30 minutes. No excuses for absence will be accepted. Even if someone has a broken leg, they better find someone to carry them over. Those who cannot make it are to submit their resignation letters voluntarily tomorrow. Chapter 9. Aftermath. The group indulged in a barbecue, drinking to the point of oblivion. In reality, they scarcely consumed much food, yet the empty beer bottles amassed into a small mountain on the ground. When Su Chen retrieved his phone to settle the bill, he was astounded to discover that this outing had cost over 900 yuan, with 6 cases of beer consumed alone. To his dismay, he found that the male deity card provided by the system could not be utilized under such circumstances. The system certainly offered no concessions. However, for Su Chen at this juncture, this sum was but a trivial expense, akin to merely tapping his fingers to purchase a couple of treasure maps in the live streaming room. He was utterly unconcerned. While slightly inebriated, yet striving to maintain consciousness, Su Chen observed the proprietor grinning broadly, as beverages constituted the primary source of income. The group of friends staggered back to their dormitory, supporting one another. As the clock approached 11, after a quick wash, Su Chen noticed that his companions had already collapsed onto their beds, fast asleep. He understood that they were merely accompanying him out of concern for his feelings after Lin Shi's rejection. Little did they know, the Su Chen who had activated the system was no longer the same person. Not only had his wallet grown plump, but his mindset had also undergone a profound transformation. With wealth at his disposal, he would never lack for companionship of any kind. Casting a glance at his phone, he saw that Li Manman and Chun Yinran had each sent him several messages. Feeling a bit tipsy, he chose not to open them, setting the device aside as he drifted into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Shanghai Platform, in the conference room, Wang Hai tapped his fingers lightly on the table, his serious demeanor causing unease among his colleagues in the operations department. This department was of paramount importance to Shanghai Platform, encompassing various functions such as content operations, user management, event planning, and data analysis. It also boasted the largest personnel count, with over 50 staff members working at the headquarters in the bustling metropolis. Currently, all 50 staff members were crammed into the conference room, which usually felt spacious but now seemed somewhat cramped. The recent developments had been recapped by Xiao Li, and all present were recognized as the elite of Shanghai. After a brief pause, Wang Hai scanned the room, aware that everyone understood the seriousness of the situation, especially at such a late hour. He urged, "We convene tonight to brainstorm solutions. Who has suggestions on how we can remedy this situation?" The atmosphere in the conference room grew increasingly tense, as colleagues exchanged glances, but none dared to speak first. Wang Hai furrowed his brow and broke the silence once more. "Please, do not hold back. Speak freely. The priority now is to find a solution and appease this significant client, or else it will result in a considerable loss for our platform." At that moment, the head of the data analysis team, Li Ming, rose and adjusted his glasses, stating, "Mr. Wang, I believe our immediate priority should be to express our sincerest apologies to Mr. Su Chen. Although this issue did not arise due to our platform's fault, it has nonetheless led to an unpleasant viewing experience for him. We must adhere to our principle of putting the client first. I suggest we designate someone to contact Mr. Su Chen and gauge his sentiments." Wang Hai nodded in agreement, turning his gaze to Zhao Lei, who was responsible for content operations. Zhao, what are your thoughts?" After some contemplation, Zhao Lei replied, "I believe merely apologizing may not suffice. We should consider providing him with tangible compensation, such as exclusive gifts for clients. After all, Mr. Su Chen has already invested over 10 million on our platform. This would not only align with our policies, but also demonstrate our sincerity, allowing Mr. Su Chen to experience exclusive gifts in advance." Wang Hai pondered this, nodding thoughtfully. Zhao, that is a commendable suggestion. Yet the specifics need further refinement to avoid discontent among other clients, as such exclusive gifts have previously only been available to those who have spent over 10 million. Xiao Li, who previously monitored platform operations, stood up and added, "We could also assign a dedicated customer service manager to address any inquiries, ensuring Mr. Su Chen enjoys a more comfortable and pleasant experience on our platform." "Excellent. I'll assign this task to Wang Ran, the head of customer operations," Wang Hai declared. Shifting his gaze to Wang Ran. As the platform's star operator, Wang Ran possessed exquisite features and fair skin, clad in a perfectly tailored professional outfit that exuded competence. She smiled gently and assured, "Rest assured, Mr. Wang, I will do my utmost. Moreover, liaise with the leader of the guild associated with Xiaozia and notify all guilds. As a service-oriented live streaming platform, we must resolutely prevent similar incidents in the future." Wang Hai concluded, summarizing the meeting and Oppo's primary directives. Gradually, the somber atmosphere in the conference room began to lighten, as plans to soothe Su Chen were fervently discussed within the operations department of Shanghai platform. Unbeknownst to them, Su Chen remained oblivious in his dreams. Meanwhile, in Chun Yinran's rented apartment, she tossed and turned restlessly. A typically sound sleeper, she was experiencing an unusual bout of insomnia. Shortly after Chen Yang had muted Su Chen, she ceased participating in the guild battle and abruptly ended her live stream. Following that, she had a heated argument with Chen Yang over the phone. With no food consumed, Chen Yinran's heart was now filled with uncertainty. Initially, to escape the clutches of other suitors and drawn by Chen Yang and Oppo's tall, handsome appearance and considerate demeanor, she had accepted his presence, believing it would alleviate most of her disturbances. However, today, regret washed over her. Chen Yang's muting not only silenced the account of Ryu Chen, but potentially jeopardized her dreams and streaming career. Night after night, she found herself reaching for her phone, yet the anticipated replies never arrived. With a soft sigh, Chen Yinran reflected on the images of Su Chen lavishly spending during the day. It was clear that someone capable of casually spending 700,000 was not lacking in female admirers, regardless of her own beauty. She may not stand out in his eyes. In her mind's eye, a man of such stature undoubtedly possessed a sense of pride. If she were in his shoes and had just spent 700,000 in another and Oppo's live stream only to be muted by the host and Oppo's moderator, it would undoubtedly sting. After all, as a consumer, streamers were essentially their benefactors. Presently, Chen Yinran's singular wish was to earn Su Chen's forgiveness. She found herself ensnared in a cycle of mental turmoil. The following morning, Su Chen awoke, rubbing his head from the hangover. Breakfast had already been laid out on the table. "Wake up. We all drank too much last night. You should eat something," Zhou Jun exclaimed, pointing at the soybean milk and youtiao on the table. "This was brought to us by Lao San's girlfriend," he added. Lao San, Feng Xiaofeng, had a girlfriend named Wang Yu, a freshman from the foreign language department, the very one Lu Wei had mentioned wanting to introduce to Su Chen the previous day. Hearing Zhou Jun and Oppo's words, Feng Xiaofeng and Oppo's face lit up with a blissful smile, his eyes brimming with pride. "I'm going to accompany Wang Yu shopping soon. If anyone wants to join, let me know. All the beauties from my girlfriend's dormitory will be there." Lu Wei chimed in, "Perfect. Aside from Lao San, everyone in our dorm is still single. We should organize a social event for the dormitory." As he spoke, he exchanged knowing glances with Zhou Jun. "That's a splendid idea. Let us go together," Zhou Jun replied, understanding the intention behind Lu Wei's words. Su Chen was well aware of the subtle motivations among his dormitory brothers. Nevertheless, Wang Yu's dorm indeed housed a stunning beauty, Chen Yu, one of the top 10 campus flowers. It wouldn't hurt to pay a visit. Chapter 10. The campus belled Chen Yu as they prepared to embark on a shopping excursion. It was only proper not to keep the ladies waiting for too long. After swiftly finishing breakfast and a quick freshening up, the quartet hurriedly made their way to the school gate. On this Saturday, the entrance of the university was notably quieter, with students trickling in and out in small groups. After waiting for over 20 minutes without a sign of Wang Yu and her companions, the four gentlemen stood at the gate, attracting curious glances from passing students. Zhou Jun, feeling rather like a spectacle, could not help but exclaim, "Third brother, do you know when sister-in-law and the others will join us? You did tell them that we are waiting at the school gate, right?" Feng Xiaofeng replied. "Do you lack such patience? No wonder you remain single. When I had my first official date, do you know how long Wang Yu made me wait beneath their dormitory?" He paused, holding up 2 fingers with an exaggerated expression, "A full 2 hours. I nearly wore my legs out standing there." "Quiet, they're here," Lu Wei interjected. At that moment, 4 vibrant young ladies approached them from the school gate. Leading the group was Feng Xiaofeng's girlfriend, Wang Yu. Today, she donned a light blue dress that swayed gently with her steps, exuding a refreshing elegance. With a cheerful smile, she waved from a distance, "Sorry for the wait. We were just choosing outfits in the dorm, and it took a bit longer than expected." Feng Xiaofeng instantly rushed to greet her, his face beaming with delight. "No worries. Waiting for you is worthwhile. Besides, you look stunning today. It's worth the wait." Wang Yu's cheeks flushed slightly at his compliment as she playfully nudged him. Stop being so cheeky. Their playful banter eased the initial awkwardness between the two dorms. As young people often do, they exchanged simple introductions and naturally grew more familiar with one another. Wang Yu's dorm also consisted of 4 members, all classmates from the foreign language department, each possessing an admirable appearance, as Lu Wei had noted. In Su Chen's discerning eyes, none fell below a score of 60. Among them, the tallest girl was named Li Ting. Clad in a white t-shirt and denim shorts, she radiated a sense of competence, her long legs causing the 3 single gentlemen to momentarily lose their composure. Even Feng Xiaofeng couldn't resist stealing a few glances, only to be playfully chastised by Wang Yu, who jabbed him gently at his waist, causing him to wince in mock pain, much to the amusement of everyone. The girl with a round face was called Xinjia, her vibrant and cheerful personality evident as she immediately struck up a conversation with Feng Xiaofeng. The last of the group was Chunyu, one of the top campus beauties, who stood quietly behind Wang Yu in a simple black dress, seemingly reserved and soft-spoken. True to her title, her beauty surpassed that of Wang Yu's dorm mates and was the only one to elicit a response from the system. System detected a target meeting the criteria. Would the host like to initiate the scanning function? Su Chen felt a stir of curiosity. Scan. Beep. Scan successful. Target. Chinyu. Age. 20. Height. 166 centimeters. Weight. 51 kilograms. Quality. 100. Attractiveness. 91. Figure. 89. Impressive, Su Chen thought. His interest peaked as he surveyed Chinyu again. Although her black dress was simple, it perfectly accentuated her figure, radiating elegance and charm. She stood quietly, akin to a delicate orchid, exuding an alluring fragrance that captivated all who beheld her. Finding Chinyu, it seems today's opportunity for profit is assured. Congratulations to the host for successfully binding the target Chinyu. Current affinity level, 10. An initial affinity score of 10 was the highest among the 3 individuals he had bound thus far. It was a promising beginning. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the group decided to set off for their shopping adventure. The impromptu nature of the outing meant there was no concrete plan in place. After some discussion, it was ultimately Feng Xiaofeng and Wang Yu who made the executive decision to explore the pedestrian street adjacent to the university town. Feng Xiaofeng took Wang Yu's hand, leading the way, while Xinjia and Li Ting chattered excitedly among themselves, leaving Chinyu to remain rather quiet. The group's leader and the 4th member whispered to one another, their conversation a mystery. Su Chen, likewise, paid little heed, his mind preoccupied with devising a strategy to maximize his earnings. Just then, his phone rang, and he answered casually, "Hello? Hello, Mr. Su. This is Wang Ran from the Xingho platform. Thank you for your tremendous support of our platform. I will be your dedicated customer service representative moving forward." "Oh, hello," he replied, surprised by the pleasant tone on the other end, a typical sultry voice that was deep and magnetic, imbued with an indescribable quality. However, the system remained silent, leaving him uncertain of her appearance. Logically, a dedicated customer service representative should at least possess a visage to match that alluring voice, he mused. Perhaps she sensed his lack of enthusiasm as Wang Ran continued, "In light of your unpleasant experience on our platform last night, we have specially tailored exclusive services for our esteemed clients. 1. 24-hour dedicated VIP customer service. From now on, I will be your exclusive representative, ready to address any concerns or suggestions you may have at any time. 2. Exclusive VIP anti-mute feature. As a VIP client, your account will be immune to any mute actions by others. 3. Personalized grand client privileges. We have crafted a special gift for you, Morning Emperor's arrival, to reflect your esteemed status. 4. Custom entrance effects. You may select a preferred entrance effect, which we will tailor exclusively for you. Are you satisfied with these services? Or do you have any additional requests?" Having spoken rapidly, Wang Ran felt a slight flutter of nerves. After all, dealing with someone who could casually spend millions was daunting. Such individuals commanded respect in reality. Wang Ran was unsure of his personality but guessed he couldn't be too old. Was he perhaps a super-rich heir from a prominent family? She wondered how he would respond to the conditions offered. If she could maintain a good rapport with him, her standing within the company would undoubtedly rise. After contemplating Wang Ran's proposal, Su Chen was momentarily taken aback before realizing that the Xingho platform had likely recognized the significant recharge he had made the previous night. Money, it seemed, had a way of speaking in any context. After a moment's thought, he replied, "All right, Given your platform's sincerity, I'll overlook the previous issues. As for the entrance effect, let us skip that. I prefer to keep a low profile. He enjoyed slipping discreetly into various streamers' rooms. A flamboyant entrance effect would severely undermine his stealth. Wang Ran felt a surge of delight upon hearing Su Chen's agreement. However, when he mentioned his preference for discretion, she couldn't help but feel bemused. This was a man who could effortlessly spend hundreds of thousands at a whim, and he claimed to favor subtlety? If you were truly low-key, I wouldn't be calling you right now, would I? Understood, Mr. Su. I've noted your request. If there is nothing else, I'll ensure the technical team expedites your exclusive gift, which should be ready by this afternoon at the latest. All right. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to reach out to me. I will add your green bubble shortly. Please accept it. Goodbye, farewell. As Su Chen hung up the phone, he suddenly noticed a circle of 7 individuals, their 14 eyes fixated intently upon him. Chapter 11. A chance encounter with Lin Shi as it was on the bustling street. Su Chen answered the phone on speaker mode. This led to Wang Ran and Su Chen's conversation being overheard by the 7 people nearby. What does it feel like to be scrutinized by 14 inquisitive eyes? Su Chen was acutely aware of the curious, astonished, and perplexed gazes directed at him, which made him feel somewhat uneasy. Why are you all staring at me? Is there something on my face? He instinctively touched his face, recalling that he had washed it before leaving. The first to break the silence was Chinyu, who had been quiet throughout their walk. Her voice trembled slightly, tinged with disbelief. Was that a call from the customer service of the Xingho platform? Yes. Su Chen nodded. What about it? This prompted a chorus of gasps from those around him. His dormitory mates were somewhat aware that Su Chen had spent a considerable sum on the Xingho platform the previous day, so they had some mental preparation. However, Wang Yu and the others were utterly astonished by the content of Su Chen and Appo's call. Today, university students have all been exposed to live streaming to some extent. The significance of having a customer service representative personally call one is apparent. Moreover, Chinyu, a member of their dormitory, was indeed a streamer on the Xingho platform. Having been immersed in this environment, they had garnered some understanding of the industry. Su Chen, how much did you spend on Xingho? Chinyu could not restrain her curiosity, as the news was simply too astonishing. As a streamer on the platform, she had not directly experienced such extravagance, but she had observed it from her knowledge. Even those who spent millions would only receive a dedicated customer service channel. However, a personal call from the platform as customer service, coupled with the privilege of a 24-hour exclusive service and tailored gifts, was a luxury reserved for the most elite of patrons, of which there might not even be more than 10 on the entire Xingho platform. Adding to this, the servile and flattering tone of the caller could be discerned from a street away. Observing Su Chen in his exceedingly modest attire, which could scarcely be described as anything but cheap, Chinyu felt her worldview shatter. Was this truly a hidden elite among the masses? Not much. I spent just under $1 million yesterday, Su Chen replied nonchalantly. Then, noticing the bewildered expressions surrounding him, he added, well, I found repeated top-ups cumbersome, so I just recharged $10 million directly. After all, the system guarantees that all funds are legitimate. As he anticipated, with his increasing earnings, concealing the truth from those around him would prove futile, so he decided to be candid. Gulp. The sounds of astonishment and incredulity echoed, as various bewildered expressions filled the air. Even those who had been somewhat prepared were taken aback. 1 million? 10 million? Even Feng Xiaofeng, who believed himself to be seasoned in wealth, could hardly accept this. Bro, didn't you already spend nearly $1 million yesterday? How did you manage to top that with another 10 million? In the eyes of these students, a sum exceeding $1 million was astronomical. Indeed, it was a figure that would be deemed astronomical by anyone. With a resigned glance at his companions, Su Chen shrugged. What's wrong? Didn't I mention yesterday that I'm a super rich second-generation heir? I'm tired of pretending, so here it is. I'm laying it all bare. Wow, you more than 10 million, Lu Wei stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. All right, let us go, shall we? Are we still shopping or what? We can chat on the way, Su Chen urged, noticing the increasingly peculiar stares from passers-by. Ding. Chen US favorability 30, current favorability 40. Is this how favorability works? Su Chen mused, casting a glance at Chinyu. What a generous person, beautiful and magnanimous with her affections. It seemed worth investing in her. Now, Su Chen was beginning to grasp the system and Appo's rules. When a person reached a favorability of 60, the system would reward him with a male god point, with Chinyu's favorability just 20 points away from that threshold. He resolved to seize the opportunity to win her over. Perhaps the shock of the recent revelations left everyone in a state of bewilderment. The group of 8 walked in silence down the street, though fortunately, the shopping street was not far. After a brief walk of over 10 minutes, they arrived at their destination. Glancing at the silent crowd, Su Chen could not help but chuckle. What is wrong with you all? Why the silence? Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from nearby. Is that you, Su Chen? It was Lin Shi, Su Chen's ex-girlfriend, approaching with a tall, well-dressed young man, Zhang Chong, whose wrist adorned a sparkling Rolex and whose face bore a smug smile. Lin Shi approached Su Chen, sizing him up with a hint of derision. Su Chen, you haven't changed out of those cheap clothes? Before Su Chen could respond, Chen Yu stepped forward, unable to contain herself. You look decent. Why speak so harshly? What Su Chen wears is none of your business. Lin Shi paused, then burst into laughter. Oh, are you defending Su Chen? I hope you're not thinking of picking up my ex-boyfriend so soon after I dumped him. When choosing a partner, one must be discerning to avoid ending up with a loss. Before anyone could react, Chen Yu turned to embrace Su Chen's arm, lifting her chin defiantly toward Lin Shi. Speaking of which, I owe you my gratitude for not recognizing his worth and letting someone like me have him. Both Su Chen's dormitory mates and Wang Yu's group were taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. They never imagined the usually reserved Chen Yu would stand up for Su Chen. Even Lu Wei and his companions, who had intended to intervene, hesitated in light of the unfolding drama. Lin Shi remarked, well, it seems what I discarded is now sought after by others. Feeling the warmth of Chen Yu's embrace, Su Chen was momentarily taken aback, but then a subtle smile crept onto his face. Ignoring Lin Shi, he turned to Chen Yu. Let us go. Don't mind her. We're here to shop. Lin Shi, incensed by Su Chen's dismissal, snapped back. What do you mean, Su Chen? Pausing, Su Chen glanced back at her. The literal meaning, don't you understand? With that, he turned and led the group away, leaving Lin Shi standing there, her expression shifting from green to pale. Zhang Chong patted Lin Shi's head. Sweetheart, why bother with someone like him? Come on, let us go buy you a bag. Chapter 12. The handbag incident. Chen Yu walked ahead, her arm draped around Su Chen's, exuding an air reminiscent of a couple. The others trailed behind, their glances flitting between the two. Had it not been common knowledge that this was their first meeting, one might have easily assumed there was some romantic entanglement. After a brief distance, Chen Yu hastily released Su Chen's arm, a flush of embarrassment creeping onto her cheeks. Just moments earlier, both had spoken simultaneously, only to abruptly fall silent. Behind them, Wang Yu teased, oh, when did our little goddess you become so bold? Indeed, she hasn't an amp, Appos. T even held a boy and amp, Appos, S hand before. Who knew she had such a surprise up her sleeve? Shin Jia chimed in. Huh, I saw Lin Shi and Appos. S face turned pale just now. What a relief. Lu Wei and Appos. S booming voice echoed as always. Chen Yu and Appos. S cheeks reddened further under their playful banter. And she suddenly raised her voice, declaring, I'll treat everyone to milk tea. With that, she turned and hurried towards the milk tea shop at the street corner. Su Chen, observing the mischievous expressions of his companions, shrugged and remarked, if milk tea can't silence you all, I'll treat everyone to a feast at noon. A chorus of cheers erupted in response. The tantalizing combination of milk tea and a sumptuous meal successfully diverted the group and amp, Appos, S attention, as Su Chen watched Chen Yu and amp, Appos, S retreating figure. An inexplicable emptiness filled his heart, and he found himself reminiscing about the fleeting touch they had shared. Ding! Chen Yu and amp, Appos, S affection level increased by 20. Current affection level, 60. Congratulations, host. You've earned 1 point in the male god system, qualifying for a lottery. Would you like to draw? How did my affection level increase? He pondered. Let's draw. Congratulations, host. You've won a Lamborghini Revuelto Opera Unica. All related paperwork has been processed. You may pick up your car at the dealership or call XXXX for home delivery. Su Chen felt a wave of exhilaration at the thought of owning such a magnificent supercar. The group sauntered down the bustling pedestrian street, milk tea in hand. Xiaofeng, just ahead is the LV boutique. Shall we take a look? Wang Yu pointed toward the luxurious store. Of course, I did promise to buy you a bag, Feng Xiaofeng replied. Both Wang Yu and Feng Xiaofeng were locals from well-off families, making the occasional purchase of an LV bag a trivial matter. Wang Yu's roommates' eyes lit up at the mention of the LV store, though a conflicted expression soon followed. Even entry-level bags came with hefty price tags, a luxury beyond the reach of an ordinary student. Yet, The innate passion of women for handbags remained ever present. Even if they couldn't and oppose to afford them, merely looking was a joy. Lu Wei and Zhou Jun, however, displayed nonchalance. The 8 of them entered the LV boutique in a grand procession. Welcome to the Louis Vuitton boutique. A meticulously dressed sales associate greeted them with enthusiasm. Her professionalism evident as her eyes discreetly assessed their attire. It was likely they were merely window shopping, she surmised. Yet her warm demeanor remained unaltered as she had received thorough training, devoid of any snobbery often depicted in novels. Do you have any particular styles in mind? Would you like me to assist you? She inquired. No need. We'll browse ourselves, Feng Xiaofeng declined, and the group began to explore the store. Su Chen surveyed the surroundings. Due to the weekend, the boutique was bustling with patrons, primarily couples or small groups of female friends. Regrettably, none met the system's criteria. This was his first time in such a high-end luxury store, and he casually noted the prices of various bags, ranging from thousands to tens of thousands. At that moment, he noticed Jin Yu examining a particular bag. Approaching her from behind, he glanced at the price tag, 68,000 yuan. Today, he was finally set to earn some money. Ever since acquiring the system, he had felt restless when not generating income. This bag seems quite fitting for you, he remarked. Yes, once I earn enough. I will definitely buy one for myself, Chen Yu replied. With a smile, Su Chen waved at the sales associate who had attended to them earlier. I'll take this bag. Please wrap it up for me. Chen Yu froze in surprise. Was he truly gifting her such an extravagant bag? They had only just met. It was astonishing for him to consider such a generous present. She watched in disbelief as Su Chen completed the transaction with the sales associate. As if he were purchasing a mere toy worth 8 yuan. Only when Su Chen handed the bag to her did she snap back to reality, repeatedly refusing. No, this is too extravagant. Completely taken aback, Chen Yu had not anticipated that the bag was genuinely intended for her. It's a gift for you. So please accept it as a token of gratitude for your assistance earlier, Su Chen insisted, his tone leaving no room for refusal. If you don't take it, how will I earn my money? At the sound of their conversation, Li Ting approached with her long legs, interjecting, Oh dear, Su Chen is a multimillionaire. You needn't be so modest with him. Su Chen silently applauded Li Ting's timely intervention. Ding. Chen Yu and Appo's affection level increased by 20. Current affection level, 80. Congratulations. Host, you've earned 2 points in the male god system, qualifying for a lottery. Would you like to draw? Remarkable. Another 20 points in affection. Chen Yu and Appo's affection level was indeed rising swiftly. He wondered which of his 3 targets would reach 100 first. Glancing at the bank notification confirming the deposit of 800 yuan, Su Chen felt a surge of joy. His system was consistently impressive. After a moment's thought, he decided to save the points for a potential 10-draw lottery later. Oh, what a coincidence. Here we are again so soon, he thought, recognizing the annoying voice approaching. Darling, this bag is lovely. I want this one, Lin Shi exclaimed, practically leaning against Zhang Chong. The bag she pointed to was the very one Chen Yu was holding. Unbeknownst to Lin Shi, the price tag had yet to be removed, leading her to believe Chen Yu was merely admiring it. Zhang Chang glanced at the price tag, which read 68,000 yuan, and frowned. For that price? He could have indulged in 2 bags of comparable quality for himself. Spending so much was utterly unnecessary. Gently patting Lin Shi's rear, he said, Sweetheart, this bag isn't suitable for you. Let us find another. But I want this one, Chong. You promised to buy me something yesterday. Lin Shi insisted, her resolve unyielding. Zhang Chong's expression shifted to one of impatience, clearly indicating his reluctance to purchase such an expensive item. Su Chen frowned, questioning his previous attraction to someone like Lin Shi. It was the sales associate who intervened, saying, I'm sorry, miss, but this bag has already been purchased by this gentleman. We currently have no stock available. Perhaps you would like to choose another? What? Lin Shi gasped, as if someone had stepped on her tail. How could this loser possibly afford such an expensive bag? Even Zhang Chong looked astonished, glancing at Su Chen, realizing that the girl he had just acquired was once Su Chen and Appo's. He had merely bought a phone worth over 10,000 yuan, and now here was Su Chen casually purchasing a 68,000 yuan handbag. Chapter 13. The arrival of the morning emperor. Before Lin Shi could finish her words, the sales associate, who had been wearing a smile, suddenly transformed. Madam, please be mindful of your language. Louis Vuitton respects every customer who enters our store. If you continue to insult others, I must kindly ask you to leave. Although her tone remained gentle, The content of her words was decidedly brusque. She realized she had been somewhat inattentive to the situation. I apologize, enough, Zhang Chong. Feeling increasingly embarrassed on Shi and Oppo's behalf, interjected impatiently, let us go. We can buy the bag another day. Without considering Shi and Oppo's willingness, he pulled her out of the LV boutique. Su Chen observed their retreating figures and shook his head slightly. Perhaps the system had seen through Shi's true nature, which is why it had withheld activation from him. He lamented how blind he had been in the past. At that moment, Feng Xiaofeng and Wang Yu approached, and upon seeing Wang Yu and Oppo's blissful expression and the new bag in his hands, it was clear they had made their purchases as well. When the group learned that Su Chen had bought Chen Yu a bag worth 68,000, she instantly became the center of attention. Amidst the excited chatter of Shun Jia and the others, the 8 of them exited the boutique. Chen Yu clutched her new bag as if it were a rare treasure. This was her first time receiving such an extravagant gift, one that equaled a year's worth of someone else's income. Even now, she felt as if she were living in a dream. Her friends occasionally leaned in to tease her. Chen Yu, you must have found your true love. Su Chen is so generous, gifting you an LV bag on your first day of acquaintance. Make sure to cherish him. Chen Yu and Oppo's cheeks flushed crimson as she stole glances at the figure of Su Chen walking ahead. Ding! Chen Yu's favorability 5, current favorability 85 points. Chen Yu truly was a qualified experience point generator, too generous with her favorability. If it weren't and Oppo's for the fear of being overly ostentatious, Su Chen would have considered purchasing every bag in the LV store for her. Calm down, take it slow. I'm a godlike figure in the system, not a nouveau riche, he reassured himself, eagerly anticipating reaching 100 points in favorability. Su Chen had promised to treat everyone to a grand meal, and he intended to keep that promise. They chose a high-end Western restaurant nearby, which boasted excellent ambience and service. The meal, without any alcohol, cost Su Chen over 8,000 yuan. But thanks to the presence of female companions, the system covered the bill this time, unlike their previous barbecue outing where he had to pay out of pocket. Clearly, if he wished to indulge in fine dining, bringing along a lady was essential. One must seize the opportunities presented by the system. With an average expenditure of over 1,000 per person, everyone left feeling satisfied and enlightened. After the meal, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Su Chen, eager to resume making money through live streaming, returned to campus with the group. As they parted ways, they exchanged contact information. Upon returning to the dormitory, Su Chen was besieged by his 3 roommates. Eventually, after a flurry of promises, he managed to convince them to relent. Finally, he could return to the joy of earning money. He glanced at the green notification bubbles, noticing that Chun Yanran and Li Manman had sent him numerous messages. After looking them over, he didn't reply. As a top-tier wealthy individual, Su Chen believed he needed to maintain an air of sophistication. A wealthy person must possess a certain awareness. Occasionally teasing the girls was also quite enjoyable, otherwise they might mistake him for a sycophant. Entering the Xingho livestream platform, he habitually checked his follow list and saw that Li Manman was live. He logged into the live stream. The room was noticeably livelier than the previous day, with several peculiar usernames active on the screen, such as Brother Sun and Moon and Little Follower of Brother Sun and Moon. It seemed some players had changed their usernames. Intrigued, Su Chen noticed that, as a newcomer, he entered without any special effects, causing no one to notice his arrival. He opened the gift options, and the platform had prepared a special gift for him valued at 10,000 Xingho coins. Very good, very convenient for making money, he mused, casually selecting one. Brother Sun and Moon has sent the Oppo's arrival of the Morning Emperor, and Oppo's, suddenly, the screen illuminated with a golden throne, intricately engraved with patterns and the words Morning Emperor. Surrounding it were dazzling lights and ribbons, creating a magnificent and awe-inspiring effect that exuded an air of unparalleled nobility. Wow, what is this gift? So extravagant. Is Brother Sun and Moon here? This must be the legendary exclusive gift. It's my first time seeing something this cool. After about 10 seconds, the gift effect gradually faded. Su Chen thought it was indeed beautiful but noticed a flaw. His special gift function seemed to operate like a treasure map, allowing only one gift at a time. He resolved to contact Wang Ran later, requesting her to increase the quantity or create a gift option worth 100,000 coins. That would facilitate money-making. While Li Man had been casually chatting with fans, her eyes lit up upon seeing the special effect. Su Chen had given her 100,000 yesterday, and she had sent him numerous green bubbles. She had feared that he was upset with her for some reason since he had and Oppos, T engaged much. Today, she had been eagerly anticipating his arrival in the stream, and after waiting nearly 2 hours, she was overjoyed to see Su Chen send her a gift. The effect of the exclusive gift was stunning. Thank you, my dear brother. Welcome home, Morning Emperor. Li Manman gestured a heart toward the screen. Brother Sun and Moon has sent the arrival of the Morning Emperor again. The live stream filled with lavish effects, seemingly endless in their occurrence. With his obsessive-compulsive tendencies, Su Chen sent out 29 arrivals of the Morning Emperor, and only after seeing his remaining balance of 9 million Xingho coins did he finally release the gift button. In the operations department of the Starsea platform, Xiaoli, responsible for monitoring platform data, immediately reported to General Manager Wang. Su Chen is online and has sent 29 arrivals of the Morning Emperor to Man. Since last night's meeting, Wang Hai had struggled to sleep, his mind occupied with visions of Su Chen lavishly spending millions on a rival platform. Hearing the news now brought him a sense of relief. Good. Keep a close watch on our VIP clients' activities, and let us avoid a repeat of yesterday's incident. After a moment's thought, Wang Hai called Wang Ran, offering encouragement and expressing that if Su Chen could generate more profit for the platform, she would be considered for promotion. Su Chen glanced at his bank balance, finally surpassing the 100,000 mark. What a relief. Little follower of Brother Sun and Moon. Welcome back, Morning Emperor. I used to be called Oppos, the romantic youth. And Oppos. I wonder if you remember me? I do, Su Chen replied, recalling the active fan from yesterday and Oppos' stream. That and Oppos is fantastic. You remember me. Morning Emperor. From now on, wherever you point, that will be our battlefield. Me too. Me too. Chapter 14. The first battle of Ren Huang. Gazing at the barrage of comments on the screen, fans of Ryu Chen, his devoted followers, expressed their admiration. I love Ryu Chen. A cursory glance revealed that more than 10 individuals had changed their usernames to reflect their allegiance. To be honest, it felt rather gratifying. After a moment's reflection, I opened the gift section and sent out a grand red envelope containing 10,000 Starfire coins, divided into 20 portions. This act of gifting is a unique feature of the Starfire platform. However, while it boosts popularity, the streamer does not receive any direct benefits from it. Players can, nonetheless, acquire corresponding gifts or Starfire coins by claiming these envelopes. As the red envelopes were distributed, the live stream and Oppos' popularity surged dramatically. 666. Brother Ryu Chen is incredible. Big brother is so generous. Brother, I missed out. Could you send another one? Li Man chimed in happily. Thank you, Brother Chen, for the red envelope. Just then, a few discordant comments suddenly appeared. You flaunt your wealth without even spending $1 million? Indeed. Ren Huang spent tens of millions and never acted this way. You wouldn't even be worthy to hold Ren Huang's shoes, let alone watch this live stream. Suddenly, a wave of new viewers flooded into the live stream, and the comments became chaotic. Judging by their fan tags, it was clear they were all from Yao Fei's live stream. Yao Fei is a top-tier streamer on the Starfire platform, which categorizes its streamers into various tiers based on their family's standing. Top tier, super streamers, first-rate streamers, second-rate streamers, third-rate streamers, and those who are not even ranked. For reasons unknown, dozens of individuals had surged into Man's live stream, frantically typing and setting the rhythm of the comments. Naturally, there were also fans of Man's who, despite not being able to match the financial contributions, were undeterred in their verbal rebuttals. What about Brother Chen's strength? Regardless of Ren Huang, we will strike back. What are the 3 emperors and 5 not emperors? We only recognize Chen Huang. Su Chen could not help but feel somewhat speechless. He had merely intended to enjoy the live stream and earn a bit of pocket money. Yet, here were individuals arriving, seemingly unafraid of confrontation. It was as if they were delivering a pillow to his sleepy head, compelling him to switch into a money-making frenzy. In light of the situation, Su Chen decided not to indulge them. What's wrong? Who is dissatisfied with me? I am ready for any challenge. As soon as Su Chen sent this comment, the entire live stream erupted. This newcomer is unafraid of tigers. You've spent a few coins, yet you act so grand. If you're not satisfied, let us settle it. You can't just talk big. Host, let us engage in a PK. The Yao Fei army is in full force, leaving no survivors. Seeing the barrage of comments descend into utter chaos, Li Man felt somewhat at a loss. Just then, a request to connect appeared on the screen. The sender was none other than Yao Fei, the platform's prominent streamer, whom Li Man recognized. If it had been in the past, she would have felt overjoyed at the prospect of connecting with such a high-profile streamer. However, the current atmosphere was clearly hostile. Accepting would guarantee a victory, Su Chen remarked, observing that Li Man hesitated to accept the PK challenge. Your indecision is wasting my chance to earn money. Brother is about to make a move. Get ready on the opposing side. Li Man eventually accepted the PK request. As one of the platform and Oppo's top female streamers, she certainly possessed an appealing demeanor. Ding. System has detected a target matching the binding criteria. Initiate scan? Scanning. Su Chen was also curious about the opponent and Oppo's profile. Ding. Scan successful. Target, Li Sitong. Age, 23. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Quality, 59. Appearance, 86. Figure, 89. Her looks and figure were indeed commendable. After all, the system and Oppo's aesthetic standards remained consistently high. However, the quality score seemed somewhat lacking. Although the system had never explicitly stated the function of quality, Su Chen had a vague sense of its implications. Seeing Yu Fei and Oppo's score led him to abandon the idea of binding with her. There were simply too many like-minded individuals. He would refrain from joining the fray. At this moment, Yao Fei felt a thrill of excitement within her as she anticipated an opportunity to engage in a fierce competition. Just a short while ago, she had been chatting with her brother, the Emperor, Ren Huang. Suddenly, she noticed the world announcement heralding the arrival of Chen Huang and, mistaking it for a new gift from the system, casually inquired about it, having never seen it before. One fan explained it was a special gift from brother Ryu Chen. Then, during their normal conversation, Ren Huang commented with a barrage, "How much did you spend? Are exclusive gifts now so worthless?" This remark sparked the recent commotion. As one of the top spenders on the platform, Ren Huang had accumulated expenditures in the tens of millions and had exclusive gifts, but his comment had been largely a playful jab at the platform. However, in the vast realm of the internet, even a casual remark can be magnified to incite a storm. As a top-tier spender, he certainly would not stoop to clarify matters. For the enjoyment of watching streams is paramount. Any conflict could only be settled with Starfire coins. Yao Fei teased, sister on the other side. I've heard your big brother is quite impressive. Would you care to join us for some fun? Her tone carried a hint of frivolity, which was to be expected. As a first-rate streamer, alongside the presence of Ren Huang, she indeed possessed the leverage to act so boldly, provided Su Chen was absent. Li Man felt slightly anxious, glancing at the comments. As a newcomer streamer, she was at a loss on how to respond to the provocation from a top-tier streamer. Su Chen smiled lightly and typed in the comment section, "Since the opposing streamer is so eager, let us engage, shall we?" The live stream erupted in excitement. Brother Chen is so imposing. This is going to be a showdown. Spread the word. There's a spectacle to behold. With a light chuckle, Yao Fei replied, "All right, let us follow the old rules. A 10-minute PK, and the loser must disable their beauty filter for a day. What do you think?" At this declaration, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Brother Chen. Li Man hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Su Chen reassured her. "Don't worry, I'm here. Let us go ahead." The PK officially commenced. A dazzling array of golden lights illuminated Yu Fei's side, showcasing Ren Huang's exclusive gift, worth 10,000. The 10,000 swords returned to 1. Almost immediately, other prominent figures from Yao Fei's camp began to contribute, showering the screen with various gifts, and the PK score rapidly tilted to 18,000 for Li Man against 0 for her opponent. Feeling the pressure of the score, Li Man grew slightly anxious. While she recognized Brother Chen and Oppo's formidable strength, the opposing streamer was a top-tier host with deep resources. Ryu Chen sent A and Oppo's. Chen Huang descends and Oppo's. X1. Ryu Chen sent A and Oppo's. Chen Huang descends and Oppo's. X1. Ryu Chen sent A and Oppo's. Chen Huang descends and Oppo's. X1. After sending out 20 Chen Huang descends, Su Chen felt a slight strain in his fingers. He decided to switch to launching rocket launchers, each costing 1,000 Starfire coins, with a maximum of 99. The speed of earning money with rocket launchers surpassed that of exclusive gifts. Ryu Chen sent rocket launchers X99. Ryu Chen sent rocket launchers X99. Ryu Chen sent rocket launchers X99. This maneuver left everyone astonished. The initially balanced PK had shifted dramatically as Su Chen transitioned to sending rocket launchers. After all, 99 rocket launchers equated to a staggering 99,000. Although Ren Huang had already contributed tens of millions, that sum encompassed his total expenditures. It was rare for him to commit several million in a single PK. In the capital, within a luxurious villa, Ren Zhuoyong gazed at the ever-diminishing PK value on his computer screen, a frown creasing his brow. In just a short span of time, Li had managed to elevate his PK value to over 1.5 million. Meanwhile, on the side of the enchanting Demonis, thanks to the collective efforts of himself and other esteemed comrades, they had barely reached 500,000. This stark disparity of 1 million was alarming, though he possessed considerable wealth. It was unwise to squander it so recklessly, was it not? After all, in the past, each of his grand endeavors had been purpose-driven. Yet now, should he choose to refrain, where would his pride reside? Ren Zhuoyong found himself ensnared in a web of indecision. Chapter 15, Victory in the Live Broadcast Room. The enchanting Yao Fei noticed that her PK, player kill, score was being overshadowed. The Emperor, whom she had high hopes for, had abruptly ceased his gift contributions. A sense of urgency washed over Yao Fei. If she were to be defeated by a lesser streamer, it would merely be a trivial matter to turn off her beauty filter, for she held a certain confidence in her appearance. However, losing the PK would render her a laughingstock among others. As a prominent streamer, the thought of delivering a resounding slap in the face to a smaller opponent was simply unacceptable. Her dignity was on the line. Typically, major streamers refrain from challenging lesser ones, as winning would be perceived as bullying, while losing would be viewed as a disgrace. Glancing at the PK score, she noted that her opponent was nearing 2 million, while she lagged behind with less than 600,000. A staggering gap of 1.4 million was daunting to bridge. After some contemplation, she discreetly pulled out her phone. Ring Gu, I've been feeling quite exhausted lately. I'd like to take a stroll around the capital tomorrow to unwind. If you have time, could you be my guide? Ren Zhuoyong, who was in a state of inner turmoil, instantly grasped her hint upon reading Yao Fei and Appo's message. He glanced at the alluring Yao Fei in the live stream. Feeling a surge of excitement, he had supported her for so long, waiting for this very moment. Without hesitation, he recharged 3 million. Surely, this would be enough to turn the tides, as such substantial PK scores were rare, typically only occurring during special events, and would likely require additional tactics, such as guild rebates. This was genuine currency, and he had just recently recovered some project funds. Ren Zhuoyong inhaled deeply. Envisioning the myriad of poses Yao Fei would strike for him, he proceeded to renew his emperor status 100 times in her live room. The viewers erupted in excitement, a total of 3 million in renewals. Ren Zhuoyong dispatched rockets X-99 in the live stream. Ren Zhuoyong dispatched rockets X-99 in the live stream. Ren Zhuoyong dispatched rockets X-99 in the live stream. Yao Fei's PK score suddenly began to soar, and the barrage of comments flooded in. Ren Huang is magnificent. Yao Fei has finally unleashed her power. This is the true strength of Ren Huang. Let us see if the other side dares to put on airs in front of him. Yao Fei observed the flurry of gift effects on her screen, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. In mere moments, she had amassed over 1 million in gifts, equivalent to her monthly income. Although she was aware of the cost, she deemed it worthwhile. Without investment, how could one expect returns? Thank you for your support, Ringu. You are truly amazing. And I'm at a loss for how to express my gratitude. Love you. Sending hearts. Yao Fei's voice resonated in the live stream. Listening to her, Ren Zhuoyong felt a flutter of excitement, as if his gifting pace had quickened. In reality, he was not lacking in attractive women in the real world. Yet he found a distinct charm in the playful demeanor of this streamer on camera. Additionally, being adored in the live stream was an irresistible allure. As the PK intensified, the number of viewers in both live rooms surged, surpassing 100,000 on each side in no time. Such extravagant displays of wealth were a rare spectacle. Rockets seemed to flow freely, with each side launching 99 at a time. The visual effects in the live stream began to lag under the barrage. The continuous stream of rockets was a feast for the eyes of the viewers. As 10 minutes of PK time approached its midpoint, astute viewers began to notice a curious phenomenon. Ren Huang began his rocket launches from a score of 600,000, while the opposing score was 201 million. After nearly 2 minutes of relentless rocket fire, the score gap remained unchanged. The score stood at man-4. 1 million to Yao Fei and Amp, Oppos, S2. 6 million. This indicated that while Ren Huang renewed his emperor status and showered gifts, Su Chen had not ceased his contributions either. Ren Zhuiyong gradually sensed something amiss, even breaking into a cold sweat as he gripped his mouse. He had recharged 3 million, initially believing victory was assured, only to discover that not only had he failed to close the gap, it had widened significantly. The opposing Starfire currency seemed inexhaustible. It was critical to note that the other side was a novice account without any rank. If there had been a rank, he could have calculated the opponent's currency through renewals. But now, he had no way of knowing how much the opponent had prepared. His Emperor status offered a 10 rebate with each renewal. Thus, for 3 million, the platform would provide him with an additional 300,000 in rebates. Initially, he thought that the opponent was merely playing the role of a novice for show, foolishly seeking attention, which made him smirk in secret. But now, Ren Zhuiyong realized he had misjudged the situation. The other party was neither foolish nor merely trying to impress. Instead, their strength transcended the platform and Oppos' meager rebates. It seemed he had truly encountered a formidable opponent. As his Starfire currency dwindled, he launched his final rocket. Ren Zhuiyong discovered that the gifts from the opponent had not ceased. Of course, they hadn't. Su Chen beamed as he watched his bank balance rise by 900 every few seconds. He was elated. The speed at which he was earning money was such that even the world's richest would bow in admiration. Li Man, overwhelmed by the sight of the 99 rockets, spoke with a voice tinged with emotion. "Thank you, Brother Chen. You were so good to me. Please, no more gifts. We've already won." With only 2 minutes left in the PK time, Ren Zhuiyong and Oppos' expression darkened further. He had assumed he was facing a mere pretender, easily securing victory while gaining both prestige and affection. Yet, he never anticipated that after investing 3 million, the score gap would not only remain but widen, culminating in his own humiliation. At this moment, Yao Fei watched the ever-increasing disparity on her screen, her heart racing with anxiety, yet feeling utterly helpless. After all, she had exhausted every strategy at her disposal. "Ringu, what should we do?" Yao Fei and Oppos' voice trembled slightly. Ren Zhuiyong gritted his teeth, feeling a surge of frustration. He had expected to shine in this PK, yet he found himself being thoroughly dominated. Su Chen and Oppos' gifts continued unabated, raining down like a deluge. And the score gap had swelled to an astonishing 4 million. Li Man and Oppos' voice cracked with emotion as she repeatedly expressed her gratitude to Su Chen, her words tumbling out in a flurry. "Brother Chen, this is enough. We have already won. Please don't send any more." She understood Su Chen's wealth. Yet at this moment, she genuinely wished for him to refrain from spending further on her behalf. Li Man had never imagined that as a streamer, she would one day find herself actively refusing gifts. As the PK entered its final minute, Ren Zhuiyong's demeanor had become utterly grim. Ringu, having amassed 4 million, even for a top-tier streamer, it was a significant income. Though he felt a sense of joy, he still had to feign discontent. Ren Zhuiyong took a deep breath and typed a comment in the live stream. "Brothers, today I have lost. Everyone, please disperse." With that, he exited the live room, leaving no further trace. As the PK time concluded, a wave of jubilant cheers erupted from Li Man's live stream. The final score was set at Li Man's 5 million against the Demonist's 4 million, a staggering difference of 5 million. Li Man's fans flooded the chat with tributes to Brother Chen's might, and the entire live stream was enveloped in the euphoria of victory. Chapter 16, releasing the pressure from her fingers, which had grown numb from exertion. She felt an exhilarating sense of relief, though her fingers ached slightly. Fortunately, such tasks could be accomplished with just one finger, had she employed all 5. Her endurance would surely have been tested to its limits. Beep, Li Man Intimacy 10, current Intimacy 90, congratulations to the host for earning a point with the male god. Beep, Li Man Intimacy 5, current Intimacy 95. 95 points in Intimacy. With a little more effort, she would soon reach the coveted 100. Su Chen eagerly recalled what the system had promised, a tenfold return. Currently, spending 10,000 would yield a mere 1,000, but upon successfully completing the task, that same expenditure could yield a staggering 100,000. The allure of such a 100-fold difference was simply irresistible. Yet, she wondered whether successful task referred to achieving 100 intimacy points or establishing a profound connection. No matter, there was no rush as time was on her side, and the truth would eventually reveal itself. Casting a glance at her Starfire currency balance, which had reached 500,000, She decided to recharge 20 million using the mail god card. With currency in her pocket, her heart felt at ease. As the PK concluded and the victor emerged, even the esteemed brother of the demoness was taken offline. The atmosphere in Li Manman and Apos' live stream was one of jubilant celebration, while the comments in the demoness and Apos' stream were far less amicable. Humph, what a grand figure he was, yet he was still bested by my Chen Ge. So what if he couldn't win? What a coward. Ren Huang, Mom, someone's attacking me. Oh, but I initiated it first, so it's all right. As a seasoned top-tier streamer, the demoness had weathered many storms. She understood that the vitriol from the audience would soon pass. After all, having received gifts worth 4 million, she felt a thrill within, though she feigned discomfort for the sake of her brother and the viewers. The sister on the opposing side is quite formidable, and Star Chun is impressive as well. Brother, you've hurt me so much, sob. Despite the demoness and Apos' beauty, Su Chen and Apos' thoughts turned to her character value, which did nothing to pique his interest. He sent a message, fair play, let us end this. Li Man astutely projected the live stream comments onto the screen. Upon seeing Su Chen's remark, the demoness pouted and turned off her beauty filter. As expected of a system-certified beauty, her appearance remained largely unchanged, save for a slight dullness in her complexion. Brother, you've hurt me so much. Will there be any medical expenses? Su Chen casually typed 2 words in the comments, eliciting a chorus of laughter from the stream. After all, it was hard to believe that just a moment ago, he had been lavishly gifting over 8 million, only to now speak of medical fees. The demoness understood that Su Chen was teasing her and recognized his lack of interest. After exchanging a few words with Li Man, she disconnected from the call. Beep. Chen Yinran Intimacy 5, current intimacy 65. Beep. Chen Yinran Intimacy -10, current intimacy 55. Beep. Chen Yinran Intimacy 5, current intimacy 60. Beep. Chen Yinran Intimacy 15, current intimacy 70. Congratulations to the host for earning a point with the male god. Su Chen was left perplexed. What was the deal with Chen Yinran, the campus belle? In her own live stream, although she was broadcasting, Chen Yinran appeared lackluster. Her usual companion, Yang Gu, was absent, leaving only a few loyal fans to offer comfort. Don't worry, streamer, Chen Gu won't be angry. Just stay cheerful. Perhaps Chen Gu will come to see you soon. Cheer up, you're the best. However, the mere mention of Su Chen made Chen Yin and feel a surge of resentment. Not only had she not participated in the guild war, but she had also been scolded by the guild management for failing to support her brother. Last night had been restless, her mind preoccupied with the green bubbles. Yet she had received no response from Su Chen. But upon starting her stream, she witnessed the world announcement flooding the screen with Su Chen's name. Stealing a glance with a secondary account, she was stunned to find that in just 10 minutes, he had gifted over 8 million to that streamer named Man. Humph. So what if her chest was slightly larger? In every other aspect, she was far more attractive than that. 8 million. Even after splitting the earnings, she would still receive over 2 million, an amount that most people would never earn in a lifetime. In comparison, her own earnings of over 80,000 from the previous day suddenly felt insignificant. Without comparison, there was no pain. Chen Yinran felt a pang of jealousy. If only she had called him husband yesterday, perhaps that 8 million would have been hers. The thought brought a twinge of regret. 8 million, enough for a comfortable life in a small county. She sensed that capturing Su Chen's attention might be her chance to alter her fate. Yet, she feared that if her brother truly ignored her, would she even have a chance, regardless of her willingness? Chen Yinran succumbed to her anxieties. With a resounding crash, Chen Yang hurled his mouse to the ground. He had always believed he was in the right. What man could tolerate his girlfriend being flirted with in front of him? He felt that his restraint in merely silencing her was commendable. Chen Yang, you simply Don and Apos. T understand me. You Don and Apos. T trust me. Let and Apos. S break up. Recalling Chen Yinran's icy words from the previous night pierced his heart like a dagger. Moreover, not only had he been blocked by the green bubbles, but his account on the Xingho platform had also been stripped of its privileges and added to the blacklist. Chen Yinran, you will surely regret leaving me. Chen Yang seethed with determination. Unbeknownst to him, Su Chen was contemplating whether to participate in a lottery, completely unaware that Chen Yang and Chen Yin had fallen out because of him. With 5 points accumulated with the male god, he resisted the urge to draw immediately, deciding instead to wait for a 10 draw. Su Chen calculated that the rewards from a 10 draw would undoubtedly be far more generous than those from a single draw. He resolved to hold off until he had enough points for a grand sweep. After all, The rewards from the system had never failed to impress. Just then, his phone vibrated. Upon checking, he saw a message from Li Man. Chingu, thank you so much today. Without you, I surely wouldn't have won this PK. Su Chen pondered for a moment before replying, it was a small matter. No need for thanks. You performed splendidly. Keep up the good work. Li Man quickly responded. Chingu, I have a small request. I wonder if you could grant it. Su Chen raised an eyebrow and replied, what is your request? Please share. Li Man seemed hesitant, taking a few seconds before sending her message. Chingu, could you be my boyfriend for a day? Just a day? I want to experience being pampered. As long as he was not foolish, Su Chen surely understood her meaning, but she worried that he might think she was frivolous. Sitting before her computer, watching her green bubble float away, Li Man felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Su Chen, not being naive, instantly grasped the implication of her message. This Li Man truly understood gratitude. After all, those who are grateful make for excellent streamers. After contemplating, he replied, sure. Tomorrow is Sunday, and I have the time. Where are you from? I'll see if it's far. I'll book a flight right away. Upon receiving Su Chen's reply, Li Man was filled with joy. A man capable of such generous gifting must be an extraordinary figure in reality. Having made such a significant decision, she was determined to seize the opportunity. In the magical city. All right, Brother Chen, I am in the capital now. And I will proceed to book the tickets. Very well, see you tomorrow. I am quite excited at the thought of soon personally experiencing Li Man's expansive heart. Chapter 17 Chen Yin closed the chat interface with Li Man. After a moment's reflection, she realized she had left the campus bell waiting long enough. She clicked on the green bubble and glanced at the messages. Morning, I'm so sorry. I didn't expect him to act that way. Morning. I've lifted your ban, and I've removed his admin privileges. Please don't be upset. He is my boyfriend in real life. And we just had an argument over this. Can you understand me? I've broken up with him, and I feel so heartbroken. To her surprise, the campus bell had sent over 20 messages. Scrolling to the latest one, she noted it had been sent just 3 minutes ago. Morning. Are you really mad at me now? I saw you watching the stream today, but you didn't come to see me. Su Chen had not anticipated that the usually aloof campus belle would engage in such a manner. Would Chen Yang be furious if he found out? The memory of Chen Yang's expression from that day brought Su Chen a sense of satisfaction. He silently thanked Tong Gu again. After some thought, Su Chen replied, I'm here. Brother Chen, you finally decided to talk to me. Almost instantly after sending the message, Chen Yinran's reply popped up. I thought you were angry and would ignore me forever. Upon seeing Chen Yang's message, Chen Yinran seemed to forget about the live broadcast. Her words conveyed her eagerness and joy, clearly indicating she had been waiting for Su Chen and Appo's response. I'm not that petty, Su Chen typed back. Morning. I genuinely didn't foresee him acting that way. Su Chen deliberately paused for a few seconds before responding. Sure enough, when he didn't reply immediately, Chen Yinran sent another message. Morning. If you're still upset, I can apologize. You can punish me however you like. Seeing this message, Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle. The normally high and mighty campus belle was saying such things. It was evident she was quite anxious. The allure of wealth is indeed boundless. Just because he had gifted her several 100,000, he had garnered her concern. Punish you? How would you like to be punished? You can decide how to punish me. Feeling a rush of mischief, Chen Yinran thought, if one could spend 8 million, perhaps she wouldn't need to work so hard. After all, when faced with enough money to change one's life, what woman could remain indifferent? Su Chen smiled and replied, all right, I'm truly not that small-minded. However, since you've offered an apology, let us see how you perform in the future. Rest assured, Brother Chen, I will certainly behave well. Not wishing to prolong this topic, Su Chen shifted the conversation, asking, so, you broke up with him? Is that true? Yes. We had an argument because I felt he disrespected me, but I don't regret it. Chen Yinran's tone was somewhat somber, yet she quickly added, but I have no regrets. Su Chen chuckled, all right, don't overthink it, just focus on your live broadcast. Will you watch my live stream tonight, Brother Chen? Chen Yinran asked cautiously. Depends on the situation. If I have time, I'll drop by. I'll be waiting for you, Brother Chen. Su Chen chose not to reply further and closed the chat interface. Ding, his phone chimed again. Looking down, he saw a selfie from Chen Yinran. In the photo, she wore a white dress, with her live broadcast room as the backdrop, looking pure and charming. Below the picture, she had written, Brother Chen. I'll wear this outfit for tonight's stream. Do you like it? Raising an eyebrow, Su Chen hadn't expected Chen Yinran to send a photo so proactively. After pondering, he replied, not bad. It suits you well. Chen Yinran almost instantaneously responded, Really? If you have time, you must watch my stream. I've prepared a new song just for you. Su Chen glanced at the message and felt too lazy to respond. He was certain that if he were still his former self, Chen Yin and would not have given him a second glance. The allure of wealth was terrifying. However, what would Chen Yinran's reaction be if she learned he was Su Chen? Su Chen suddenly found himself anticipating the campus belle's reaction upon seeing his true self. He closed the chat interface, stretched, and noted the time. It was already 5 in the afternoon. The 3 guys in the dormitory were nowhere to be found, seemingly off enjoying themselves. Glancing at his bank balance, he noted it had surpassed 1 million. Tomorrow, Li Man would be visiting, and he couldn't possibly bring her back to his dormitory. He had never stayed in a high-end hotel before, and since he had the means, he certainly wouldn't deprive himself. Having previously been an ordinary person, he was somewhat unfamiliar with high-end hotels. He pulled out his phone to do some research. It seemed the Waldorf Astoria on the Bund was quite good. His gaze lingered on the description of the presidential suite, priced at 888 yuan per night. If he was to indulge, why not experience the best? Without hesitation, he clicked the reservation button and booked the presidential suite for an entire week. A confirmation message pinged, indicating the booking was successful. With nothing to pack, he set off directly. As he sat in the taxi, Su Chen felt as though he were dreaming. Just earlier that day, he was an ordinary university student. Now he was a millionaire. For true affluent individuals, 1 million was not a significant amount. Yet, with Tong Gu in his corner, his wealth would only continue to grow. A beautiful life awaited him, beginning with the activation of the system. Lost in thought, the taxi arrived at the hotel. Su Chen admitted he was utterly awestruck by the opulence before him. The lobby was resplendently decorated, exuding an air of grandeur, with crystal chandeliers casting a soft glow. A subtle fragrance wafted through the air, refreshing the spirit. Among the gathered crowd, the gentlemen donned the attire of successful individuals, social elites, while the ladies dazzled in their elegance, adorned with jewelry that sparkled. Su Chen, in his ordinary attire, felt somewhat out of place. He endeavored to relax, but being in such a high-end setting for the first time naturally made him a tad nervous. Sir, welcome to the Waldorf Astoria. How may I assist you? The front desk attendant greeted him with a warm smile, her tone gentle and voice sweet. She showed no sign of surprise at his ordinary clothing. During the check-in process, Su Chen could distinctly sense the attendant's astonishment. Initially, she assumed he was merely there to experience the luxury of the hotel for a night, perhaps to impress friends, likely opting for a standard executive suite. Such guests were rare, but not unheard of. However, Su Chen had reserved the most expensive presidential suite, booking it for an entire week, totaling over 600,000 yuan. It was impossible for her not to be taken aback. Noticing the attendant and Appo's astonished gaze, Su Chen's vanity was greatly satisfied. Her professional demeanor allowed her to swiftly mask her surprise. Mr. Su, your presidential suite is ready. Here is your room key. We have also provided you with a personal butler, available for your service 24/7. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to contact him. The front desk attendant handed over an elegantly crafted room key and gestured for a young man in a black suit to step forward. Mr. Su, hello. I am your personal butler. You may call me Shaolin. I will be at your service from now on. The young man slightly bowed. Indeed. It is a top-tier hotel, where even the legendary personal butler is at one and Appo's service. This scenario, once only encountered in novels, has afforded me a genuine experience. The presidential suite is situated on the hotel's highest floor, and under the guidance of Shaolin, I ascended to it via a private elevator. The suite is adorned with opulence yet retains an air of elegance. The spacious living room boasts genuine leather sofas and exquisite artworks. Standing before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, one can gaze down upon the breathtaking nightscape of the Bund. The lights along both banks of the Huangpu River shimmer brilliantly, resembling a flowing canvas. After a brief introduction to the room and Appo's layout and amenities, Shaolin withdrew at Su Chen and Appo's gesture. Su Chen approached the window, looking out over the night view of the Bund, which instilled a profound sense of mastery over everything in her heart. Chapter 18. The presidential suite. I took out my phone to capture a photograph of the river view and casually posted it on my social media. I opened the champagne that the hotel had provided, poured myself a glass, and took a delicate sip. Su Chen had never been much of a wine drinker. Thus he could not discern the quality of the wine. The only flavor he could detect was the taste of money within it. Glancing at my phone, I noticed that my recent post had garnered several comments. I say, where are you? By the looks of this angle, is that a panoramic view of the bund? You haven't abandoned us to enjoy this on your own, have you? Lu Jun, the eldest. Come clean. Is there a beautiful lady behind you? Feng Xiaofeng. The third. Don't forget your brothers when you're rich. Second brother. I am your fourth brother. Please take me along. I beg you. Zhou Jun, the fourth. Wow, so beautiful. That angle is absolutely stunning. Qinyu. So lovely. I wish I could experience this too. Li Miaman. Su Chen smiled faintly as he read through the comments. He then sent a message in the dorm group. Brothers, I'm stepping out for a week to experience life. Staying outside this week, so don't worry about me. I'm not worried at all. I'm just envious second brother. The eldest has gone mad over the second brother ignoring the commotion of his friends. Su Chen had booked a hotel for a week, spending over 600,000. Thus stepping out of the millionaire bracket. He needed to hustle to earn more. After pondering for a moment, he retrieved his phone and found the number of his dedicated customer service representative, Wang Ran, from the Spark platform. He dialed it. The phone rang for no more than 3 seconds before being answered. Hello, Mr. Su Chen. The melodious voice of Wang Ran echoed on the line. I have some feedback to provide. Is that all right? Of course, please hold on a moment while I grab a pen to take notes. After about half a minute, she said, I'm ready. Please go ahead. I believe there is an issue with the tipping mechanism on your platform. The money flows too slowly. Why can the treasure map and exclusive gifts only be sent one at a time? The maximum number of rockets I can send at once is just 99, which severely hinders my tipping experience. Su Chen felt this was affecting his earning speed. He had spent 8 million on gifts that afternoon, and after exhausting his fingers, he had only made 800,000. To achieve even a modest goal, would he have to work himself to the bone? On the other end of the line, Wang Ran, who had been poised with pen and paper, was completely taken aback. No amount of contemplation could have prepared her for the nature of Su Chen's suggestion. Was this truly the world of the wealthy? At that moment, she wished she could pry open Su Chen's skull to understand his thought process. Having been in the live streaming industry for so long, this was her first encounter with someone who complained about the monetary limits set on platform gifts. Yet, recalling the afternoon when her boss learned of Su Chen recharging 20 million on the platform and subsequently sent her a 1,000 yuan red envelope, it dawned on her, Su Chen was a deity. Everything about a deity is correct. Moreover, the more Su Chen tipped, the more red envelopes she received as his dedicated customer service representative. Wang Ran quickly replied, Mr. Su Chen, I have noted your suggestion and will promptly relay it to the company. I will inform you as soon as I have any updates. Do you have any other suggestions? None for the moment. Thank you, and I wish you a pleasant day. Should you have any issues, feel free to contact me. Goodbye. As Su Chen hung up the phone and settled onto the sofa, he opened the Spark live streaming platform. The platform and Oppos, as feedback might take some time. So he decided to work harder and earn more. He directly entered Chen Yiran's live stream. Perhaps due to receiving Su Chen's reply earlier, Chen Yiran's mood seemed significantly improved. She was singing a contemporary pop song. Listening quietly, he had to admit, she sang remarkably well. Dayue Chen sent a Rocket X99 in the live stream. Dayue Chen sent a Rocket X99 in the live stream. Dayue Chen sent a Rocket X99 in the live stream. He launched 3 consecutive rounds of 99 rockets. The benefit of using a secondary account was that unless one typed or gifted, no one would know that Su Chen had already listened to an entire song. The live stream and Oppos' gift banner attracted many visitors, some of whom came out of curiosity. In just 2 days, Su Chen had gained considerable fame on the Spark platform. Especially that afternoon, he had boldly confronted the emperor brother of the Demon Queen's household, Ren Huang, using a secondary account, which had left many in awe. The number of viewers in the live stream visibly increased, and the barrage of comments surged. Finally seeing the real deal, brother is amazing. Chenggu, you're so handsome. Your generosity is evident. Brother, what is the occasion for your summons? Notification, Chen Yiran and Oppos, favorability 10, current favorability 80. Host earns a male god. Point 1. Upon seeing the gift effects in the live stream, Chen Yiran's eyes sparkled. She had noticed Su Chen and Oppos' recent post and had initially thought he might have other engagements that night, leaving her feeling somewhat disheartened. To her surprise, he had still come to see her. Thank you, brother Dayue Chen. Welcome back home. I will now sing a song prepared especially for you, hoping you will like it. As the gentle prelude began, Chen Yiran and Oppos' voice flowed softly, pure and enchanting. imbued with a hint of tenderness. The lyrics were filled with gratitude and admiration for a beloved, as if each line was sung for Su Chen. The barrage in the live stream erupted. "Miss Iran, is this a confession? Brother is so lucky. This song is so sweet. I'm feeling envious." After the song concluded, Su Chen casually sent another wave of gifts, and the live stream was once again inundated with rocket effects. Su Chen sent a Rocket X99 in the live stream. Su Chen sent a Rocket X99 in the live stream. Su Chen sent a Rocket X99 in the live stream. He rewarded her with 1 million in gifts. And seeing his bank balance return to the 50,000 threshold, he felt a sense of relief. The audience had grown accustomed to Su Chen's lavishness and teased him. "Brother, are you trying to blow up Iran's live stream? Miss Iran, give brother a loving hug. Brother, do you have feelings for Miss Iran? Spill it." Watching the screen filled with gift effects, Chen Iran felt her eyes welling with tears. Taking a deep breath, she addressed the camera. "Brother, thank you for your support." He had unhesitatingly gifted 100,000, and in the afternoon, he had tipped another host named Man 800,000. A man like this was worth her investment. In that moment, Chen Iran became even more resolute in her thoughts. Notification: Chen Iran and Oppos. S favorability 10, current favorability 90. Host earns a male god. .1. At Shenyang and Oppos. S home. Smash. The newly acquired mouse was violently thrown to the ground. Having been blacklisted on his primary account, he was now peering into Chen Iran's live stream with a secondary account. Shenyang fumed. "No wonder she blocked me. She truly has moved on with someone else." "Fine, Chen Iran. This is how you choose to treat me." Shenyang clenched his fists tightly. Chapter 19. The meeting. Chen Yan and Amp. Oppos. S favorability is almost at its peak. Just as I was about to type a compliment about her delightful singing, my phone rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID, I saw it was Wang Ran. "Hello, Mr. Su Chen." Wang Ran's voice remained as warm and melodious as ever. "Regarding the reward mechanism you previously mentioned, our platform has devised an optimization plan that I would like to report to you. I was pleasantly surprised by the swift action of the Xingho platform. Go ahead. I and Amp, Oppos, am listening." Wang Ran cleared her throat and spoke earnestly. "Our technical team has planned to develop a bulk reward feature, and once the update is complete, it will support up to 999 rocket launchers. We anticipate the update will be finished by tomorrow." After hearing this, I mentally calculated 999 rocket launchers equate to 1 million, which means I and Amp, Oppos, LL net around 100,000. Quite efficient indeed. Relieved by my affirmation, Wang Ran cautiously continued. "Additionally, our platform is hosting an offline annual gala next month and would like to invite you as a distinguished guest. I wonder if you might be interested." I thought for a moment. I and Oppos, LL consider the situation. If time permits, I shall attend. The gala would undoubtedly be filled with beautiful women. Perhaps I could find someone who meets the system's binding criteria. Great. I will send you the time and location shortly. After hanging up, I found my interest in watching the live stream had suddenly waned. After all, the reward rules would be updated tomorrow, allowing for a more time-efficient way to earn money. I glanced at the spacious bathtub in the bathroom. Alas, today I was alone. I lay back in the tub, indulging in the automatic massage service. Picking up my phone, I checked the messages. "Li Man. Morning, Brother Chen. I booked my flight. I land at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Can you send me the address so I can go directly?" "No need. I and Amp, Oppos, LL pick you up tomorrow." "That is wonderful. I can and Amp, Oppos, wait to meet you." After pondering for a moment, I called my steward, Shaoli, instructing him to arrange a car to pick up Li Man from the airport. With everything settled, I retired early for the night. That evening, I enjoyed a deep, restful slumber. The next morning, I awoke to sunlight streaming through the curtains. A full night's sleep left me feeling invigorated. I checked my phone. It was already 8 a.m. I needed to prepare to pick up Li Man. After a brief tidying up, I contacted my steward, Shaoli, to confirm the pickup arrangements. He informed me that the vehicle was ready and could depart at any time. And he also brought me a simple breakfast as per my request, a cup of freshly ground soy milk and a warm croissant. After a quick bite, I exited the hotel. The welcoming car was already waiting at the entrance. I was provided with a sleek black Mercedes-Benz V-Class. Its elegant lines and luxurious interior designed specifically for high-end concierge service. The driver stood respectfully by the car. Upon seeing me, he promptly opened the door. "Good morning, Mr. Su. The car is ready. We can leave at your convenience." I nodded and settled into the spacious interior, where the seats were upholstered in top-grade leather. soft to the touch. Approximately 20 minutes later, we arrived at the airport. I stepped out and headed straight for the arrivals terminal. Before long, I caught sight of Li Man and Appo's figure. I must say, the beauty verified by the system was indeed remarkable. She wore a form-fitting black dress that gracefully brushed her knees, exuding an air of mystery and allure. The dress hugged her curves perfectly, accentuating her impressive bust and slender waist. Her legs were elegantly encased in black stockings, making them appear even longer and more enticing. Even with sunglasses shielding her eyes, she attracted the attention of many admirers. Since we had never met before, Li Man scanned the crowd several times without recognizing me. I was dressed in simple attire, and being only 20 years old, I bore no resemblance to the wealthy benefactor she imagined, a man in his 30s or 40s, perhaps clad in a suit, with a beer belly and a receding hairline. Despite being mentally prepared for our encounter, Li Man's heart fluttered with uncertainty as she stood there, glancing around. I took a couple of steps forward. Man. She paused, removed her sunglasses, revealing a pair of bright eyes. After sizing me up, she asked, somewhat incredulously, "Are you Brother Su Chen?" I nodded, extending my hand with a smile. "Indeed, I am Su Chen. It's a pleasure to meet you. Welcome to the Magic City." Li Man felt her worldview shift. The lavish benefactor who had generously gifted millions in the live stream turned out to be so young. He radiated a youthful aura, and I estimated that his entire outfit likely cost less than 1,000 yuan, appearing even younger than herself. In that moment, Li Man questioned whether Brother Su Chen had no desire to meet her and had instead sent someone to play a prank. After a brief hesitation, she shook my hand. "I'm Li Man. Brother Su is so young. This truly surprises me." Though I already knew her true name through the system, I was unfazed. I gestured toward the exit. "The car is waiting outside. Let us head out and discuss further on the way." We walked side by side out of the airport, where the black Mercedes-Benz V-Class awaited us. The driver opened the door respectfully, and we settled into the back seat together. "Brother Su, is this your car?" Li Man inquired. I chuckled lightly. "This is the car provided by the hotel. I haven't picked up my own yet. I plan to do so after I pick you up." Turning to the driver, I instructed, "Please take us to the Lamborghini dealership, and then you may return to the hotel." The car began to move slowly toward our destination. The atmosphere in the car was somewhat subdued during our first meeting. Li Man glanced at me and broke the silence. "Brother Su, I didn't expect you to be so young. You don't seem like a successful person. Rather, you resemble a student." In truth, Li Man still held a hint of skepticism. She had encountered several wealthy heirs before, but Su Chen gave her the impression of an ordinary college student from a humble background. I noticed her doubt. My casual attire hardly conveyed the image of someone capable of showering the live stream with rocket launchers. Having only received the system 2 days prior, I had yet to cultivate a refined appearance or elevate my demeanor. "Magic City University, sophomore," I replied with a slight smile. I then gently took Li Man's hand in mine. A shiver ran through her, yet she did not resist. Having come all this way to the Magic City, she had prepared herself for this moment and saw no reason to be coy. Moreover, Su Chen was far more appealing than the greasy middle-aged man she had imagined. Feeling the softness and warmth of her hand and the intoxicating fragrance that lingered close by, my heart stirred with delight. Chapter 20. Take it and spend freely. Li Man lowered her head, a faint blush adorning her delicate, fair skin, which radiated a charming rosy hue. The sight was enough to stir Su Chen's appetite. However, it was broad daylight. While certain activities might be permissible in the light of day, the setting was decidedly inappropriate for any audacious actions. Su Chen suppressed his inner impulses, glancing at the balance in his bank card, a thought igniting within him. He temporarily silenced the bank's SMS notifications and opened the Starfire live streaming app, handing his phone to Li Man. "Use my account. Feel free to spend as you wish. How much you can consume is entirely up to you." Li Man was clearly taken aback. Was this truly an option? She had come prepared for their meeting. Dining, shopping, and even resting were all on her agenda. Before setting off, she had steeled herself, ready to endure anything, even if her companion were an elderly man. After all, receiving numerous gifts would certainly not leave her at a loss. Yet, she had never anticipated that, upon meeting, she would be handed her elder brother's phone to spend lavishly on gifts. Dumbfounded, she accepted the phone and instinctively checked the balance of Starfire coins in the account. 1,950,000. My goodness, what kind of affluent individual is this? The account balance begins in the millions? This utterly reshaped Li Man's perception of the wealthy elite. When she looked up at Su Chen again, any trace of youthful naivety had vanished, replaced by the unmistakable aura of a top-tier tycoon. Even his casual attire, which seemed unremarkable, now appeared to her as a testament to simplicity and authenticity. What folly it was for someone of such stature to require ostentatious clothing and accessories for adornment. Cautiously, Li Man inquired, "Am I free to choose whatever I like?" Su Chen gently grasped her small hand and replied, "Spend as you please. The more you use, the better. If you run short, I shall recharge your account. After all, such a valuable asset should not go unutilized." Ding. Li Man's affinity 4, current affinity 99. Remarkably, there was even intimacy to gain, though it still fell short of a perfect 100. Despite her efforts, she remained at 99. It seemed that the system's criteria for successful conquest were not merely about spending money. Nevertheless, Su Chen felt a secret thrill. This was not entirely of his own volition, but rather the system compelling him to act thus. How ironic indeed. At this moment, Li Man's heart raced with excitement as she entered her live streaming room using Su Chen's account. After a moment's thought, she chose to send Su Chen's exclusive gift, Morning Emperor and Oppos, S arrival. Day and Night Chen sent and Oppos, Morning Emperor and Oppos, S arrival and Oppos, X1. Day and Night Chen sent and Oppos, Morning Emperor and Oppos, S arrival and Oppos, X1. Day and Night Chen sent and Oppos, Morning Emperor and Oppos, S arrival and Oppos, X1. A cascade of splendid effects unfolded in the black screen live stream. Prior to her departure, Li Man had amended the room and amp, Oppos, S announcement, informing her fans that she was taking a break. Thus, there were no viewers in the previous stream. However, with the emergence of Morning Emperor and Oppos, S arrival, a flood of visitors rushed into the live stream. Upon entering, the audience witnessed the following spectacle. In the black screen room, Day and Night Chen was incessantly showering gifts. 100,000, 200,000, 500,000, 800,000. Rarely seen privileged gifts were being tossed about as if money were of no concern. As the gifts continued to pour in, the atmosphere of the live stream ignited. Although Li Man had not officially begun her broadcast, the room and Oppos' popularity surged to over 50,000 viewers. Each newcomer was left in awe, astounded by Su Chen and Oppos' extravagant display of wealth. However, upon reading the announcement on the public screen, comprehension dawned. Black screen gift giving? Such audacity. It was evident that the streamer had been captured. No matter how beautiful the streamer, she was merely a plaything for another. Day and Night Chen and Amp, Oppos' little admirer, Big Brother. You are magnificent. Keep it up. Day and Night Chen's little follower, Big Brother and sister-in-law, enjoy yourselves. We'll handle the stream. Watching the chaotic barrage of comments, Li Man and Amp, Oppos' cheeks flushed once more. After sending a full 100 Morning Emperor and Amp, Oppos' arrival gifts, amounting to 1 million Huaxia coins, she felt satisfied. It was substantial enough. Reluctantly, she returned the phone to Su Chen. The sensation of wielding such immense wealth was intoxicating. Was this what it meant to be affluent? Yet fearing to provoke Su Chen's displeasure, she suppressed her reluctance and handed the phone back. As she passed the phone, a sense of emptiness washed over her. Su Chen took the phone, opened the banking app, and noted that the balance had only increased by 100,000. He felt somewhat speechless. With such generosity, why not adopt a broader mindset? He recharged the account with 10 million Starfire coins before tossing the phone back to Li Man. Dawn and Oppos, hold back on my account. If you spend less, it makes me unhappy. The more you spend, the more I profit. After all, it is rare to find such labor. How could you settle for a mere 100,000? Li Man received the phone and instinctively checked the Starfire coin balance. Astonishingly, it had swelled to 28,500,000. She had spent 1 million, while he had recharged 10 million. Gazing at the figure that could nearly secure her entire existence, she felt a tremor of apprehension. Could she truly hold on to such a man? For him, she might merely be a fleeting amusement, perhaps even less than that, a disposable toy. Casting aside her swirling thoughts, she took a deep breath, refocusing on her phone. Since Su Chen had granted her this opportunity, she must seize it. Biting her lip, she resumed gifting herself. Day and Night Chen sent and Oppos, Morning Emperor and Oppos, arrival and Oppos, X1. Day and Night Chen sent and Oppos, Morning Emperor and Oppos, arrival and Oppos, X1. Day and Night Chen sent and Oppos, Morning Emperor and Oppos, arrival and Oppos, X1. As the gifts continued to flow, Li Man's mood gradually lightened. She watched the numbers on the screen dance, feeling a flicker of exhilaration. The indulgence brought her an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Suddenly, her previous worries and doubts seemed utterly unwarranted. If Su Chen was willing to spend money on her, why not relish the experience? Mr. Su, we are almost there. Good. Su Chen replied, turning to Li Man. How are you doing? Li Man paused for a moment before nodding, about done. Su Chen smiled slightly, taking the phone and casually glancing at the balance, which had accumulated to 1 million. Not bad. I can now afford a decent watch. Constantly checking the time on my phone feels tedious. Su Chen thought it was time to acquire a timepiece. However, it would have to be a watch worth several million. His current funds were still insufficient. Earning money was indeed quite a challenge. He eagerly anticipated the system's tenfold returns. Chapter 21. Picking up the car, the vehicle came to a smooth halt at the entrance of the Lamborghini showroom. Su Chen instructed the driver to return to the hotel on his own, then took Li Man's hand and strolled into the Lamborghini hall. Sir, madam, I am Xiao Tian, a sales consultant at Lamborghini. How may I assist you today? A young sales representative approached briskly, a professional smile gracing her face. Her eyes discreetly assessing the couple before her. Each Lamborghini is a significant investment, and while many visitors come to admire the cars, genuine buyers are a rarity. Thus, those in this line of work have honed their ability to discern potential customers. Although they do not outright dismiss those without purchasing power, it is still prudent to conserve their energy. Su Chen, dressed in nondescript attire, hardly seemed like someone capable of affording such a luxury. In contrast, Li Man appeared resplendent, her attire aligning with the profile of a prospective client. Yet, the dynamic between them suggested that the man held the reins, which was somewhat perplexing. Regardless of Xiao Tian's inner musings, Su Chen offered a slight smile, gesturing towards the Lamborghini Rivuelto Opera Unica displayed in the center of the showroom. I am here to pick up my car. All relevant formalities have been completed. Prior to his visit, Su Chen had researched this vehicle online and was quite familiar with its performance and specifications. Consequently, upon entering the showroom, he immediately recognized his prized possession. Xiao Tian momentarily appeared taken aback, but quickly regained her professional demeanor, nodding. Very well, sir. Please hold on for a moment while I confirm this. Despite her skepticism about the young man being the owner of such a prestigious car, her professional integrity compelled her to rush to the counter and verify the information on her computer. When she saw the photograph of the registered owner, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the young man before her, her expression shifted to one of respect. After meticulously cross-checking the details, she confirmed that he was indeed the rightful owner of this limited edition Lamborghini and hastily contacted the store manager. Given that this car was valued at over 10 million, it was evident that such a luxury was beyond the reach of a mere sales consultant, especially since this model was a singular piece. Available globally only in this one instance, it was not merely wealth that could procure it. Upon finishing the call, Xiao Tian returned to Su Chen, her tone now imbued with deference. Mr. Su, I sincerely apologize for the wait. Your purchase has been verified and finalized. However, please bear with us a moment longer. Our store manager will be here shortly to personally oversee your delivery ceremony. Su Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you. Xiao Tian hastily added, Mr. Su, there is no need for formality. It is our honor to serve you. Li Man observed the scene with a sense of wonder, reflecting on her previous visits to luxury car dealerships where the treatment was decidedly different. Though she had also been greeted with courtesy, the insincere smiles paled in comparison to the genuine respect displayed now. This exemplified the stark divide between ordinary individuals and the elite. It was no wonder that countless people strive to ascend the social ladder. Many vistas are only available to those who reach the summit. Before long, a middle-aged man clad in a suit entered the showroom briskly. He approached Su Chen with a warm greeting. Mr. Su, I apologize for the delay. I am Chen Liang, the manager of this establishment. Thank you for your support of Lamborghini. Su Chen courteously shook Chen Liang's hand. You are too kind, Manager Chen. I genuinely admire this brand. While his car had been won through a system lottery, he could hardly confess. Apologies, but this was a system draw, not my choice. I sincerely regret any inconvenience caused, Mr. Su. As the esteemed owner of the Lamborghini Rivuelto Opera Unica, I shall personally oversee your handover ceremony. We will need just a bit more of your time to finalize some procedures. After a series of formalities, Su Chen was elevated to a gold member of Lamborghini, informed of a plethora of member privileges, and exchanged contact details with Chen Liang. With a respectful send-off from Chen Liang, Su Chen drove his supercar out of the dealership with Li Man by his side. The service here is truly exceptional, Li Man remarked as they drove away. still watching Chun Liang, who stood at a distance. They respect money, not us. Or rather, they respect those who possess it. Su Chen understood this well. Was he ready? His first car, a luxury supercar he once could not have fathomed owning, filled him with excitement. Li Man nodded eagerly. I've never ridden in such a luxurious supercar before. I can't wait. Su Chen gently pressed the accelerator, and the car surged forward like a crimson lightning bolt, weaving through the city streets. Thanks to his system-bestowed driving expertise, he maneuvered the vehicle effortlessly, as if it were an extension of himself. The roar of the engine and the admiring glances from passers-by amplified his enjoyment. Feeling the wind rush through the open window, Li Man was enveloped in a sense of freedom and exhilaration. Brother Chun, you are truly impressive, she exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. It was unclear whether she was praising his driving skills or his financial acumen. Just wait until you see what's even more impressive eventually. The car came to a stop at the hotel entrance. Su Chen and Li Man exited, and he handed the car keys to a waiting bellboy, instructing, please park the car and leave the keys at the front desk. The bellboy respectfully accepted the keys and nodded, certainly, Mr. Su. Su Chen casually tipped the bellboy 200 yuan. As he heard the bellboy's gratitude, he gradually acclimated to this lifestyle. Upon returning to the hotel, it was already midday. The two enjoyed an exquisite meal at the hotel's Western restaurant. Li Man delicately sliced a piece of steak and savored it, her eyes shining with satisfaction. This restaurant serves the best steak I've ever had. The flavor is exquisite. Su Chen smiled, taking a sip of his wine. I'm glad you like it. Brother Chen, where shall we go next? Naturally, to the places we ought to visit. Everything unfolded seamlessly after their meal. In the presidential suite, Su Chen felt akin to a skilled driver piloting a high-performance machine. Although the system had granted him advanced driving skills, the car and Oppo's remarkable capabilities, and this being his inaugural drive, rendered him somewhat unsteady. After much practice and several laps, he gradually became familiar with the vehicle and Oppo's features. Relishing the thrill of speed and adrenaline 2 hours later, Chapter 22. Shopping. This driving experience left Su Chen feeling exhilarated. Embracing the beautiful woman, whose skin glistened with perspiration, he silently savored the car's remarkable performance. The headlights were undeniably impressive, while the taillights exhibited sharp lines. The vehicle's overall capabilities were nothing short of extraordinary. As he drove, Su Chen felt as though he had become one with the car. This ultimate experience of unity between man and machine was utterly intoxicating. Had he not planned to go shopping in the afternoon, he would have relished the chance to drive further and indulge in the sheer joy of this exhilarating ride. It was indeed a stroke of fortune to possess such a luxury car. Once again, he found himself silently praising Tonggo for all the blessings bestowed upon him. Ding. Li Man's affection level 1. Current affection level 100. Congratulations, host. You have successfully captured your target, earning 10 God points. Congratulations, host. You have completed the God system upgrade. Auxiliary functions are now disabled, and the God store is officially open. Congratulations, host. You have gained the privilege of 10-fold rebate for Li Man and Oppo's purchases. Congratulations, host. The God Roulette function has been upgraded to the Advanced God Roulette, costing 10 God points per draw. Please continue to enhance this system, host, and explore more features on your own. Upon reading the system update notifications, Su Chen couldn't help but feel speechless. He had previously restrained himself from the impulse to draw, intending to save up for a grand 10-draw extravaganza. Yet, he had not anticipated the system would upgrade the God Roulette. Moreover, the cost had escalated to 10 points. Truly, one's calculations are often outmatched by fate. And what of the novice auxiliary function? It seemed he had never utilized any such feature. How did it feel like he had missed out on a fortune? After closing his eyes to ponder, he discovered that this so-called auxiliary function merely involved the system automatically detecting suitable targets. This was inconsequential. Su Chen had confidence in his own aesthetic judgment. An idea sparked in his mind. Ding, scanning successful. Target, Li Man, age, 22, height, 172 centimeters, weight, 49 kilograms, quality, 97, attractiveness, 82, figure, 92, affection level, 100, as long as it was usable. There were no issues. He opened the system store for inspection. Within the store, only 3 items were available. Beginner attractiveness enhancement. Each point of attractiveness requires 1 God point, with a maximum enhancement of 90 points. Beginner figure enhancement. Each point of figure requires 1 God point, with a maximum enhancement of 90 points. Beginner brain development. Each one increase requires 1 God point, with a maximum enhancement of 20. Upon seeing the brain development option, Su Chen's eyes lit up. Generally, a person's brain development level is around 10. Contemplating his current balance of 17 God points, he decided to allocate 7 points for brain development, reserving the remaining 10 points for a spin on the advanced God roulette. Ding! Congratulations, host. Brain development level increased by 7. Current brain development level 17. Su Chen felt a refreshing sensation in his mind, as if all the previous fatigue and stress had been swept away, and his thoughts became remarkably clear. This exhilarating feeling filled him with excitement. Indeed, the enhancement of brain development yielded extraordinary results. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn master-level combat skills. Su Chen felt enveloped in a warm current, every cell within him bubbling with energy, and his muscle memory instantaneously activated, as though he had undergone countless practical training sessions. After organizing the gains from the system, the two of them shared a tender moment before setting off to one of the premier shopping malls in the city. Tianhua Plaza, a haven for luxury goods, is frequented by the affluent and famous. As the first binding target to reach an affection level of 100, Su Chen was determined to treat her well. Furthermore, he had yet to experience the tenfold rebate. Brother Chen, this outfit is stunning. Pack it up. Oh, this bag is beautiful. Pack it up, swipe my card. Brother Chen, this necklace suits me perfectly. Let me wear it. Don't take it off. Perhaps aware of Su Chen's capabilities, or perhaps due to the deepening of their relationship, Li Man did not hesitate to purchase anything she fancied. Su Chen, in turn, was more than happy to oblige. In less than 2 hours, Su Chen had lavished nearly 3 million on clothing, bags, and jewelry for Li Man. Each time she expressed a liking for an item, he would unhesitatingly swipe his card to pay. Ding! Congratulations, host, for spending 80,000 yuan on Li Man, earning a rebate of 800,000 yuan. Now deposited into the host and Oppo's bank account. Ding! Congratulations, host, for spending 280,000 yuan on Li Man, earning a rebate of 800,000 yuan. Now deposited into the host and Oppo's bank account. It was truly a delightful experience to spend freely, listening to the system notifications echoing in his mind. And seeing his bank balance nearing 30 million, Su Chen couldn't help but grin widely. Compared to the previous 10% rebate, this tenfold return was simply exhilarating. Due to Su Chen and Li Man and Oppo's extravagant shopping spree, they stirred quite a commotion in the mall. Particularly in the luxury boutiques, the sales staff eagerly anticipated their arrival. Typically, luxury buyers are known for their finicky nature, often trying on numerous items only to leave without a purchase, wasting both time and sentiment. However, Su Chen and Li Man were different. If they liked something, they simply bought it. Such affluent customers were indeed a rare sight. Moreover, their spending habits, akin to purchasing cabbages, attracted a crowd of onlookers. The mall had to assign 2 security guards to accompany the couple throughout their shopping excursion, assisting with their purchases. Among the spectators were several well-dressed young women, casting envious glances at the couple's lavish acquisitions. How enviable that young lady is. That man is so handsome. When will we find ourselves such a golden partner? Who will go up to add a WeChat contact? Adding WeChat. Did you not notice the stunning woman beside him? She outshines all of us. At 6 in the evening, with afternoon tea priced at 200 yuan per person, any sisters interested in joining? Feeling the envious and jealous gazes from the other young ladies, Li Man was filled with delight. Once upon a time, she had been the one envying others. Now she had transformed into the object of admiration. All of this was thanks to Su Chen. As she thought this, her gaze towards him felt as though it were melting. Just as they approached the Gucci store, Li Man tugged at Su Chen's arm, insisting they enter. Regardless of his protests, she earnestly outfitted him from head to toe, resolutely paying with her own funds, totaling 180,000 yuan. This almost depleted her savings, as the gifts Su Chen had previously bought had yet to be credited. After several refusals, Su Chen relented. After all, persistently insisting on paying would only make him seem like a sycophant. He had intended to purchase a watch, but after visiting several shops without finding the right one, he decided to wait for another opportunity. After a long afternoon of shopping, both felt somewhat fatigued. Fortunately, given their substantial purchases, the mall offered home delivery service. Otherwise, lugging their mini bags back to the hotel would have proven quite a challenge. Once their items were arranged, they found a nearby restaurant for a meal before driving back to the hotel. Observing the blissful satisfaction radiating from Li Man, Su Chen teasingly remarked, "Beautiful lady, the day of your boyfriend experience has come to an end. Shall we consider extending it?" Chapter 23. Lately, Man was momentarily taken aback upon hearing his words. Her initial suggestion for Su Chen to be her boyfriend for a day had merely been a pretext to meet him. To her surprise, Su Chen now brought it up. Was he dissatisfied with her performance? A hint of anxiety stirred within her. Turning her head, she caught Su Chen's gaze and instantly realized he was teasing her. She gently brushed her hair, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "What is it, brother Su Chen? Is it that once you're done with me, you intend to cast me aside? How could that be?" Su Chen and Apos' eyes roamed over her alluring figure, the tactile memory still lingering at his fingertips, leaving him wanting more. Li Man purposefully straightened her posture, proudly showcasing her ample assets. "I fear that one day, brother Su Chen might be captivated by another charming lady." Deep down, Li Man understood that a man like Su Chen could never be solely hers. After enduring the harsh realities of life for over a year post-graduation, she had finally chosen to enter the streaming industry. Not to mention the nearly 20 million he had gifted her just the other day. He had spent over 3 million on her. What more could she possibly desire? The vast array of luxury items he provided was something she could have never dared to dream of in the past. Her life had been irrevocably altered by her encounter with Su Chen, not to mention his youth and affluence. Even if it were a grizzled old man in his 70s or 80s, she would have likely gritted her teeth to endure it. She simply hoped to carve a small space in Su Chen's heart. Unaware of Li Man's delicate thoughts, Su Chen chuckled heartily. Opting not to pursue the topic, "Tomorrow is Monday, and I have classes to attend. I fear I won't be able to keep you company." This was, of course, merely an excuse, as his course load was light. However, the intimacy with the campus beauty was nearing its peak, and after experiencing Li Man's allure, his interest in her had only intensified. He contemplated making a decisive move but recognized that having Li Man constantly by his side would be inconvenient. Su Chen acknowledged that he epitomized the saying, "What one cannot have will always cause restlessness." A classic case of feasting at the table while gazing at the pot. "Are you truly a student?" Li Man found it hard to believe. After all, a man driving a luxury car worth millions and casually gifting tens of millions during a live stream could still be a university student. If she were in his shoes, she would have long abandoned her studies. Had she not witnessed it firsthand, she would never have believed it. Then I must be like an old bull courting tender grass. But why can an Apos, it be tender grass courting an old bull? In a luxurious presidential suite, the morning sun shone brightly, and life flourished. 2 hours later, 10,000 words omitted, Su Chen languidly reclined on the bed, feeling utterly at ease. "Since you have classes tomorrow, you certainly won and Apos, have time for me." Pausing, Li Man noticed Su Chen and Apos' lack of response, and a flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes. She continued, "I plan to return to the capital tomorrow. I didn't bring my streaming equipment, so I must go back to work." "All right," Su Chen replied simply. But as he looked at the beauty in his arms, a wave of impulse surged within him. The following morning, after an exhausting night, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes. Checking the time, he realized it was already 8:30. Li Man was no longer beside him. After searching the room, he found no trace of her. After a moment of contemplation, he opened his green bubble chat. Sure enough, he found a message from Li Man. "Brother Su Chen, I saw you sleeping so soundly that I couldn't bear to disturb you. Thank you for your company yesterday and for the gifts you sent. They made me very happy. I have an 8 a.m. flight back to the capital, so remember to think of me. Love, Man." After reading her message, Su Chen let out a slow exhale. His feelings toward Li Man were quite intricate. It was evident that she was an astute girl, fully aware of his intentions. Before he had the system, if such a beauty liked him, he would have surely woken up smiling from a dream. Yet, with the system in place, it was clear that he could not confine himself to just Li Man. As he pondered, Su Chen found himself lost in thought. Would Li Man have liked him if he had not had the system? Even Lin Shi, who was far beneath Li Man in looks and figure, had left him for a mere phone. His self-deprecating mindset was indeed a hindrance. His ambitions reached far beyond the stars and the sea. Li Man was but a fish in his vast ocean, a compliant fish. And perhaps he could simply cast more bait in the future. After a quick breakfast prepared by the hotel, he checked his dormitory group chat. "Hey, are you coming to Old Witch's class at 9? "Oh no." Remembering the old witch, Su Chen glanced at the time and realized it was already 9:10. He was doomed. The old witch was notoriously strict, and her classes were known for their severity. No one dared to skip them. He hastily donned his humble attire and dashed out of the hotel. By the time Su Chen burst into the lecture hall, it was already 9:30. Su Chen. The old witch's roar rattled the window frames. Professor Ma, a 50-year-old with gold-rimmed glasses, adjusted them and said, "Late on the first day? Stand by the podium and listen." 100 piercing gazes converged on him, causing Su Chen's face to flush with embarrassment. He caught sight of a few boys in the back row exchanging knowing glances, their expressions seeming to say, "Abandon your friends for pleasure, and this is the outcome." Though he possessed the male god system, for the sake of the alluring senior sisters and beautiful junior sisters at the school, he had to endure the humiliation and obediently stand by the podium. A rich female voice echoed throughout the classroom. "Classmates, the fluctuations in the financial market will not cease due to individual laziness. Just like Su Chen, who can arrive late to my class, you will inevitably be swallowed by the tides once you enter the financial market." A wave of snickers erupted from the audience, and Su Chen wished he could find a hole to hide in. The class dragged on painfully for him. Finally, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. Just as he prepared to sneak away, Professor Ma and Apos' voice rang out again. "Su Chen, stay right there. Given your performance today, you are to serve a week of classroom duties. Furthermore, if you are late again, do not blame me for being heartless." With a resigned sigh, Su Chen acknowledged that he could not escape this time. At least he was spared the ordeal of writing a paper. He recalled a classmate who had to write an 8,000-word essay for being late, and the mere thought was terrifying. The so-called classroom duties sounded pleasant, but were merely tasks like tidying the classroom, erasing the blackboard, and taking out the trash. "Very well, Professor Ma. I will ensure the tasks are completed." 20 minutes later, after finally putting the classroom in order, he stepped out and overheard a conversation among a few students nearby. "Wow, have you heard? There's a supercar in the school parking lot. Do you know what it is? A Lamborghini Revuelto Opera Unica. A limited edition crafted specifically for the Chinese market. A hybrid version of the new Bull. It and Amp. Opos. Simply incredible. Let an Amp. Opos. Go check it out together. Such an amazing car." Chapter 24. The stir at the school forum. "Oh, is this not about my car?" Observing the hurried figures of several individuals as they departed, Su Chen could not help but touch his nose. Time was of the essence, and in his haste, he had driven his sports car directly to campus. He had intended to return the vehicle to the hotel immediately after class. However, he had underestimated the allure of this supercar, especially in a campus predominantly inhabited by youthful enthusiasts. As Su Chen strolled leisurely towards the parking lot, he noticed that the area where he had parked was now surrounded by a throng of onlookers, both male and female. A cursory glance suggested there were around 50 to 60 people, with many brandishing their phones, snapping photos incessantly. Each individual was cautious to maintain a respectful distance from the car, fearful of inadvertently causing any damage to the magnificent vehicle. After much effort, Su Chen managed to squeeze his way to the side of his car, only to be met with a cacophony of chatter from the crowd. This Lamborghini Revuelto Opera Unica is simply stunning. A globally limited edition, reportedly not even available for purchase regardless of wealth. One person was comparing the vehicle to online information on their phone. "How incredible! If I owned such a car, I would wake up smiling from dreams." Indeed, one could only wonder whose car this was. Bringing it to campus was quite the display of envy. It was said that the car and Amp, Opos' entire exterior was hand-painted, with colors shifting at different angles, truly breathtaking. Clearing his throat gently, Su Chen addressed the crowd. "Excuse me, fellow students, but this car belongs to me. Would you kindly step aside?" Initially taken aback, the crowd then scrutinized his unassuming attire, erupting into laughter. "Really? You drive such a luxury vehicle? Don and Opos, make me laugh. If this was yours, I'll chop off my head and use it as a football," scoffed a boy sporting bleached hair. "Exactly. You look so ordinary. Stop pretending to be the owner. If you want to see it, line up like everyone else," chimed in a girl nearby. "Best keep your distance if you damage it. You couldn't possibly afford the repairs. Do you even know the price of a single tire? You couldn't buy one." Su Chen shook his head in resignation, pulling out the car key and pressing the unlock button. With a beep, the car lights flickered, and the sound of unlocking echoed. It wasn't Opos' that Su Chen sought to show off. Rather, sometimes the naivety of bystanders was truly touching. The crowd fell silent, gazing at Su Chen in shock. The bleached-haired boy's expression soured as he stammered, How How is this possible? At that moment, a voice rang out from the outskirts of the crowd. Step aside. The owner is my friend. It was Lu Jun, whose words proved effective, prompting the crowd to part and create a pathway. Shortly thereafter, Feng Xiaofeng squeezed through the throng, and, upon spotting Su Chen beside the car, they both froze. Lu Jun, bewildered, asked, "Second brother, what are you doing here?" Feng Xiaofeng, ever observant, noticed the Lamborghini key in Su Chen's hand, and his eyes widened. "Brother, please tell me you didn't actually buy this Lamborghini. Don't scare us like that." Su Chen smiled wryly at the two. "I've told you both. I am a super rich second generation. You simply refuse to believe it. I just picked this car up from the dealership yesterday." Lu Jun scratched his head and chuckled. "Wow, second brother, you truly are impressive. Hidden talents everywhere. We even planned a trip to the supermarket to buy a drink, hoping to get closer to the owner and snap a few pictures for show-off. You've saved us the effort." As Su Chen grabbed the bottle of Evian from Lu Jun and took a few sips to quench his thirst, Feng Xiaofeng circled the car, enviously exclaiming, "Brother, you are so low-key. When did you acquire such an extravagant vehicle?" Just as Su Chen was about to respond, the bleached-haired boy interjected, unwilling to relent. "Humph, maybe it's rented. Stop pretending to be a big shot." Lu Jun, incensed, stepped forward to confront the boy. "What did you just say? Who gives you the right to question my brother's car?" Feng Xiaofeng joined in. "Exactly. How can you doubt what your own eyes see? Do you really want to provoke trouble?" Though intimidated by Lu Jun and Oppo's assertiveness, the bleached-haired boy stubbornly replied, "I still don't believe it." Su Chen, exasperated, chose to ignore him. "It's my car. Your belief or disbelief is irrelevant to me." Turning to Lu Jun and Feng Xiaofeng, he asked, "So, are you convinced now?" "Of course. I believe you even if you claim to be the president of Eagle Country tomorrow." Feng Xiaofeng replied, rubbing his hands together with eager anticipation. "Brother, I've never been in such a luxurious car. This model only seats one passenger. Let me take a ride first. We can let the boss take a turn later. After all, we have all afternoon." Seeing Feng Xiaofeng's enthusiasm, Su Chen felt a twinge of nostalgia for Professor Ma's class service, which had been quite bothersome. He longed for a quiet place for self-reflection rather than the thrill of driving. Lu Jun and Feng Xiaofeng exchanged glances, understanding Su Chen's sentiment after spending so much time together. "Just a week," Lu Jun reassured him, patting Su Chen on the shoulder. "We'll each take 3 days to ensure everything is perfectly arranged. Let us prioritize testing this car's performance." Feng Xiaofeng nodded vigorously in agreement. Yes. You just focus on driving your luxury car and taking us for a spin." Amused by the loyalty of his two good friends, Su Chen replied, "All right. I'll rely on you both. After this, I'll treat you to a grand meal." Feng Xiaofeng, unable to contain his excitement, flung open the passenger door and hopped in. "Hurry up, let us go. I can't wait to feel the speed of this supercar." With a chuckle, Su Chen settled into the driver's seat and ignited the engine. The Lamborghini roared to life, its deep, thunderous growl capturing the attention of onlookers, who cast envious glances. Gradually pressing the accelerator, the car surged forth from the parking lot like an arrow released from a bow. Throughout the journey, Feng Xiaofeng shouted in exhilaration, reveling in the ultimate speed and passion this supercar provided. He frequently whipped out his phone to capture the swiftly passing scenery, making sure to snap a few shots of the steering wheel for social media. Given that this Lamborghini was a 2-seater supercar, Su Chen had initially contemplated letting Feng Xiaofeng take the wheel while Lu Jun joined him, but Feng Xiaofeng adamantly refused. Even Su Chen's assurances that any potential scratches would be inconsequential did not sway him. Thus, Su Chen took it upon himself to drive them around, indulging in the joy of the ride. After their exhilarating excursion, the trio returned to campus. By this time, the school forum had erupted into chaos. A classmate had shared photos of Su Chen and his Lamborghini on the school forum, captioning it with the eye-catching title "Super Rich Second Generation Spotted at Our School," instantly igniting a flurry of attention and discussion. Who is this? So low-key, yet driving a globally limited Lamborghini to school. Truly a super rich second generation. Look at his attire. It hardly fits the image. I'm envious. When will I ever own such a luxury car? Hey, doesn't the car owner look somewhat familiar? Doesn't he resemble that guy who used to fawn over Lin Shi? Chapter 25. Chen Yu and Oppo's thoughts. The news on the forum naturally spread to Wang Yu and Oppo's dormitory. At this moment, the dormitory was abuzz with discussions about Su Chen and the luxury car. Wang Yu had undoubtedly become the center of attention, as her boyfriend happened to share a dorm with Su Chen. Meanwhile, Chinyu sat alone by the computer desk, dazed, with the bag that Su Chen had gifted her lying beside her. The green bubble chat window was open, the cursor poised in the input area. Yet the content remained blank. It was unclear how many times Chinyu had typed and deleted her messages, but she had never once clicked send. Since returning from shopping on Saturday, this ritual had become a repetitive cycle for her. Initially, she had been touched and elated by the gift from Su Chen. But upon returning to school, everything seemed to revert to the beginning. Each day was filled with anticipation, only to be met with disappointment. For 2 days, she had received not a single message. The girl's sense of pride tormented her. She gazed at the bag, her thoughts drifting as she recalled every moment spent with Su Chen. Xiaoyu, what is wrong with you? How long have you been daydreaming? Wang Yu's voice pulled Chinyu back from her reverie. You've been acting strange these past few days. Chinyu snapped back to reality, forcing a faint smile. I'm fine, just a bit tired. Wang Yu moved closer and noticed the chat window, seemingly grasping the situation. You want to message Su Chen, right? What is there to hesitate about? If you like him, just say it. Chinyu shook her head with a bitter smile. It's not that simple. I feel there is too great a gap between us. Besides, he is driving $1 million luxury car now and surrounded by beautiful women. I fear I'm just a fleeting presence in his life. Wang Yu sat down and spoke earnestly. Xiaoyu, don't think that way. I can see that Su Chen feels differently about you. Why else would he have gifted you a bag when we were all out shopping? Chinyu bit her lip, her heart wavering slightly. I know, but I still worry. What if he is just being impulsive? What should I do then? Wang Yu patted her shoulder. How will you know unless you try? Even if it doesn't lead anywhere, at least you'll know you've made an effort and won't have any regrets. Beside them, Xin Jia chimed in. Xiaoyu, let me just say, a man like Su Chen is bound to be admired by countless women. You really don't want to miss this chance. Exactly. If you let this opportunity slip, you might not get another. Li Ting concurred, listening to her dorm mate's encouragement. Chinyu remained silent for a long while before finally making up her mind. She typed a message in the chat box. Su Chen, thank you for the bag you gave me the other day. It made me very happy. After a moment and Oppo's hesitation, she pressed send. Once the message was dispatched, her heart began to race, and she fixated on the phone screen, terrified of missing Su Chen's reply. After a while, the screen lit up with Su Chen and Oppo's response. As long as you like it, that's what matters. What have you been busy with lately? Chinyu's face broke into a smile as she read the reply. She quickly typed back, same old, attending classes, studying, and occasionally live streaming. How about you? Oh, you're still live streaming? Meanwhile, on the other side of the campus, the trio of joyriders had just returned to their dorm. Beep, Chinyu's affection level 5 points. Current affection level 90 points. Reward for the host, 1 point for male god. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. Among the girls he was currently associated with, Chinyu had bestowed the least benefits upon him. Yet, her affection was anything but stingy. Just a casual chat had yielded an increase in affection points. However, Chinyu's live streaming piqued Su Chen's interest. Where do you stream? On the Xingho platform. I'm just a small streamer, quite pitiful. Oh, I had no idea you were streaming. Su Chen had never heard of Chinyu's streaming endeavors. I'm a small streamer in the dating hall. The kind that doesn't show her face. Knowing the dating hall was typically a place for voice chatting and singing without showing faces, Su Chen understood why he had been unaware. Otherwise, with Chinyu's beauty, she would hardly remain unnoticed. All right, tell me your ID. I'll come support you when you're live. It's just Xiaoyu, and our hall is called the Fairy Hall. After exchanging a few more messages with Chinyu, Zhou Jun burst into the dorm in a frenzy. What the heck? What did I miss? The luxury car. Chingu, don't forget your brothers when you're rich. Chingu, take me for a ride in that luxury car, or I might never rest in peace. Reluctantly, under Zhou Jun's persistent enthusiasm, Su Chen had no choice but to take his sports car out for a spin with him. In Lin Shi's dormitory, she was filled with disbelief. On the computer screen before her, a dazzling sports car accompanied a figure she recognized all too well. She watched in astonishment, replaying the scene over and over, confirming that it was indeed Su Chen. At that moment, memories of their encounter while shopping flooded her mind, where Su Chen had casually gifted a bag worth 68,000 yuan to another woman. She had thought Su Chen was merely pretending to be affluent, trying to impress her. Now, seeing the luxurious sports car, Lin Shi realized that Su Chen was genuinely wealthy. A surge of bitterness filled her heart. How could he have refused to buy her a phone worth over 10,000 yuan before? Yet after their breakup, He had effortlessly gifted an expensive bag to another woman. What about her? She had resorted to compromising her dignity, even, only to receive a phone worth 10,000 yuan and a bag that barely exceeded that. Recently, Zhang Chong had been indifferent toward her. She had even seen him laughing and chatting with another girl at noon. The unfairness gnawed at her. The more she thought about it, the more unsettled she became. She picked up her phone and dialed Su Chen's number, using a newly acquired phone number to avoid him ignoring her call. As the call connected, Lin Shi's heart raced along with the monotonous ringing in her ear. She internally encouraged herself, recalling how much Su Chen had loved her in the past. Surely, she could turn the tide. The luxury car and designer bags would be hers again. Hello? Who is this? Su Chen's voice came through, laced with confusion. Lin Shi immediately switched to a sweet tone. Feigning innocence, Su Chen, it's me, Lin Shi. It's been a while. How have you been? I just saw your pictures on the forum. That luxury car looks amazing. Su Chen frowned slightly, feeling irritated by Lin Shi's sudden call. Why was this scheming girl contacting him again? He replied coldly, yeah, it's fine. If there is nothing else, I'll hang up. I'm quite busy. Don't hang up. I just wanted to talk to you. We were together for so long. Can't we have a proper conversation? Lin Shi hurriedly exclaimed. Su Chen remained silent for a moment, but eventually maintained his patience. If you have something to say, just say it. Lin Shi bit her lip. Putting on a pitiful act. I know I was wrong before, but I truly regret it now. I miss you. Can we start over? No. The busy tone echoed through the phone as Lin Shi seethed in anger, tossing her phone aside. She quickly picked it back up, checking for any damage. Thankfully, it was unharmed, and she sighed in relief. This phone had cost her over 10,000 yuan. She couldn't afford to let it break. Damn Su Chen. Now that he has money, he thinks he can ignore me. Huh? Lin Shi gritted her teeth silently, vowing to make him pay. On the other side, Su Chen casually added Lin Shi's number to his blacklist, continuing to drive his luxurious sports car while taking Zhou Jun for a joyride. As for Lin Shi, she is a woman that evokes a sense of disgust at the mere thought. Why bother engaging with her? Chapter 26. The Friendship Hall. After joyfully circling the prestigious Moda University 3 times in a luxury sports car, Zhou Jun finally returned, thoroughly satisfied. Su Chen noticed that Zhou Jun seemed less interested in experiencing the car's performance and more in basking in the envious glances of onlookers. Zhou Jun frequently urged Su Chen to reduce speed in crowded areas, a realization that left Su Chen somewhat speechless. Who would have thought that the usually reserved Zhou Jun harbored such a penchant? Upon their return to the dormitory, Su Chen spotted Feng Xiaofeng making exaggerated facial expressions in his direction. What is wrong, third? Are your eyes bothering you? Su Chen inquired, puzzled. Oh, come on. You're just putting on a show for the brothers, aren't you? Brother, with beautiful cars and lovely ladies, it's the pinnacle of life. Isn't it worth celebrating? Feng Xiaofeng replied, noticing Su Chen's bemused expression. My girlfriend even told me that Chunyu, the campus beauty, has been unable to eat properly these days because she has been thinking about you. Su Chen's heart stirred, so it was Chinyu they were discussing. Ignoring the dorm mates and oppos, burning curiosity, he gathered a few essential books, intending to bring them to the hotel to alleviate any boredom. Ever since his cognitive abilities had developed significantly, thanks to the system's marketplace reaching a level of 17, Su Chen had noticed a marked improvement in his memory. Although he had already altered his fate through the system, he yearned to enhance himself in various aspects. After sharing a knowing glance with his friends, Su Chen drove back to the hotel. In the presidential suite, he luxuriated in a warm bath. Today, Li Man had returned home, leaving the spacious suite feeling somewhat lonely. He sighed, reflecting on the adage that it is easier to descend from simplicity to extravagance than to return from extravagance to simplicity. Clearly, he needed to work harder. After his musings, he retrieved his phone and logged into Xingho Live. Glancing at his list of followers, he noticed that neither Li Man nor Chan Yin were broadcasting. However, both had sent him messages. Li Man informed him that after a long day yesterday and more travel today, she planned to rest early and skip her stream. Chen Yin was attending classes as second-year courses were quite numerous. Not overly concerned, Su Chen decided to search for Xiaoyu. To his surprise, the search yielded hundreds of users named Xiaoyu. After some thought, he modified the keyword to Fairy Hall and promptly found the live stream he was seeking. The main distinction between the Friendship Zone and the Star Show Zone, where Su Chen had previously played, was that the hosts in the Friendship Zone did not show their faces, and there could be up to 8 hosts broadcasting simultaneously. While the Star Show was characterized by a one-to-many interaction, the Friendship Zone operated in the opposite manner, primarily featuring many-to-one interactions. However, it was rumored that the monetary allure of the Friendship Zone rivaled, if not surpassed, that of the Star Show. Su Chen, who had limited experience in this area, remained uncertain about the specifics. Additionally, in the Friendship Zone, unlike the Star Show, the platform would notify users when someone entered the live stream, even if they had retired their account. In contrast, the Star Show would not provide any such notifications for new accounts. Even if one were a renowned benefactor in the Star Show, hosts in the Friendship Zone rarely took notice, resulting in few individuals recognizing Su Chen. As Su Chen entered the live stream as a new user, he did not attract much attention. He observed the 8 lovely hosts on the microphone. Their avatars were quite appealing. However, Xiaoyu was not among them, indicating she had yet to begin her broadcast. At this moment, 7 of the hosts displayed microphones in the off state, while one, positioned at mic 3, was singing a beautiful ancient-style song. The voice was clear and bright. Su Chen listened for a while, finding it delightful, and decided to send a gift to show his support. Upon selecting a luxurious yacht worth 2,000 Xingho coins, he sent it to the host named Carefree. The system chimed, notifying him, "Congratulations, host, for spending 2,000 yuan on Renini, and you have received a rebate of 200 yuan. To his surprise, this host met the system and Oppo's standards. Without hesitation, he commanded the system to scan. The results came back. Target: Renini, age 24, height 169 centimeters, weight 45 kilograms, quality 100, appearance 80, figure 99, affection level 30. Seeing the remarkable figure rating of 99, Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. Among the 3 targets he had previously bound, only Li Man had a figure rating exceeding 90. The fact that Renini boasted a score of 99 left him curious about the extraordinary nature of her being. System, bind. He thought. Such an exceptional individual was not someone he could overlook. The system confirmed, "Congratulations, host, binding successful. Bound target: Renini, current affection level 30. After the successful binding, Su Chen glanced at the 3rd mic, belonging to Renini. Her live stream ID, Carefree, was quite intriguing, and upon viewing her profile, he discovered she was also from Modu. That was even better. At that moment, Renini finished her song. "Thank you for the yacht, dear. Do you have any songs you would like to hear?" In a modest rental in Modu, Renini sat before her computer, staring in disbelief at the luxurious yacht reflected in her earnings. After confirming several times that her eyes were not deceiving her, she realized it was indeed real. Having streamed for less than half a month, her lack of experience in chatting or maintaining rapport meant she had struggled to attract attention. Fortunately, her singing was pleasant, resulting in occasional donations from passing benefactors. Despite the challenges, such a sizable gift was enough to bring her joy for days. Suddenly, her live stream chat group, Fairy Hall and Oppo's little fairies, erupted with messages. "Wow, what a beautiful gift. Screenshot of the luxurious yacht. Who is this generous benefactor?" During her live singing, the other ladies in the chat could only communicate through the group as they were muted. Su Chen took a moment to compose a message. "Your ancient song was delightful. Feel free to sing more." "Okay, dear," Renini replied, and with her melodious voice filling the air, Su Chen opened the gift bar once more. Daybreak sends a heartfelt gift to Carefree. A dazzling effect illuminated the live stream. Chapter 27. Renini, the host in the Fairy Hall, erupted in excitement. This gentleman was exceedingly generous. Had Renini not been singing, she might have expressed her exhilaration vocally. The deep affection gift, valued at 5,000, was a rare occurrence for them. Receiving such a gift felt akin to celebrating the new year. It is worth noting that while many gentlemen frequented the friendship halls, most of them were engaged in the bustling larger rooms. The Fairy Hall, being a smaller venue, had its previous top donor contributing only a little over 2,000. Although it is widely acknowledged that being a streamer is profitable, this primarily pertains to the more prominent streamers. For those at the lower tiers, it is indeed quite challenging to earn. Not long after Su Chen entered, he swiftly ascended to the top of the leaderboard. His wealth and generosity left the other hosts in awe. Renini's singing voice trembled slightly. This was the first time she had received such a lavish gift. Happiness had arrived unexpectedly. What an incredible moment. As Renini continued her performance, the other hosts were unable to interrupt her with their microphones and instead flooded the chat with compliments. "Wow, brother, you're amazing. What a generous gesture. Brother, I'm the current #1, instant noodles, and I can sing too. Please consider subscribing to me." Su Chen sent a barrage of gifts, showering the hosts with rockets. In the Friendship Hall, this gesture meant that all onstage guests would receive gifts, amounting to a total of 8 rockets distributed among the 8 hosts present. Upon glancing at the system notifications, Su Chen noted that he only received a cashback from Ren Nini, indicating that the remaining 7 did not meet the system's requirements. Nevertheless, encountering Ren Nini was considered fortunate, as beauty is indeed a scarce resource. Given the stringent system criteria, those who rely on makeup or filters are often overlooked. Ordinary streamers in the Friendship Hall typically receive gifts averaging 300 to 500 a day, and the Fairy Hall, being a relatively modest venue, seldom sees significant contributions. Even when a generous donor does present gifts, it typically amounts to only 10 or 20 for each host. The atmosphere was electric, with messages of admiration flooding the chat. "Wow, brother, you're incredible. What a delightful day. So handsome." Just as Ren Nini finished her song, the room was engulfed in a wave of gratitude. Su Chen could only see the microphones of the 8 avatars flickering, making it difficult to discern who was speaking. "Thank you, brother Su Chen. You are so generous. I have never witnessed such kindness before. Finally accomplished my task. Thank you, brother." Su Chen felt as though he had stepped into a bustling marketplace, his head buzzing with the cacophony of voices. "Please quiet down. I can't hear who is speaking." With this remark, the hall fell silent, as no one dared to ignore the command of a generous benefactor. Typically, everyone takes turns speaking, but the excitement from receiving rockets had stirred them into a frenzy. Glancing at the VIP section, Su Chen noted a sparse attendance of only a dozen or so individuals, with a significant portion being streamers. However, this was the norm in Friendship Halls. Even in the more popular venues, the VIP sections rarely exceed 100 to 80 people. Unlike Star Show, where even moderately popular streamers attract dozens of VIPs. For top-tier streamers, the numbers can swell to tens of thousands. With a carefree demeanor, Ren Nini asked, "Brother, is this your first time in my hall?" The chat echoed her question, as it is customary in these halls to ensure clarity for visitors amidst the chatter. After speaking, she followed up with another message to help the gentleman identify who was addressing him. Having never participated in a Friendship Hall before, Su Chen was drawn today to see Lin Yu. Finding the experience intriguing, he typed, "Yes, it is my first visit. Your singing is quite delightful. Is there anything you would like to hear? I can sing it for you. If I can't, just give me a day, and I'll master it." Ren Nini's eyes sparkled, a benefactor as generous as he deserved her utmost effort. Although she could not see his face, Ren Nini's voice conveyed her excitement and joy. "How about a folk song?" Su Chen mused, contemplating that while he wasn't an amp, particularly fond of music, his primary aim was to impress. Yet, the thought of her enticing figure stirred a certain excitement within him. "Let us enjoy the song first, then I can cultivate a connection," he thought, determined to seize any opportunity that might arise. "All right, brother," she replied, and as the accompaniment began, Ren Nini poured her heart into her performance. In the intervals of her singing, Ziyu typed in the chat, Brother, I'm also a singing host. Could you give me a chance? It's not merely about gifts. I genuinely want to sing." Other hosts, seeing her take the lead, eagerly joined in the chat, each wishing to showcase their talents in front of Su Chen. While the other hosts did not meet the system's criteria, they understood that to capture the attention of the ladies in the hall, it was essential to foster good relations. After all, as long as they were female, their contributions would be underwritten by the system. With a gentle smile, Su Chen replied, "Certainly, once Ren Nini finishes, everyone will have a chance to sing a song." "Wow, that is fantastic. You're such a celestial brother. Thank you for this opportunity. It's wonderful." As Ren Nini's melodious voice began to fade, the excitement in the room was palpable. I'll go first. Thank you for your generous support." Ziyu seized the microphone, her voice equally captivating. Su Chen sent her a rocket as well. The charming hosts in the friendship area were a delight, each possessing unique vocal talents. Thanks to Su Chen's presence, the atmosphere remained lively, and each of the remaining hosts took turns showcasing their songs, each receiving a rocket from Su Chen. After everyone had performed, Su Chen glanced at the clock. It was already past 4 in the afternoon, and Chun Yu had yet to arrive. "You all enjoy yourselves. I'll take a stroll," he announced. Ren Nini, noticing Su Chen's intent to leave, quickly interjected, "Brother, let us connect. If you ever want to hear a song, just tell me, and I'll learn it for you." "All right." After adding Ren Nini, he exited the live stream. Chapter 28. The date. Su Chen rose and stretched lazily. Although Chun Yu was not live streaming, his encounter with Ren Nini was still a rewarding experience. He glanced at his current male god points, merely 2 points, which felt utterly inadequate. Reflecting on the items available in the system's store, he yearned for enhancements in appearance, height, and cognitive development, yet each was beyond his financial reach. It appeared he needed to explore more avenues to expedite the accumulation of male god points. With the newfound capability of receiving tenfold returns from Li Man Man, earning money seemed effortless. Conversely, accumulating male god points had become somewhat challenging. Lost in thought, Su Chen's phone pinged with a green notification bubble, revealing a message from the recently added Ren Ni. Overjoyed, he read, "Thank you for your support today, Chen Gu." Su Chen had initially intended to rest and check if Lin Yu would begin streaming again, allowing him to earn more money while simultaneously enhancing his rapport. Yet, upon seeing the message from Ren Ni, a spark ignited within him. Remembering the system's data that rated Ren Ni's figure at an impressive 99 points, he felt a surge of excitement. After all, even the 93-point Li Man Man had left him in euphoric bliss. What might 99 points of Ren Ni entail? Your singing is delightful. I just wanted to show my support. Are you still broadcasting? Su Chen certainly would not foolishly disclose that he was actually there to watch Lin Yu, and that his meeting with her was merely serendipitous. Yes, brother. My streaming time isn't sufficient yet, but I'm quite hungry. Since you're also in the city, would you care to join me for a meal? In her modest rental unit. Ren Ni fell silent upon receiving Su Chen and Appo's message. Earlier, he had generously gifted her 7,000 yuan and provided her friends with 1,000 yuan each, culminating in an unexpected performance from her peers after he exited the live stream, a sensation she had never experienced before. The dynamics among streamers were quite pragmatic. Ren Ni understood that their compliments were merely a strategy to entice further generosity from him in the future. However, she remained uncertain about the enigmatic brother who had so recently appeared in her life and whether he would return. Initially, she had contemplated engaging him in conversation to foster a connection, but his invitation to dinner had taken her by surprise. If it had been anyone else, she would have politely declined. Yet, the words of the hall manager echoed in her mind. "And some things you may already understand. Female streamers must maintain relationships with their benefactors privately. Otherwise, why would so many patrons lavish thousands, even millions, of yuan on a whim? In today and Appo's society, making money is incredibly challenging. I would not typically concern myself with such matters, but I learned about the benefactor who generously supported our hall this afternoon. He is a super high roller who has spent over 20 million yuan within just a few days. Just yesterday, he gifted over 10 million yuan to a star streamer. I believe this presents an opportunity for you and for our hall. I am not pressuring you to take action. I merely wish to remind you that some opportunities, once missed, can lead to lifelong regret. However, seizing them could potentially alter your destiny." With the manager's words resonating in her mind, Ren Ni felt a wave of indecision wash over her as she stared at the chat window. 20 million, a sum so staggering she could scarcely fathom. After graduation, she had taken a clerical position, earning a modest 5,000 yuan monthly, but with room and board included, life had been relatively comfortable. However, that comfort was short-lived as her middle-aged, unctuous boss began to make unwelcome advances. Initially, she tolerated his behavior for the sake of her job, but his increasingly inappropriate actions escalated to a point where she could no longer endure it. In a fit of anger, she had lashed out at him and quit. With little savings and no inclination to ask her family for financial support, Ren Ni found herself at a crossroads. After much contemplation, she decided to plunge into the seemingly freer world of streaming. Yet, she soon discovered that the life of a streamer was not as glamorous as it appeared. After rejecting several wealthy patrons, her situation had only grown more dire. With financial constraints weighing heavily upon her, she settled for a modest rental space. Her cramped room, barely 30 square meters, contained only a simple single bed, a folding wardrobe, and a wooden table that served as both dining and workspace. Lacking air conditioning and with the nearest restroom a considerable distance away, her primary aspiration was to improve her living conditions. Resolute, she made a decision. She would accept the dinner invitation. As Su Chen grew increasingly impatient, wondering if Ren Ni was unwilling, he finally received her reply. "All right, brother. Where shall we eat? I will ask the hall manager for leave." After a considerable internal struggle, Ren Ni's agreement to dine out was a promising start. Seizing the opportunity, Su Chen began selecting a restaurant. He believed that a female companion agreeing to dinner was a positive sign, and he was determined to make the most of this chance. After browsing for a while, he successfully reserved a private room at an upscale seafood restaurant through a popular app. For their first meeting, he felt it essential to create a sense of occasion to enhance their rapport. He certainly could not take her to a roadside barbecue joint. That would hardly endear her to him. Once he sent Rin and I the restaurant details and received confirmation that she would arrive in about half an hour, Su Chen decided to don the exquisite Gucci outfit gifted to him by Li Man. After all, appearing in shabby attire would certainly diminish his image. He now understood that having wealth meant enjoying life rather than imposing unnecessary hardships on oneself. Standing before the mirror, Su Chen assessed his reflection, finding himself quite appealing. His appearance, enhanced to a score of 76 through a system lottery, was complemented by the tailored fit that accentuated his athletic build. The slightly handsome features of his face glowed with newfound radiance in this attire. After contemplating, he allocated his remaining 2 male god points to further enhance his appearance. Firmly resolving to prioritize upgrades to his looks moving forward, perhaps one day, he might even be able to dine out based solely on his charm. With everything in order, he summoned his personal butler, Xiaoli, to arrange for a hotel concierge car to take him, as he planned to indulge in drinks later, making it impractical to drive himself. Though he had only recently checked in, Xiaoli was exceptionally attentive to Su Chen's every request. After all, those who served as personal butlers in such establishments were typically astute. Respect was not solely derived from Su Chen's generous tips. After all, he had only been there a short while before purchasing a luxury sports car worth millions. Shortly, Xiaoli arrived to inform Su Chen that the car was ready. Chapter 29 First encounter. 20 minutes later, Su Chen arrived at the entrance of the restaurant in the hotel's concierge car. Although he had never seen Rin and I before, he recognized her at once due to her striking figure. At that moment, Rin and I stood at the restaurant's entrance, wearing a white crop knit sweater that accentuated her alluring curves. She paired it with a black bodycon shorts that perfectly showcased her fair, slender legs. Her proportions seemed meticulously measured, with a delicate waist contrasting sharply against her ample bosom and pert dairy, creating a powerful visual impact. Merely standing there, she captured the attention of countless onlookers, truly deserving of the system and Oppo's commendation of 99 points. As Su Chen disembarked, he walked towards Rin and I and politely extended his hand in greeting. No worries? Upon hearing someone call her online persona, Rin and I turned her head. Their eyes met. She was momentarily taken aback. Is this the wealthy benefactor? Observing the man before her, tall and dressed in well-fitted casual attire that highlighted his exceptional demeanor, she noted that while he may not be conventionally handsome, there was a comforting harmony in his features. He appeared younger than she had expected. In Rin and I's mind, someone who could spend millions during a live stream would typically possess ostentatious traits: a gold tooth, a hefty gold chain around the neck, and a large gold watch adorning the wrist. The Su Chen before her was unexpectedly different. After a brief moment of surprise, she shook his hand and said, "You are Brother Chen?" This was indeed a delightful surprise. It was evident that dining with a handsome man was far preferable to spending the evening with an oily middle-aged man. The moment their skin touched, a silky smooth sensation rippled through her fingers, warm and inviting. No wonder she garnered such a high score from the system. Even Rin and I's hand was flawless, prompting admiration for the creator's exquisite craftsmanship, bestowing such elegance and perfection upon a pair of delicate hands. Su Chen felt his heart flutter, though reluctant. He politely released her hand, mindful that it was their first meeting. At this moment, he was eager to cultivate goodwill. After greeting one another, the two walked side by side into the restaurant. The establishment boasted a vintage decor, exuding an air of antiquity and charm. The deep wooden structure was adorned with intricate carvings, each detail revealing the passage of time. Warm yellow light filtered through retro lanterns, casting a cozy and tranquil ambience across the polished wooden floor. In the center of the hall stood a foam mountain crafted from stones, ingeniously equipped with a misting device. Wisps of white mist curling from between the rocks, creating an ethereal atmosphere as though one had stepped into a fairyland. At Rin and I's request, Su Chen took a few photos of her, and upon seeing her radiant smile, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It seemed that regardless of their beauty level, women had an undeniable affinity for capturing moments. Once Rin and I satisfied, the attendant led them to the pre-reserved private room. The waiter approached, thoughtfully pulling out chairs and presenting the menu. Today, having the pleasure of dining with such a stunning beauty, Su Chen encouraged, "Feel free to order anything you desire." "It's my treat." He pushed the menu towards Rin and I. Observing her every movement filled with allure, Su Chen felt his heart race. "I want to hold back then. This is my first time at such a high-end restaurant," Ren and I replied, "but don't regret it. I've heard the king crab and steaks here are top-notch and quite pricey." Su Chen thought to himself that the more she ordered, the more he could enjoy, relishing the prospect of indulging alongside her. As Ren and I perused the menu, Su Chen discreetly admired her. Her figure was undeniably perfect, and her beauty surpassed expectations. Today, her delicate makeup, illuminated by the dim, warm yellow lighting, made her features even more enchanting, her skin flawless. The dishes here look incredibly tempting. "Do you have any recommendations, Brother Chen?" Ren and I inquired, seemingly aware of Su Chen's gaze, her voice soft and tinged with shyness. At this moment, Su Chen was more inclined to savor her than the food. He composed himself and replied, "The signature king crab here is exquisite, with tender meat. And the golden abalone is delectable. The sashimi platter is also quite fresh, and their Kobe steak is commendable as well." "I'll order those then," Ren and I said. After a moment of contemplation, Su Chen added, "Oh, let us also include a serving of pan-seared foie gras and red wine-braised oxtail. I've heard those are quite popular too." "Certainly." Su Chen maintained a composed demeanor while recommending the dishes as if he had dined there countless times before. In truth, he had only read reviews online prior to this outing. However, one must put on a show in front of a lady, right? Thanks to the system, his cognitive abilities had reached a level where he could retain such information, a feat he would have struggled with in the past. After placing the order, Su Chen requested a bottle of Sasakiya red wine from the menu. Though he was not well versed in wine, the price of 20,000 yuan suggested quality. While ordering the wine, he discreetly observed Ren and I's reaction. Not sensing any aversion to alcohol, he felt a surge of delight within. After all, how could a man seize an opportunity if the woman remained sober? Shortly after ordering, the waiter brought the red wine and decanter, showing Su Chen the packaging and label before opening it in front of him. Soon after, an array of exquisitely prepared dishes began to arrive. As expected from a top-tier restaurant, each dish was a visual masterpiece that awakened the appetite. Su Chen stood to pour red wine for both Ren and I and himself. "Let us raise a glass to our newfound acquaintance." However, while Ren and I clinked her glass with Su Chen, she did not drink. She scrutinized the man before her and finally couldn't resist asking, "I'm Ren and I. What about you? Brother Chen, are you not willing to share your name?" Uncertain whether Su Chen was feigning ignorance or genuinely wished to keep things casual, she pondered how to proceed. Should she walk away if he merely sought amusement, or bow her head for monetary gain? Su Chen, already privy to Ren and Appo's real name through the system, had not considered this angle. Upon hearing her inquiry, he felt a twinge of regret for neglecting to introduce himself in his excitement. "I apologize. I was simply too thrilled to meet such a beautiful lady," he said. "Allow me to drink to my own folly." He downed a generous gulp of red wine, casually wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, then added, "My name is Su Chen. Ding. Ren and I's favorability 10, current favorability 60. Congratulations to the host for gaining 1 point in the male god attribute." Surprised by the sudden increase in favorability, Su Chen momentarily paused, wondering what had prompted such a change. Chapter 30. Sublimation. Su Chen's heart experienced a moment of clarity as he began to understand Ren and Appo's inner thoughts. It struck him as somewhat magical. No wonder that unscrupulous men often resort to manipulation. It was indeed effective. The harder something is to attain, the more precious it becomes. Had he introduced himself right away, he might have lost that initial goodwill. It appears there is much for him to learn on the path of the unscrupulous. As Su Chen wiped the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, Ren couldn't help but chuckle, handing him a tissue. So, even wealthy individuals can be so unrefined? After Su Chen revealed his name, Ren felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Perhaps it was the realization that she no longer had to make a difficult choice. Or perhaps it was her aversion to seeing herself bowing to financial pressures. Taking the tissue, Su Chen replied, "I wouldn't consider myself wealthy. I'm merely financially comfortable." Ren gazed at the man before her. He casually tipped millions during a live stream and spent 20,000 on a single bottle of wine for dinner. How could he claim not to be wealthy? This thought made her reflect on her modest rented apartment, recalling nights spent afraid to use the bathroom, refraining from drinking water. What did that make her? Was she even allowed to speak in such a context? It felt like a cruel comparison. As she surveyed the lavish spread before them, she resolved to indulge. "Fine, if you aren't short on funds, then I'll eat you out of house and home." In an instant, Ren transformed. devouring the food with an insatiable appetite. If Su Chen knew her true thoughts at that moment, he would likely be overjoyed, realizing that the more she consumed, the more he profited. However, her fervor in eating was undeniably satisfying to behold. Before long, Su Chen found himself swept up in her enthusiasm, and the two of them astonished the nearby servers with their voraciousness. In a top-tier restaurant on the Bund, they were accustomed to polite diners who savored each bite, not two individuals who consumed their meal as if they hadn't eaten in days. Especially with that 20,000 yuan bottle of wine, they drank it as if it were soda, leaving the servers incredulous. Had he not seen the man exit a luxury Mercedes, he might have suspected they were dining and dashing. What a nouveau riche, the server thought, glancing back at Ren Nini, who possessed an enviable figure and striking beauty. How I wish to be a nouveau riche too. Su Chen, oblivious to the server and Appo's musings, relished the meal with Ren Nini. When the time came to settle the bill, he discovered it amounted to 48,000 yuan. Glancing at the additional 4,800 in his account, he smirked. He was no longer the impoverished soul who once survived on a meager 2,000 yuan a month. This small sum held no significance for him. With a carefree gesture, he completed the payment. Ding! Ren Nini and Appo's goodwill increased by 10, bringing her current approval rating to 70. Ah, another point for the male deity? Su Chen noted. Pleased by her generous disposition, he quickly allocated the 2 points he received from Ren Nini towards enhancing his own appearance, bringing his attractiveness score to 78. Tantalizingly close to the system and Appo's required threshold of 80. How exciting it was to inch closer to becoming the handsome figure acknowledged by the system. As their meal concluded, the clock struck 8 in the evening. The streetlights illuminated the bustling Bund, alive with throngs of people. Walking side by side, an awkward silence enveloped them. The wine had been consumed, and as the cool night air brushed against them, Su Chen felt slightly tipsy. He began to replay all the films and dramas he had watched, his heightened cognitive abilities allowing him to recall every detail with ease. Yet, the scenarios in his mind felt mismatched with their current situation. Should he attempt a bold move, perhaps imitating the male protagonists from those stories? With Ren Nini and Appo's goodwill exceeding 70, a small transgression might not be problematic. Turning to Ren Nini, he observed a delicate flush on her cheeks, a result of the alcohol. Her skin radiant and smooth like finely polished jade, exuding a soft glow that was dreamlike in its beauty. Summoning his courage, he stepped closer and gently took her soft hand. A jolt coursed through her, igniting a spark within her. Her cheeks flushed deeper, and her eyes lowered. Long lashes quivering like startled butterflies, exceedingly alluring. She instinctively attempted to withdraw her hand, but found his grip surprisingly firm, rendering her unable to escape. I'm not a casual person, Ren Nini murmured. After the meal and the drinks, both knew what was likely to follow, yet despite her resolve, she felt conflicted when the moment arrived. Su Chen understood that Ren Nini and Appo's words were genuine. Her qualities were rated at a perfect 100 in the system. She was a self-respecting woman, or else he would have attempted to use his wealth to pursue her long ago. He wanted to inquire why she had agreed to join him, but the words caught in his throat, fearing it would sound as if he were taking advantage. Sensing his hesitation, Ren Nini spoke as if to herself. Today feels like a dream. I never imagined I would walk alongside someone like you. Her voice was soft, tinged with an almost imperceptible tremor. Su Chen felt the weight of her turmoil and instinctively tightened his grip on her hand in a gesture of reassurance. Ren Nini was torn. On one hand, Su Chen was undeniably exceptional, handsome, and financially well-off. The thought of being pursued by such a man would surely make her dreams feel real. Yet, her rational mind warned her that men like him were often philanderers, destined to seek partners of equal standing. Perhaps she was merely a fleeting plaything, destined to be discarded once he grew weary. She gazed into Su Chen's eyes, struggling with her feelings. I fear we are too different, and that could lead to many problems. The soft glow of the streetlights illuminated her tear-brimmed eyes, reflecting confusion and conflict. Gently, Su Chen pulled her into an embrace. In his arms, Ren Nini and Appo's form was graceful, her silhouette exquisite. He felt her slight tremors, her silent sobs resonating within him. At that moment, however, Su Chen felt no desire. Through his connection with Ren Nini, he suddenly grasped many truths. Names like Li Man, Chen Yinran, and Chen Yu flickered through his mind. With the male deity system, whether driven by the allure of rewards or personal desires, the path ahead seemed clearer. One can hardly expect to be surrounded by just one woman. Rather, The presence of increasingly more captivating ladies is inevitable, though I may possess a certain roguish charm. I assure you, I am not devoid of goodness. I aspire to be a charming scoundrel, one who exudes warmth and sensitivity. In that moment, a profound clarity washed over Su Chen and Appo's heart. Chapter 31. Boss card. Regardless of the circumstances, I will treat you well. Su Chen whispered into Renini and Appo's ear. A man and Appo's promise to a woman. Truly a prime example of a scoundrel and Appo's words. Ding, Renini and Appo's favorability 10, current favorability 80. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 point of male god points. A subtle stir coursed through Su Chen's heart as he beheld Renini, her eyes glistening with tears, appearing even more pitiable. All right, stop crying. Your makeup will be ruined. How about we go to a bar for a while? Su Chen gently wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Given the current situation, it was evidently inappropriate for him to indulge in anything further. He needed to find a way to restore the atmosphere. He thought the ambience of a bar would be quite fitting, filled with vibrant lights and intoxicating allure. He had seen many short videos of others enjoying themselves, but he had never been to one himself. Today presented the perfect opportunity for such an experience. In the brief time they stood together, they attracted the attention of several passers-by. On the bustling street, a couple embraced, with the woman still weeping, inevitably drawing curious glances. Onlookers were everywhere, after all. Fortunately, Renini's face was buried in his chest, rendering her less visible to others, but Su Chen was not so fortunate. What if a well-meaning stranger captured their moment and posted it online? That would certainly stir up a commotion. All right. Renini finally noticed her own lapse in composure and became acutely aware of Su Chen's tight embrace, her cheeks flushing with a hint of embarrassment. She gently pushed him away, straightening her rumpled clothing. Fortunately, they were situated in a bustling area of the Bund. The nearest bar was not far. They arrived after a leisurely 5 or 6 minute walk. Glancing up at the bar's name, Cloud Dream Bar, Su Chen found it quite appealing. It appeared to occupy an entire building, a grand establishment indeed. In truth, Su Chen wished to linger a bit longer. After the recent events, the two had grown closer. Along the way, Renini took the initiative to loop her arm around Su Chen's, the warmth and softness of her touch causing his heart to race. Upon entering the bar's main hall, they were approached by a young man striding toward them. He took a quick glance at the pair. Su Chen, clad in Gucci and accompanied by a stunning beauty, clearly exuded an air of affluence. A smile crept onto his lips. Good evening, sir and madam. May I inquire how many in your party? Do you have a reservation? Would you like assistance in arranging seating? Please find me a nice booth, Su Chen replied calmly, having never personally experienced such luxury. Certainly. We currently have availability for both the boss card and S card. Which would you prefer? Upon hearing Su Chen request a premium booth, the young man's spirits lifted. After all, higher spending meant a greater commission for him. What is the minimum consumption? Su Chen inquired, having heard that bar booths often came with such stipulations. The young man replied, the boss card has a minimum of 8,000, while the S card has a minimum of 5,000. He scrutinized Su Chen's expression, prepared to recommend lower cost options should Su Chen show any signs of hesitation. Having heard the price, Su Chen thought it quite reasonable. After all, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. If he could earn a little more, he would certainly opt for the most expensive option. After all, the primary purpose of visiting a bar is to impress, and everything should be of the highest standard. Then it shall be the boss card, he declared without hesitation. Excellent choice, sir and madam. Please follow me. The young man's smile broadened upon hearing Su Chen's selection. Having not secured any clients that day, he had felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, but now, having stumbled upon a boss card client, he couldn't help but feel elated. Even if they only reached the minimum consumption, he would still earn a tidy commission of nearly 500. How could he not be pleased? As they followed the young man through a long corridor and into the bar and Appo's interior, they arrived at booth number 003. The booth was spacious and comfortable, featuring 3 sofas, each capable of seating 3 to 4 individuals, with a glass coffee table in the center. Positioned away from other booths and surrounded by sheer curtains, it offered a high degree of privacy. Su Chen took Renini and Appo's hand and settled onto a sofa directly facing the stage, providing an unobstructed view of the entire performance area. However, as it was still the warm-up phase, the performers had yet to take the stage. And the music within the bar maintained a gentle rhythm, creating a relaxed atmosphere. After seating them, the young man retrieved the drink menu and presented it to Su Chen. Su Chen, handing the menu to Ren Nini, asked, "Well, would you like to eat or drink?" Ren Nini, upon glancing at the extensive array of snacks and wines, was left momentarily speechless. The prices, however, opened her eyes wide. Several of the drinks were worth more than her entire annual salary. Seeing her indecision, Su Chen leaned in, pointing to a special package on the menu, the Black Gold Dragon set. "How about we order this?" he suggested, having never experienced such offerings either. Ren Nini followed his finger to the Black Gold Dragon set, and upon seeing the price of 128,888 yuan, she was taken aback. As they conversed closely, the atmosphere in the bar began to intensify as it approached 9 o'clock, rendering their dialogue inaudible to others. Sensing their hesitation, the young man leaned closer to Su Chen and whispered, "Sir, I see that it's just the two of you. Ordering too much might lead to waste. We have a lovely romantic couple and Oppo's package that you might like to consider." Hoping to leave a positive impression on the first-time guests, he recommended a suitable package, thinking they might return and seek him out in the future. Su Chen glanced at the description. The romantic couple and Oppo's package included a bottle of Dom Pérignon champagne, 2 exquisite desserts, rose petal arrangements, a serving of sunflower seeds, and a colorful fruit platter for 7,800 yuan. This indeed seemed fitting for the two of them. He felt a sense of appreciation for the young man's sincerity, albeit he underestimated Su Chen's spending capacity. One should never underestimate a man with a system. "All right, let us go with the romantic couple's package," Su Chen decided, then paused before adding, "and let us also have the Black Gold Dragon set." Upon hearing that the client had accepted his suggestion, the young man felt a surge of joy and was about to place the order. However, when he heard the entirety of Su Chen and Oppo's request, the smile on his face transformed into sheer astonishment. The Black Gold Dragon set, valued at 128,888 yuan, was typically ordered by wealthy heirs flaunting their wealth or for high-stakes business banquets. He had never expected to encounter such opulence. Suppressing his excitement, he cautiously inquired, "Sir, for such an expensive package, payment is required in advance." Su Chen replied without hesitation, "Charge it to my card. By the way, could you provide me with some cash?" He suddenly realized that patrons at bars often tipped, and he typically carried no cash on him. It would be quite embarrassing to pull out his phone to display a QR code for tips. Cash was far more straightforward and respectable. Chapter 32. The Black Gold Dragon set. "Of course, sir." Upon receiving Su Chen and Oppo's definitive response, the young marketer was utterly elated. It was important to note that if a client ordered a set of the Black Gold Dragon, he would earn nearly 10,000 yuan in commission alone. The young man suddenly felt a profound sense of gratitude towards the client who had originally made a reservation but had to cancel at the last moment. Without that stroke of fortune, how could he have encountered Su Chen? The commission from this single deal surpassed his earnings from over a month. Anyone in his position would be equally thrilled. With utmost respect, the young man informed Su Chen before hastily retrieving the POS machine. Upon his return, he was accompanied by a man in a suit, adorned with golden-rimmed glasses. The man, in his 30s, exuded an air of sharpness and competence. He swiftly approached the booth, bent slightly, and with a warm smile addressed Su Chen. "Good evening, esteemed guests. I am Wang Zhua, the bar manager. It is an honor to welcome you both to our establishment. Thank you for your generous support. I have come to briefly introduce our bar and Oppo's Black Gold Dragon set." As Su Chen and his companion were seated, Wang Zhua maintained a courteous posture, aligning his gaze with Su Chen and Oppo's while wearing a comforting smile. His demeanor was exceedingly respectful. Wang Zhua understood that patrons ordering the Black Gold Dragon set were either affluent or distinguished. As a bar manager, he could not afford to offend them. Regardless of his deference, it was warranted. In the world of business, especially for someone who had ascended to the role of manager in such an upscale bar, possessing sharp intellect was merely fundamental. The most crucial skill was the ability to read the room and adapt one and Oppo's demeanor according to the client's preferences. With a hint of calmness, Su Chen replied, "Thank you. My surname is Su." At that moment, he embraced the persona of a wealthy individual, empowered by the confidence bestowed by the system. Money, indeed, is a man's courage. "Indeed, Mr. Su. Our bar's Black Gold Dragon set includes 6 bottles of champagne, including the Ace of Spades Black Gold. Additionally, we will prepare some special performances for esteemed guests like you. I wanted to come and discuss this with you." "Very well. Just proceed with your usual protocol. I am amenable to it." Su Chen maintained an indifferent expression, feigning familiarity with the procedures. for such settings necessitate an air of sophistication. Wang Zhuo's face beamed with a smile, his tone increasingly warm. Mr. Su, you are indeed generous. I wish you and your companion a splendid evening. Here's my business card. Please feel free to contact me should you require anything. After handing Su Chen an exquisite card, he shot a glance at the young marketer. Chen, Xiao Chen, tonight, ensure Mr. Su is well attended to. Should he be the slightest bit displeased, I will hold you accountable. Understood, manager. Xiao Chen grasped the implication and, with a flattering smile, respectfully presented the POS machine to Su Chen. Su Chen casually accepted the business card and placed it in Renini and Amp, Oppo's, hand. Taking out the black card provided by the system, he lightly swiped it on the POS, entering an amount of 200,000 and inputting the password. Please assist me in exchanging 60,000 in cash. With a chime, the POS confirmed the successful transaction, and Su Chen calmly signed. Observing the 2,000 yuan cashback from the system, he felt a sense of elation. Surprisingly, the 2,000 yuan rebate was no longer a source of excitement. Xiao Chen exhaled a sigh of relief, finally able to let go of the tension that had gripped him. He had feared a failed transaction might lead to Su Chen and his companion leaving without a word, which would not only earn him a reprimand from the manager but potentially cost him his commission. Although he knew the probability of such an event was negligible, this was the first time a client had ordered the black gold dragon set through him. As Su Chen completed his signature, Xiao Chen collected the POS machine and, after repeatedly assuring that it was no trouble, hurried away to exchange for cash. Meanwhile, Wang Zhuo, witnessing Su Chen and Amp, Oppo's, extravagant display, spending 200,000 as if purchasing a mere bottle of water, silently elevated his opinion of Su Chen. Wait a moment, Mr. Su. I shall arrange your beverages immediately. After receiving a nod from Su Chen, he quickly departed. At this moment, Renini, seated beside Su Chen, seemed to awaken from her astonishment. Previously, she had visited bars with her girlfriends, but they had only managed to pull together a few hundred yuan for a minimum spend, merely to experience the atmosphere. Not even the esteemed manager or staff like Xiao Chen would spare them a glance. After all, bars abound with beautiful women, especially those who were proactive and alluring. Each visit had rendered her an invisible entity. Today, however, being personally attended to by the manager was a first in her life. While she was aware of Su Chen's wealth, experiencing the joy of affluence so directly made her instinctively clutch Su Chen's arm, fearing he might vanish at any moment. Feeling the warmth radiating from his arm, Su Chen too felt elated and turned to gently kiss Renini's cheek. Observing the blush on her face, which she did not reject, but rather tightened her embrace, he felt a surge of delight. This was the life a man desires. Before long, Xiao Chen returned with the 60,000 in cash. Without counting, Su Chen tossed it onto the table before Renini. Feel free to tip anyone you fancy. We're here to enjoy ourselves. Renini nodded obediently, reflecting on how this evening, from dinner to now at the bar, mirrored the life of the wealthy she had always dreamed of. Suddenly, she recalled the words spoken by the hall manager earlier that day. Perhaps she had truly grasped an opportunity to change her fate. Ding. Renini's favorability increased by 10. Current favorability 90. Congratulations to the host for earning 1 point of admiration from the male god. Upon hearing Su Chen and Oppo's words, Xiao Chen was once again taken aback by the grandiosity of Su Chen's gesture. Initially, he had assumed the 60,000 cash was intended for the beautiful companion beside him. Though it seemed somewhat excessive, the companion and Oppo's beauty and figure were indeed top tier, even in a bar filled with stunning women. He had witnessed many lavish patrons before who would lavish gifts upon such beauties for a smile. Thus, while he marveled at Su Chen's generosity towards women, he did not think further. However, upon hearing that the 60,000 cash was merely for tipping, his perception of Su Chen's generosity was elevated once more. Typically, a client who was somewhat generous would leave tips of 300 to 500. Gazing at the 60,000 before Renini, Xiao Chen could not help but swallow hard. A patron of such caliber made him feel that even if he put in 200% effort, it would still fall short. He instinctively positioned himself just outside the booth's confines, maintaining a respectful distance that neither intruded upon the guest's privacy nor hindered his ability to respond promptly to their needs. Shortly after, several staff members arrived to present Su Chen and Renini with a romantic couple-s package, adorning the booth and table with rose petals, creating an even more intimate atmosphere. Chapter 33. Atmosphere. As time progressed, the ambience within the bar grew increasingly fervent. The air was infused with the intoxicating scents of alcohol and perfume. On stage, A male vocalist's magnetic voice resonated, his melodies seemingly imbued with a certain enchantment, plucking at the heartstrings of everyone under the kaleidoscopic lights. This incited waves of cheers and applause from the audience below. At this moment, Renini was almost pressed against Su Chen, their bodies intimately close. The soft sensation, filtered through delicate fabric, conveyed a hint of warmth. Gazing down at the beautiful woman so close at hand, Su Chen couldn't resist gently lifting Renini to sit upon his lap. She instinctively squirmed a bit, unaware that this unintentional motion caused Su Chen's body to tense up instantly. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Renini's face flushed like a ripe persimmon. The sight of the stunning woman in his embrace, with her bashful yet alluring demeanor, only heightened her appeal. Unable to contain himself, Su Chen leaned down to kiss her, their lips meeting in a warm and moist embrace. Just as he felt the urge to escalate their intimacy, the lights in the bar suddenly dimmed. A moment later, a golden beam of light shot down from the ceiling, illuminating the entire stage. A sultry woman clad in a form-fitting black leather skirt stepped onto the platform, adeptly operating the DJ equipment. An exhilarating melody erupted throughout the bar, its rhythm pounding like a hammer against the hearts of the patrons. The golden beam of light slowly traversed the room, ultimately settling at the entrance of the bar, capturing the attention of the entire audience. Two young men, dressed in black suits and sporting sunglasses, gradually pulled open the grand doors. A procession of breathtakingly beautiful women entered, clad in daringly scant attire, their figures exquisitely graceful. The seasoned clientele instantly recognized this as the bar's most extravagant offering, the Black Gold Dragon Package. The crowd fell into an unusual hush. The leading ladies held aloft illuminated signs, each emblazoned with the words Black Gold Dragon Package in gilded, artistic lettering. Behind them, several women carried trays brimming with bottles of champagne, their vibrant hues sparkling enticingly under the lights. The DJ and Oppo's voice boomed through the speakers. Congratulations to Mr. Su from the V3 booth for acquiring the Black Gold Dragon Package. On behalf of all the staff at this bar, I wish you a splendid time filled with joy and prosperity. The tone was high and resonant. Cheers erupted, the sound waves crashing like a tidal wave, nearly drowning out the bar and Oppo's music. With pulsating lights, rousing melodies, and the enthusiastic shouts of patrons, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. The alluring women sashayed around the bar, their hips swaying seductively, eventually pausing in front of Su Chen and Renini. As they passed, the surrounding guests cast envious glances, some unable to restrain themselves from whistling, while others eagerly whipped out their phones, preparing to post pictures on social media. Wow, this must be the legendary Black Gold Dragon Package. It's simply extravagant, exclaimed a young man clad in trendy attire to his companion, his eyes brimming with envy. Indeed, it seems a major player has arrived at the bar tonight. We are truly witnessing something extraordinary. I've never seen anything like this before, his friend concurred, eyes glued to the lavish display. As the women arrived at the booth, they gracefully arranged themselves, slightly bending their knees in a synchronized gesture of respect. The leading lady, adorned with a sweet smile, softly announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, here is your Black Gold Dragon Package. Please enjoy." With that, she and her companions carefully placed the champagne on the table. They then formed a circle around the booth, swaying their bodies while holding their illuminated signs. A few of the women tossed red confetti into the air, adding a whimsical touch to the opulent scene. Su Chen, observing the exuberantly swaying women, couldn't help but chuckle to himself. They must have seen the cash on the table. Otherwise, why would they lower themselves to such fervent displays before him? Su Chen utilized the system to scan the leading lady, discovering that she possessed a commendable appearance score of 89. However, her quality score was a mere 59, barely passing, which naturally dampened his interest. The eyes of the entire room were drawn to this spectacle. Men gazed with envy, while women looked on with jealousy. The sheer opulence of the moment, the sensation of being the center of attention, left Renini somewhat dazed. Meanwhile, Su Chen remained composed. After all, he had previously spent millions in a live stream, where the audience count far exceeded that of the bar. Su Chen, however, had no time to admire the women, as attending to the benefactor was his primary task. He swiftly approached, gently lifting a bottle of champagne to present to Su Chen and Renini. Upon receiving a nod of approval from Su Chen, he deftly uncorked the bottle. With a crisp pop, the golden bubbles surged forth, releasing an intoxicating aroma. Xiao Chun hastily grabbed crystal glasses from the table, pouring a glass for both Su Chen and Ren Nini. The golden liquid swirled enticingly within the glasses, exuding an alluring sheen. Ren Nini, captivated by the luxurious scene before her, clung tightly to Su Chen's arm, her face radiant with happiness and pride, her gaze filled with admiration for him. Su Chen, maintaining his calm demeanor, gently raised his glass to clink with hers. This was her first taste of such champagne. The bubbles exploded on her tongue. Infused with the essence of wealth, Su Chen gestured towards the cash on the table, indicating that Ren Nini should distribute tips. With trembling fingers, she grasped the cash. She had never envisioned herself standing in such a setting, the focal point of attention. Taking a deep breath, she steeled herself to appear composed, and then began to divide the cash. Each woman surrounding the booth received a generous 600. Ren Nini's gesture elicited a chorus of gratitude from the women. Meanwhile, the surrounding guests continued to whisper, their gazes frequently darting towards the V3 booth, captivated by the uncontainable joy radiating from Ren Nini. A provocatively dressed girl leaned towards her companion, whispering, "Look at that girl, she and Amp. Appos is so lucky to have encountered such a generous man. If only that were me." Her tone was laced with envy, mingled with a hint of reluctance. Her friend replied, "Well, that girl is undeniably beautiful, and her figure is simply the best I and Appos VE ever seen. If I were a man, I would be drawn to someone like her." The girl pouted, falling silent. Yet her gaze remained fixated on Ren Nini, as if envisioning herself in her place. Chapter 34. One night upon witnessing the presence of red envelopes. Not only the enchanting ladies from the beverage service, but also the bar and Appos' marketing staff, security personnel, and even the cleaning lady approached the scene. After all, the sum bestowed by Su Chen was exceedingly generous. With each individual receiving 600, it was enough to entice anyone. Surrounded by such a crowd, Ren Nini felt a bit flustered. Observing the throng encircling Ren Nini, Su Chen couldn't and Appos helped but furrow his brow. While the envelopes were inconsequential, he was displeased by the sight of her being besieged by so many people. Seeing Su Chen and Appos' apparent discontent, Xiao Chun promptly stepped forward, urging the crowd to disperse. "Please, give some space. You're affecting Sugo's enjoyment." Those seasoned in the bar scene immediately understood that their presence was likely displeasing the patron. Though regretful, they bowed to express their gratitude to Ren Nini and promptly exited. During this time, two attractive ladies from the ambience team discreetly approached Su Chen, inquiring if they could linger for a drink. Upon assessing them, one possessing a quality score of 62 and the other 52, Su Chen shook his head inwardly. Although both were indeed striking, exuding goddess-like allure among ordinary individuals, the confidence they displayed in approaching him while Ren Nini was occupied was telling. Despite the thrill of being approached by such beautiful women, Su Chen was no longer the man he once was. His experiences had naturally elevated his standards. While he respected everyone's choices and held no disdain for them, such qualities in women could hardly spark his interest any longer. After politely declining, Su Chen turned to Ren Nini and said, "All right, come back, Nini." Obediently, she returned to the booth, exhaling a breath of relief. Though the flattery was enjoyable, the noise had become overwhelming. Noticing that Ren Nini still had approximately 30 to 40,000 in cash, he contemplated for a moment before collecting it all and handing it to Xiao Chun. "Everyone has worked hard tonight. Please continue distributing this, but do it elsewhere." "Understood, brother." Xiao Chun responded eagerly, taking the cash to distribute the tips. His heart raced with excitement. This gesture indicated that Su Chen considered him one of his own, entrusting him with such a substantial sum. Moreover, this act suggested that Su Gu would frequent this place often, as such generosity and tipping was not commonplace. The thought made Xiao Chun's eyes light up. He felt an urge to express his gratitude, believing that by aligning himself closely with Su Chen, his fortunes would surely rise. Radiating happiness, Ren Nini nestled against Su Chen, her cheeks flushed, whether from warmth or excitement, it was unclear. "If you enjoy it, I'll bring you here more often," she suggested as Su Chen wrapped his arm around her slender waist, planting a gentle kiss on her alluring face. "But it's so expensive. You've spent over 200,000 tonight. I feel a bit guilty," Ren Nini remarked with a pained expression. "It and Appos' a small price to pay for joy. After all, money is meant to be spent," Su Chen replied with an air of generosity. The ambience of the bar remained vibrant, and Su Chen looked at Ren Nini, softly asking, "Shall we dance for a while?" With her cheeks aglow, Ren Nini shyly nodded. As they stepped onto the dance floor, an infectious rhythm enveloped them. Su Chen held Ren Nini closely, their bodies nearly merging. As the music swayed, his hand gradually moved from her waist to her back. Ren Nini gazed up at Su Chen, her eyes glazed with longing, instinctively placing her hand on his shoulder. The air was thick with intimacy, the surrounding clamor fading into a blurred backdrop, leaving only the sound of their heartbeats and breaths. As the song concluded, both were flushed and breathless. Having consumed a bottle of red wine and nearly finished a bottle of champagne earlier that afternoon, they felt a pleasant buzz. Coupled with their recent closeness, Su Chen decided it was time to conclude their evening at the bar. At that moment, Su Chen had finished distributing the tips and stood nearby. Su Chen waved him over, and Su Chen promptly approached, having kept a keen eye on their interactions. "We're heading back to rest." "Of course, Sugo." He glanced at the table where only one bottle had been touched, the rest untouched. "I'll keep this wine for you. You can enjoy it next time. Just let me know, and I'll prepare everything." Su Chen contemplated the idea of storing the wine, fearing the system might not acknowledge the expense, leading to unnecessary deductions from his account. Besides, the allure of the bar lies in the prestige of showcasing such beverages. You can manage the drinks as you see fit. Feel free to enjoy or share them as you please. Consider it your reward for a night of hard work. I'll simply order again when I return. Su Chen was elated. Selling the remaining alcohol would easily net him several thousand. "Since you and Oppos, V been drinking, I can drive you back." "No need. We'll just take a cab," Su Chen replied, wrapping his arm around Ren Nini as they exited the bar. With Su Chen seeing them off, after hailing a cab, they headed straight for the Waldorf Hotel. Upon their arrival, Shaoli, the private butler who had received Su Chen's message, awaited them in the lobby. His expression remained unchanged upon seeing Su Chen return with a stunning woman. It was a sight he had grown accustomed to, given the clientele of the presidential suite. As they entered the suite, Su Chen, already ignited by desire, wasted no time allowing Ren Nini to admire its opulence. He embraced her tightly, showering her with fervent kisses, as if to convey all the pent-up emotions of the evening. Ren Nini, taken aback by this sudden passion, shivered slightly, her cheeks flushed, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck, her gaze filled with a mix of enchantment and bashfulness. In the room, the crystal chandelier cast a warm glow, enhancing the seductive atmosphere. Fueled by Ren Nini's exceptional allure, their passionate encounter ignited a fervor that engulfed them. Their bodies intertwined, producing gentle sounds of connection, yet in their world, there was nothing but each other. Time seemed to dissolve, and eventually they pulled apart. Ren Nini resting against Su Chen, her chest rising and falling rapidly, her eyes still shimmering with the remnants of their shared ardor. Ren Nini's quality diminished by one. Chapter 35. Encounter with the female law enforcer, Ding. Ren Nini's affection level 10, current affection level 100. Congratulations to the host for successfully conquering the target, earning 10 male god points. Congratulations, host, for completing the first kill reward, system upgrade successful. Congratulations, host, for triggering the system achievement module. Congratulations, host, for obtaining tenfold consumption rebate privileges with Su Nini. Please continue to strive for further upgrades to this system. Explore more features on your own. Overwhelmed by a myriad of notifications in his mind, Su Chen felt no desire to delve into them. It was simply too exhausting. The heights and depths of the world, along with its myriad social intricacies, had left him utterly fatigued from his arduous journey, and all he yearned for was slumber. He tightened his embrace around the delicate figure beside him, inhaling the fragrant scent of Ren Nini, and drifted into a deep sleep. The following morning, Su Chen opened his eyes to find Ren Nini lying beside him, her eyes shut tight, seemingly asleep. Yet, the slight tremor of her eyelashes betrayed her. A chuckle escaped Su Chen and Oppos' lips, though he chose to remain silent. After all, her affection score had just dipped from 100 to 99 points. It was only natural for her to feel bashful in his presence. Gazing at Ren Nini, wrapped snugly in the blanket, Hikuden and Oppos helped but reminisce about the delightful experience of the previous night. A glance at the clock revealed it was already 8 in the morning. With an hour remaining before the first class commenced, he called his butler, Shaoli, to arrange for 2 breakfasts to be delivered to their room. After dressing, he made his way to the living room. His attention was drawn to the system, which he had neglected to explore the previous day due to fatigue. To his surprise, he noticed the addition of an achievement module. What could this be? Unable to fathom its purpose, he set it aside for now. His male god points had accumulated to 12. It was finally time for another lottery draw. Ding, consuming 10 male god points, successfully activated the advanced male god roulette. Congratulations, host, for obtaining master-level calligraphy. Calligraphy? Quite splendid. It would serve well for occasional displays of sophistication. As knowledge flowed into his mind, he reveled in the sensation of unearned rewards. He pondered whether the system could grant him some extraordinary ability. How exhilarating that would be. After a brief reverie, he allocated the remaining 2 male god points to his appearance. Ding! Consuming 2 male god points. Congratulations to the host for gaining 2 in appearance. The process of enhancement requires some time. Please be patient. Seeing his appearance score finally surpass 80 points filled him with delight. He admired his handsome visage in the mirror, feeling increasingly pleased with his reflection. He envisioned a future where he would become an exceptionally attractive figure, captivating all who crossed his path. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts, followed by Xiao Li and Amp Oppo's voice. Mr. Su, as per your instructions, breakfast is prepared for you. With the intention of treating Rin Nini, he had requested a lavish breakfast. Bird's nest and shark fin congee, accompanied by black truffle eggs and fresh sea urchin flown in from Hokkaido. After the staff set the table, Xiao Li politely informed Su Chen and then took his leave. Assuming Rin Nini was already awake, he proceeded to the bedroom. Upon entering, he discovered her fully dressed and made up, folding last night and Amp Oppo's sheets into a small bundle to place in her bag. Upon seeing Su Chen, her cheeks flushed crimson. I thought I would keep it as a memento. Seeing her shy demeanor brought a smile to Su Chen's lips. Of course, you can. Come, let us eat. Such a woman was irresistibly charming. He stepped forward, taking Rin Nini's hand and leading her to the dining table. As they sat across from one another, Su Chen thoughtfully served Rin Nini a bowl of bird and Oppo's nest and shark fin congee. Do try this. It's specially prepared for you to nourish your body. Rin Nini and Amp Oppo's eyes sparkled with gratitude as she gently scooped a spoonful of congee into her mouth. The warmth slid down her throat, the exquisite flavor unfurling on her palate, bringing a wave of comfort to her heart. After their heartwarming breakfast, he glanced at the time. It was nearly time for class. The hotel was some distance from the school. I must head to class first. You can wait for me here at the hotel. After a moment's thought, Su Chen transferred 200,000 yuan to Rin Nini via WeChat. If you find yourself bored, feel free to explore outside. Buy whatever you like. Let me know if you need more. Rin Nini nodded obediently. All right, I will miss you. Please drive safely. 10 minutes later, Su Chen cruised leisurely toward the school in his Lamborghini sports car. The engine's distinctive roar and the way other vehicles yielded to him filled him with a sense of satisfaction. Halfway through his journey, he noticed a female law enforcer waving at him, signaling him to pull over. Surprised, Su Chen hesitated. She was not a traffic officer. So why was she stopping his vehicle? Was it due to the ambiguity of his funding sources? That couldn't be. The system had assured him that all his finances were legitimate and traceable. As he halted the car, before he could speak, the law enforcer rushed to his side, displaying her identification. Yet, before he could scrutinize it, she swiftly withdrew it. In an urgent situation, a dangerous fugitive is fleeing ahead, she exclaimed, gesturing toward the enforcement vehicle parked nearby. My vehicle encountered a malfunction during the pursuit. I need to requisition your car for use. I kindly ask for your cooperation. Su Chen regarded the breathless enforcer clad in her uniform. The urgency on her face was palpable as she awaited his response. He found it hard to believe that the melodramatic scenarios he and Amp Oppo's seen on television were unfolding in his own life. With a slight shift in thought, he received a system notification. Ding, scanning successful. Target, Song Zhao, age, 23, height, 167 centimeters, weight, 52 kilograms, quality, 66, appearance, 78, figure, 82. The information provided by the system stirred something within Su Chen. Was her quality truly so low? Noticing Su Chen and Oppo's hesitation, Song Zhao urged, please cooperate with our efforts. This fugitive is quite cunning. We have invested significant resources to track him down. Every minute wasted diminishes our chances of a successful capture. Seeing the urgency in Song Zhao's expression, Su Chen contemplated briefly before swiftly unbuckling his seatbelt, exiting the car. Very well. As a law-abiding citizen, I shall fully cooperate. Please, make use of my vehicle. Song Zhao and Amp Oppo's heart leaped at Su Chen and Amp Oppo's willingness to comply. She hurriedly took her place in the driver and Amp Oppo's seat of the Lamborghini. However, as she prepared to start the engine, she was taken aback. The car had been turned off, and the keys were not inside. Hand me the car keys, Song Zhao insisted, turning to Su Chen, who was toying with the keys. This is not the time for frivolities. Every minute we delay increases the danger. Certainly, but first, I would appreciate it if you could answer one question. Why is my vehicle the only one requisitioned among all the cars that passed by? Su Chen inquired with a smile. Chapter 36. Unmasking at this moment, Su Chen wore a mischievous grin as he fixed his gaze upon Song Zhao. Su Chen. Song Zhao's expression shifted dramatically. Do not delay me in pursuing the murderer. The consequences of this could be unbearable for you. Oh, is that so? Then I must take heed, Su Chen replied, a playful smile gracing his lips as he pressed the car key, locking the Lamborghini with a definitive click. I believe the criminal will surely escape this time. Su Chen, what do you mean by this? Song Zhao and Appo's face turned ashen as he hurriedly attempted to push the car door, only to discover it was utterly in vain. Unbeknownst to him, Su Chen had activated the Lamborghini and Appo's unique anti-theft system the moment he locked the car. Unless Su Chen willingly unlocked it, Song Zhao would be unable to open the door from the inside. In that instant, the Lamborghini transformed into a luxurious prison, ensnaring Song Zhao without mercy. Su Chen, this is a criminal act. Do you realize that? I now suspect you are in cahoots with that fugitive. Song Zhao exclaimed, frustration evident in his demeanor. This is not the time for such jokes. Just unlock the car and give me the keys, and I can pretend that none of this ever happened. Still pretending? How did you know my name is Su Chen? Have we met before? I was somewhat hesitant until you uttered my name. Now I can be certain you are attempting to deceive me into relinquishing my vehicle. You orchestrated this whole charade on my way to school. It seems you have invested considerable effort in me, Su Chen declared, exuding confidence. Moreover, I advise you to remain still inside the car. As you are well aware, this vehicle is rather expensive. Should you inadvertently damage it, I fear you may not be able to afford the consequences. With that, Su Chen withdrew his phone and dialed the enforcement agency. Upon witnessing Su Chen call the authorities, Song Zhao and Appo's complexion paled. It is well known that impersonating an officer is a grave offense. If the genuine law enforcement were to apprehend him, compounded by his criminal record, his fate would be dire indeed. Unanticipatedly, Su Chen proved to be a formidable adversary, and in that moment, Song Zhao cursed the informant who had provided him with the ill-fated information. Do not let me out, you wretched man. They said Su Chen was merely a fool without connections, who won a Lamborghini by sheer luck. Yet, the trap we meticulously planned is nothing but a farce in his eyes. How could such a person be a fool? Just then, the previously immobilized enforcement vehicle's door swung open, and 3 men swiftly emerged. Each brandished a club, charging towards Su Chen with palpable aggression. Realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, Song Zhao silently prayed for his companions to rescue him before the real enforcers arrived. Did he truly believe that 3 men could not subdue one Su Chen? This was no jest. None of these men were to be trifled with, as they were desperate criminals, each carrying more than one homicide on their record. As the trio of burly men approached with malevolent intent, Su Chen felt an unexpected surge of calm wash over him, even igniting a sense of eagerness. Ah, no longer pretending? Su Chen mused, stretching his limbs. Ever since acquiring his master-level combat skills, he had yet to put them to the test. With the vehicles in close proximity, the distance between them closed rapidly. Su Chen reconsidered. The cars were too near, and any potential collision would be undesirable. He darted a few steps towards the roadside. It was early rush hour, and the standoff between Su Chen and Song Zhao had not initially drawn attention. However, the scene shifted dramatically as 3 imposing figures began to chase a handsome youth, capturing the gaze of many onlookers. In an instant, the crowd grew, and 2 minor accidents ensued, resulting in a complete traffic jam. Initially, the trio feared Su Chen's swift departure. If he were to evade them, their predicament would worsen. However, upon witnessing Su Chen pause at the roadside to defiantly raise his middle finger at them, their fury ignited. After years of roaming, they had never been so humiliated. Quickly, they closed in on him, forming a tight circle around the defiant youth. The leader, a towering bald man, muscular and imposing, with a snake tattoo coiling around his neck, bellowed, "Listen up, kid. Release Song Zhao without delay, and we can part ways amicably. Each of us can go our own way." Given the multitude of onlookers, the bald man hoped to avoid violence. After all, there would be ample opportunity to deal with this brat later. Su Chen shrugged, replying nonchalantly, "Will you obediently await the enforcers and confess your wrongdoings, or shall I render you 3 helpless?" The bald man chuckled heartily, as though hearing the grandest of jokes. Huh, you? I and Amp. Oppos. Do you like to see whether your bones are tougher or your tongue is? Before his laughter faded, the bald man swung his iron rod down towards Su Chen and Oppos' shoulder with tremendous force, creating a gust of wind. If it connected, Su Chen and Oppos' shoulder would surely be fractured. Yet, leveraging his masterful combat skills, Su Chen swiftly ducked, evading the blow with a deft sidestep. In an instant, he unleashed a powerful sweeping kick aimed at the bald man and Oppos' lower body. The bald man, quick on his feet, leaped to avoid the strike but was still grazed by Su Chen's fierce kick, stumbling as he nearly lost his balance. Seizing the moment, Su Chen pivoted and delivered a devastating kick to the bald man and Oppos' chest, channeling all his strength into the blow. The impact sent the bald man flying 3 meters away, spitting blood as he fell, having lost his ability to fight. At this moment, the lanky man on Su Chen and Amp, Oppos' right seized the opportunity, swinging his steel pipe towards Su Chen's waist. Agile and swift, the lanky man struck with deadly precision, the pipe glinting ominously. Unperturbed, Su Chen and Oppos' right hand shot out like lightning, grasping the lanky man and Oppos' wrist with precision before executing a swift turn, hurling him away. Meanwhile, the short, stout man at the back, witnessing his companions falter, transformed his expression to one of malice. Clenching a thick wooden club tightly, he leaped high, aiming to strike Su Chen's temple. Hearing the rush of air from behind, Su Chen arched backward, executing a near-impossible lean as the club whisked past his nose. Taking advantage of the stout man's unsteady landing, Su Chen swiftly rose, delivering a powerful punch that struck the stout man's abdomen like a cannonball. The force of the blow sent the stout man crashing against a nearby trash can, which crumpled upon impact, littering refuse everywhere. In mere moments, the 3 desperate criminals lay on the ground, groaning in agony, utterly incapacitated. The onlookers stood agape, stunned into silence. Locked inside the car, Song Zhao peered through the window, unable to believe his eyes. He sat there, dazed, murmuring, "It's over. It's all over." At that moment, the wail of sirens grew louder, approaching with increasing urgency. Before long, several enforcement vehicles arrived at the scene, encircling the area with swift precision. Chapter 37. The Law Enforcement Bureau. A group of law enforcers swiftly descended from their vehicle, encircling Su Chen and his companions. Upon assessing the situation, even the seasoned officers were taken aback by the scene before them. A rather handsome young man stood unharmed amidst the chaos, a slight smile gracing his features. Surrounding him lay 3 burly men, writhing in agony as they groaned in pain. The peculiar tableau was undeniably strange. However, years of experience compelled the officers to suppress their curiosity, directing their dark weapons towards the only standing figure, Su Chen, who appeared to retain his fighting spirit, and thus became the primary focus of their attention. As the enforcers arrived, onlookers cautiously drew closer, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Su Chen noticed a familiar figure briefly flicker through the crowd before his attention was drawn to an approaching officer. She was a strikingly beautiful law enforcer. Her glossy black hair styled in a chic bob, her tall stature accentuated by her uniform which only heightened her allure. Her large, expressive eyes seemed to convey a language of their own. She approached, halting approximately 10 meters away from Su Chen, her delicate brows furrowed in scrutiny. A commanding presence evident in her voice as she inquired, "What transpired here?" Su Chen met her formidable gaze and replied, "My name is Su Chen. I was the one who called the police." Internally, he initiated a scan. Beep. Scan successful. Target: Lu Yin. Age: 26. Height: 172 centimeters. Weight: 51 kilograms. Quality: 98. Attractiveness: 86. Physique: 88. After glancing at the system and Amp, Oppos' data, Su Chen recounted the events to Lu Yin. Once she finished listening, she cast a thoughtful glance at the Lamborghini parked nearby. "Zhang Xinghao, you are responsible for bringing the suspect from the car back. The rest of you, escort the individuals to the bureau." "Understood, Captain Lu." A capable young man swiftly made his way towards Su Chen's beloved car. "Su Chen, we must request your presence at the Enforcement Bureau to provide a detailed statement." Of course, Su Chen replied readily. In situations such as this, cooperation was imperative, especially since he was the catalyst for the incident. Having been a compliant child, Su Chen felt a twinge of excitement at his first ride in a law enforcement vehicle. Zhang Xinghao took the wheel of the Lamborghini, his expression revealing his enthusiasm for cars. Unfortunately, his friends, Song Zhao and the others, were less fortunate, handcuffed and seated in a corner of the vehicle with an officer keeping a watchful eye. The most unfortunate of all was the bald, muscular man, who was sent directly to the hospital due to the severity of Su Chen and Appo's kick, which had reportedly fractured 3 of his ribs. Lu Yin cast a few more concerned glances at Su Chen upon hearing this news. Su Chen remained composed, reasoning that his actions would likely be deemed self-defense, possibly earning him recognition or even a reward. The prospect of being compensated for his actions was indeed a delightful thought. The group soon arrived at the Law Enforcement Bureau, where harsh fluorescent lights illuminated the interrogation room and Appo's table. Name: Su Chen. Age: 20. Occupation: student. Upon hearing Su Chen was a student, Lu Yin paused her meticulous note-taking, raising an elegant eyebrow. A young man driving a multi-million-dollar luxury car was, surprisingly, a student with such remarkable skills. The 3 individuals he had incapacitated were notorious criminals, and she herself doubted her ability to confront them barehanded. Although curiosity stirred within her, Lu Yin maintained a composed exterior. Please recount the circumstances leading to this incident in detail. Su Chen thoroughly narrated the series of events, including how he had sensed the unusual behavior of the suspects. Lu Yin listened intently, jotting down notes and occasionally interjecting with questions. Once the statement was complete, she closed her notebook, stood, and extended her hand towards Su Chen. My name is Lu Yin. I must express our gratitude, student Su Chen. The individuals you encountered are linked to several other cases, and we may require your assistance for further investigations. It is my duty to cooperate, Sister Lu, Su Chen replied, shaking her hand. However, I am concerned about being late for class. Lu Yin was taken aback. She had not anticipated this wealthy young man to be preoccupied with his tardiness in class under such circumstances. Do not worry. We will communicate with your school regarding this matter. Furthermore, your collaboration in apprehending these significant fugitives is commendable, and we will ensure you receive due recognition. Pausing for a moment, Lu Yin continued, however, the reward will take some time to process. Here is my contact information. I will reach out to you should any developments arise. As she handed Su Chen a slip of paper with her phone number, he remarked, Thank you, Captain Lu. But I have never had any prior interactions with them. Su Chen accepted the note, adding, This incident appears to have been meticulously orchestrated against me. I hope you will thoroughly investigate the matter. Rest assured, we will get to the bottom of this. Exiting the Law Enforcement Bureau, Su Chen felt a sense of relief. Beep, congratulations to the host for assisting law enforcers in capturing fugitives. Achievement unlocked. Good deeds. Rewarding the host with proficiency in firearms. Wow, what a pleasant surprise. Su Chen reveled in the influx of knowledge regarding various firearms. He smirked, pondering the practicality of this newfound skill. Thus, accompanied by the distinctive roar of the Lamborghini, Su Chen departed. Within the bureau, Zhang Xinghao approached Lu Yin, gazing at the receding supercar. Captain, it's astonishing that such a young man can afford a multi-million-dollar luxury vehicle. The exhilarating experience of driving the supercar lingered in Zhang Xinghao's mind. Indeed. And his skills are impressive. One must acknowledge that the 3 individuals he took down are no pushovers. If I were in his position, Lu Yin shook her head. In Lu Yin and Appo's perception, young men born with a silver spoon often indulged in extravagance and reckless driving. However, Su Chen was an exception, piquing her curiosity about him. Unbeknownst to Su Chen, Lu Yin was lost in thought. Checking the time, he realized it was nearly 11 o'clock. The Lamborghini's speed was remarkable, and half an hour later, they arrived at the school parking lot, attracting numerous gazes along the way. Yet, Su Chen had grown immune to such attention. Just as he parked the car, he received a call from his counselor, requesting his immediate presence at the office. Understanding that the Law Enforcement Bureau had likely communicated with the school, he collected his thoughts and strode towards the administrative building. Chapter 38. Refusal. Su Chen arrived at the door of the counselor's office and gently knocked. Come in, came the counselor's voice from within. Upon entering, he found not only his counselor, but also 3 other teachers gathered on the sofa, engaged in discussion. As they turned to regard him, Su Chen noticed that aside from the counselor, he did not recognize the other 3 teachers. This was not surprising, as he had rarely participated in class activities. His time at school had been predominantly spent accompanying Lin Shi, with only a few acquaintances among his dorm mates. He could scarcely recall the names of his classmates, let alone the other faculty members. His counselor, Chen Bo, was 46 years old, a warm and cheerful individual who generally maintained a good rapport with the students. Upon seeing Su Chen, He gestured toward a chair opposite him, inviting him to sit. Su Chen, how are you? I hope you weren't hurt. I was quite startled when I heard about your situation, he said. Su Chen took a seat and replied, I'm fine, teacher. I merely assisted law enforcement in apprehending a few criminals without sustaining any injuries. That's a relief, Chenbo nodded. The purpose of calling you here today is primarily to understand the circumstances of what transpired. After a brief pause, he introduced the other three teachers. This is Director Li from the Security Office, Director Wang from the Student Affairs Office, and this is our Principal Zhang. Once the introductions were complete, Su Chen's extraordinary memory allowed him to recall having seen these school leaders during the freshman orientation ceremony. Principal Zhang was responsible for administrative affairs. Su Chen courteously greeted them. Hello, Director Li, Director Wang, Principal Zhang. Director Li adjusted his glasses and addressed Su Chen. Your actions were exceedingly brave and commendable. However, should you find yourself in a similar situation in the future, I hope you prioritize your own safety. Su Chen nodded in agreement, understanding their concern. The Law Enforcement Bureau had already contacted the school to provide a brief overview of the situation, and Director Wang proposed, I plan to hold a commendation ceremony next Monday, where we would like you to deliver a speech. Please prepare for that. The school and AMPO's student assisting law enforcement in capturing fugitives presented a rare promotional opportunity, one that the school leaders were eager to seize. However, Su Chen hesitated. I haven't and APOS given this much thought, Director Wang. I would prefer to avoid drawing too much attention. The atmosphere in the office grew awkward, as they had not anticipated his refusal. Principal Zhang, experienced in handling such situations, interjected, Su Chen. Your actions have indeed brought honor to our school, and the institution will be rewarding your conduct. He paused before continuing, nevertheless. I believe holding a commendation ceremony would be beneficial, not only to recognize you, but also to set an example for all faculty and students, promoting positive energy. Thank you. Principal Zhang, Su Chen expressed his gratitude. However, I still feel that such actions may be overly ostentatious, especially since Captain Liu Yan from the Law Enforcement Bureau mentioned that these criminals may have accomplices. With no alternative, Su Chen invoked Liu Yan's authority. The school leaders exchanged glances, unsure how to persuade him further. Counselor Chen Bo spoke up. Indeed, Su Chen has considered this comprehensively. Therefore, we must ensure confidentiality regarding his involvement. Principal Zhang pondered for a moment and conceded. Very well, if that is the case, we shall forego the commendation ceremony. However, the school must still acknowledge your contributions. Su Chen quickly expressed his appreciation. Thank you, Principal, and thank you all for your understanding. Following this, the teachers inquired about the details of Su Chen and APO's encounter with the criminals. He recounted the events in detail, sharing his thoughts and feelings during the ordeal, though he reframed the struggle as having involved the assistance of bystanders until law enforcement arrived. The teachers once again praised his bravery and astuteness. Emerging from the office, Su Chen let out a sigh of relief and glanced at the time. It was already past noon. Fortunately, his counselor had granted him 3 days off to recuperate without affecting his academic credits, which he considered good news. Lost in thought, he noticed a stunning young woman approaching. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the campus belle, Chenyu. At that moment, she spotted him as well. Su Chen, long time no see, she exclaimed. Despite having chatted with her about trivial matters just yesterday, the phrase long time no see took him by surprise. Fancy meeting you here. What brings you out? He asked. Regarding the enchanting figure before him, Chenyu observed Su Chen, feeling as though he appeared more attractive than he had days prior. Blushing, she replied, Oh, it's nothing. I just left the classroom and am heading to the cafeteria for lunch. Perfect timing. I haven't eaten yet either. Shall we go together? Su Chen suggested. Sure. Chenyu responded without hesitation, though the words left her face flushed. In a school setting, the act of two individuals dining alone could easily be misconstrued as a romantic relationship. Su Chen had originally planned to return to the hotel to accompany Renini. But upon encountering Chenyu, he reconsidered, realizing it had been several days since he last dined at school, justifying his choice. He pulled out his phone and informed Renini that he would not be returning for lunch, suggesting she eat something at the hotel instead. He then proceeded to the cafeteria with Chenyu. At this point, Su Chen had become somewhat of a celebrity at the school, thanks to the commotion caused by the Lamborghini supercar incident combined with his previous reputation as an infatuated admirer. Chenyu, being one of the top 10 beauties on campus, drew attention wherever she went. Their pairing naturally attracted the gaze of many onlookers, with some even surreptitiously capturing photos to share on the school's forum. Shanghai University featured 3 cafeterias, and Su Chen and Chen Yu opted for the first one. Given the lunchtime rush, the cafeteria was bustling with students. Chen Yu, being more reserved, felt her cheeks flush under the scrutiny of the crowd, adding to her charm. To escape the throng, Su Chen led her to the 3rd floor, where it was comparatively quieter. The 1st and 2nd floors primarily served large dishes prepared in advance, while the 3rd floor offered a more restaurant-like experience. They chose a table by the window. What would you like to eat? It and amp, Oppos, S on me, Su Chen declared generously. Anything is fine. I and amp, Oppos, am not picky, Chen Yu replied softly, her voice tinged with shyness. Just as Su Chen completed his order and prepared to pay, he realized he had left his campus card at the hotel after changing clothes, causing an awkward expression to cross his face. Chapter 39, The Cafeteria Incident in Recent Days, due to dining out frequently. Su Chen had neglected to pay attention to his meal card. Just moments ago, he had boasted about treating others to a meal. Yet now he found himself without even a meal card. This was the first time since acquiring the system that he felt such embarrassment. The school had recently implemented stricter regulations, and upon inquiring with the cafeteria staff, he learned that without a meal card, one could not place an order. He hesitated, contemplating whether to head to the self-service card replenishment machine in the 3rd cafeteria. Did he forget to bring his meal card? It was no matter. He would treat this meal. Chen Yu, a girl of delicate sensibilities, noticed Su Chen's expression and cautiously inquired. Su Chen had bought himself a bag worth 68,000 yuan. Despite his modest finances, he could certainly afford a meal at the school cafeteria. Chen Yu saw this as a golden opportunity. Did you really forget it? Haha. Then I shall treat you to a grand feast next time, Su Chen replied, feeling a bit awkward. Chen Yu then produced her student card to pay. Oh. Driving a luxury car worth millions and still eating at the school cafeteria while shamelessly letting a girl treat you. How disgraceful. The voice was somewhat familiar, causing Su Chen to turn and frown. It was Chen Yang, whom he had not seen for several days. Chen Yang had been feeling quite miserable lately. He had finally managed to pursue one of the school's 10 most beautiful girls, Chen Yanran, but just as things seemed promising, he was abruptly rejected without even a chance to hold her hand, simply because he had muted someone named Ri Guochen in a live stream. All his contact avenues had been blocked by Chen Yanran. So what if he is a rich 2nd generation? What is the big deal? Over the past few days, while secretly watching Chen Yin and Oppos' live streams, he noticed that Ri Guochen had not appeared for 2 days. He was certain he had been banned. How could such a beautiful streamer go without showing up for 2 days? This revelation thrilled Chen Yang. Do not underestimate the young and impoverished. One day, you, Chen Yanran, will recognize my worth and return to my embrace. Just as Chen Yang was lost in this delightful reverie, he stumbled across a post on the school forum that revealed Su Chen, whom he had previously looked down upon, had driven a luxury car worth millions. His own car was an Audi A6, a gift from his family to celebrate his admission to university. How could a loser, whose girlfriend had run off with someone else, afford a Lamborghini? Upon seeing that post, jealousy surged within him, making him wish he could smash that car. Thankfully, his remaining sanity reminded him that he could not afford such a reckless act. Now, Chen Yang found himself alone, while Su Chen was accompanied by the lovely Chen Yu, one of the 10 most beautiful girls. He recalled having mocked Su Chen a few days prior for losing his girlfriend. This situation ignited a flame of jealousy within him, filled with resentment towards anyone who thrived. Upon seeing Su Chen, it all erupted. Su Chen, recognizing Chen Yang and amp, Oppos' voice, felt a wave of annoyance. He had no prior connections with Chen Yang, yet his repeated provocations made it difficult for him to swallow his pride. Chen Yang, mind your own business, Su Chen said coldly. This guy was insufferable. He had been preoccupied with Chen Yu and Rin Nini, neglecting Chen Yanran. He decided to check his intimacy levels, noting that he hadn't updated them in a while. Oh, you're still playing tough. How come you weren't so resilient when your girlfriend dumped you? Now that you're with a rich woman, you're flaunting a rental luxury car at school? Chen Yang continued, showing no signs of restraint. Upon discovering that Su Chen had acquired a luxury car, Chen Yang had contacted Su Chen's ex-girlfriend, Lin Shi, through mutual friends. After treating her to a meal, she divulged all of Su Chen's secrets. From Lin Shi, Chen Yang learned that Su Chen came from an exceptionally ordinary background and could never afford such a luxury vehicle. It was likely that the car's origins were dubious. Moreover, he had previously thought Su Chen merely average-looking, but now he appeared somewhat dashing. Chen Yang increasingly believed that Su Chen must have latched onto a wealthy woman, using her money to flaunt a rented car. As Chen Yang's thoughts spiraled, he felt emboldened. Their argument drew the attention of onlookers, with the luxury car owner, the beautiful school flower, and the handsome basketball player attracting curious glances. The bystanders could no longer contain their curiosity. Some bolder individuals approached with their trays, eager to hear more, while others began to pull out their phones to invite friends to witness the unfolding drama. Standing next to Su Chen, Yu noticed the growing crowd and gently tugged at his sleeve, whispering, "Let us go. Don't pay him any mind." Su Chen patted her hand reassuringly, signaling her to stay calm, then took a step forward, addressing Chen Yang. "Do you know me so well? What car I drive and what I eat is of no concern to you. Humph, I see you flaunting a rented luxury car. Do you think someone like you could afford a vehicle worth millions? I suspect the funds for that rental come from your wealthy benefactor," Chen Yang retorted, his tone dripping with sarcasm. He glanced at Chen Yu, continuing his taunts. "As a student, you should focus on your studies and strive to change your fate through knowledge, rather than resorting to deceitful tactics that tarnish our university's reputation." Su Chen found Chen Yang's words utterly ridiculous. Some individuals simply could not contain their incompetence. "Chen Yang, you must provide evidence for your claims. Your baseless accusations only make you appear repugnant." Su Chen pointed at Chen Yang, asserting, "You allege I am being supported by a wealthy woman and that my car is a rental. What proof do you possess?" For a moment, Chen Yang faltered under Su Chen and Appo's imposing demeanor, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes, yet he feigned calmness. "Evidence? A poor kid suddenly driving a luxury car. What else could it be but a rental? Everyone can see that." He glanced around, seeking affirmation from his peers. Whispers filled the air, some expressed confusion, while others reveled in the spectacle. Unperturbed, Su Chen calmly retrieved his phone and dialed the manager of the Lamborghini dealership, Chen Liang. "Manager Chen, someone is falsely accusing me of renting the Lamborghini under my name. I don't have the contract on hand. Could you please send me the purchase contract and documentation in electronic format?" After concluding the call, he fixed a cold gaze upon Chen Yang. "Understood, Mr. Su." Chen Liang replied on the other end, feeling a mix of disbelief and exasperation. A globally limited edition supercar, there was only one in the world. Such a vehicle could not simply be acquired through wealth alone. Those who dared to offend its owner were truly unaware of the consequences. Chapter 40. Return to the Law Enforcement Bureau. At this moment, Chen Yang observed Su Chen and Appo's calm demeanor, while his own heart raced with anxiety. He glared at Su Chen as she finished her phone call. The onlookers around them held their breath, the atmosphere charged with anticipation. Soon, the electronic contract and related documents arrived via email. Su Chen retrieved the contract and handed it to Chen Yang without even glancing at it. Chen Yang received the phone and meticulously examined it from start to finish. Unable to contain themselves, some onlookers leaned closer to get a better view. As they watched, Chen Yang's expression morphed dramatically, his face flushed crimson and then drained of color, turning as pale as snow. "No, this is impossible. It must be fake." Chen Yang raged, his eyes blazing with fury. "It's all a lie. Surely you fabricated this contract." A smirk crept onto Su Chen and Appo's face. "Fake? My dear Chen Yang. It bears the electronic seal of Lamborghini. Fabricating a government seal is illegal. I advise you to reconsider your words, as I could easily sue you for defamation." No, it's all fake. You're all con artists." Chen Yang's face twisted in a grotesque expression, resembling a madman. The crowd instinctively stepped back, wary of his unpredictable behavior. Suddenly, he hurled Chen Yang's phone to a bewildered bystander behind him. Just as that onlooker stared in confusion, Chen Yang turned and fled. Not looking back, the scene fell into a stunned silence, only to be shattered by a wave of laughter. Even Chen Yu couldn't help but chuckle. This Chen Yang is utterly ridiculous. Su Chen, equally surprised by Chen Yang's antics, shook her head and smiled at Chen Yu. "Well, the clown has exited the stage. Let us go have a meal." Returning to their seats, they resumed their meal, while the onlookers reveled in the spectacle, particularly amused by Chen Yang's disgraceful retreat. "Oh dear. I can't breathe from laughing so hard." He was so clearly in the wrong yet refused to admit it. "Jealousy truly distorts one's appearance," a girl with a ponytail remarked. "I used to think Chen Yang was quite handsome, a good basketball player too. But who knew he was such a person?" "Indeed, but have you noticed how handsome Su Chen is?" Her friend nudged her. "True. I bet Lin she is regretting her choices right now at that very moment." Lin she was indeed filled with regret. She found herself in the law enforcement bureau, having just been informed by the officers that she might face charges of complicity in a crime, a serious offense that could lead to imprisonment. Now, she was not only remorseful, but also terrified. She couldn't fathom how she, a superficial gold digger, had descended to such depths. Ever since that day Su Chen blocked her after her phone call, her thoughts had spiraled. It baffled her how she, who once had complete control over a mere lapdog, suddenly found herself at a loss. Driven by mounting resentment, she had unwittingly contacted Song Zhao's criminal gang through the internet, divulging all she knew about Su Chen. Assuming Su Chen's newfound wealth was ill-gotten, she believed that if the car were stolen, Su Chen would not dare to raise an outcry. Upon learning that an ordinary university student possessed a Lamborghini, Song Zhao's group was intrigued, leading to the ambush on Su Chen that morning. She had hidden nearby, eager to witness Su Chen's despair at losing her car, which she believed would vindicate her. Yet, the outcome was far beyond her expectations. Su Chen not only evaded the trap but also trapped Song Zhao inside the vehicle, while his accomplices failed to overpower her. Frustrated, Shi returned to her rented room only to be apprehended by law enforcement officers. Meanwhile, Su Chen had just finished dining with Lin Yu when he received a phone call from Lu Yan. Su Chen, we uncovered a lead. You need to come over. Understood, Lu Jia. I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, he apologized to Chen Yu. I have some matters to attend to at the Judicial Bureau. What is going on? Do you need me to accompany you? Chen Yu asked, her concern evident. It's nothing serious. Earlier today, I helped the law enforcement apprehend a few criminals. I can manage this on my own. Su Chen teased, what is this? Chen, the campus belle is showing concern for me? Noticing Chen Yu's flushed cheeks, he couldn't resist playfully pinching her cheek. Be careful, Lin Yu stammered, her face burning with embarrassment as she turned her head away. Su Chen pretended to sniff the air theatrically. What a delightful fragrance. Chen Yu was taken aback by Su Chen's boldness, her heart racing. There are so many people watching. It's so embarrassing. Su Chen smiled at her shyness. All right. I'll head to the law enforcement bureau now. They're waiting for me. Okay. As Su Chen drove away in the Lamborghini, Chen Yu touched her cheek where he had pinched her, lost in thought. Half an hour later, the striking Lamborghini roared into the courtyard of the law enforcement bureau. The officers were already familiar with the car's owner, having witnessed her single-handedly subduing 3 criminals, one of whom ended up hospitalized due to her decisive actions. Walking confidently into the interrogation room, Su Chen was taken aback to see she seated across from Lu Yan, visibly restrained. However, recalling the familiar figure he had seen during the altercation with the criminals, the pieces fell into place for him. Lu Jia, what is going on? Why is she here? Su Chen inquired, feigning surprise despite already suspecting the situation. Shi, sitting opposite him but under restraint, lifted her gaze, her expression a complex mix of emotions. Her lips quivering but unable to form words. Su Chen, after our interrogation, Song Zhao has confessed that the information came from Shi, Lu Yan explained. Pausing for a moment, she continued, that's why we brought Shi in for cooperation with the investigation. She has already disclosed the entire sequence of events, and the detailed report is right here for you to review. Lu Yan handed Su Chen a file, which he accepted and examined. The contents aligned closely with his suspicions. At this moment, Shi's eyes brimmed with tears, her voice trembling. I just don't understand why you suddenly changed, why you no longer revolve around me, and how you gained wealth and a better life. Su Chen, please help me. Chapter 41. The tragic monarch. Su Chen did not respond to Shi's inquiry. In truth, the moment Shi proposed their separation and her intention to rendezvous with another, the caring Su Chen had perished. Lu Yan's purpose in summoning Su Chen was merely to reveal that it was Shi who had betrayed him. With the truth now laid bare, Su Chen felt no reason to linger. He exchanged a brief farewell with Lu Yan, avoiding any further glance at Shi, and turned to exit the judicial office. The weather felt unusually bright. Upon witnessing Shi and Oppo's tear-streaked face moments ago, Su Chen had anticipated a pang of sorrow. Yet, he discovered an unsettling calm within himself. As if observing a stranger. I thought you might plead for me, considering our past. Lu Yan's voice broke through the silence behind him. So, Sister Lu, do you wish for me to beg you? Su Chen replied coolly. If I were to plead, would you spare her? The evasion of legal repercussions was, of course, impossible. Lu Yan regarded Su Chen's retreating figure with interest. In her situation, if someone were to post bail, she could easily be granted release on bail. Naturally, there are those who care for her, but that is of little concern to me, Su Chen remarked, casting a glance back at Lu Yan. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. After receiving a nod from Lu Yin, Su Chen entered his Lamborghini. He deemed it a benevolent act to refrain from exacerbating her plight. Lu Yin observed the silhouette disappearing into the Lamborghini, finding the situation intriguing. Sister Lu. Zhang Xinghao approached, jogging over to whisper in Lu Yin and Appo's ear. I and Appo's V obtained Su Chen and Appo's information. As the Lamborghini roared to life, its deep, resonant growl echoed like a ferocious beast. An inexplicable exhilaration surged within Su Chen as he returned to the hotel. Ren Nini lay on the sofa, perusing the magazines provided by the hotel. Su Chen glanced at her. Ren Nini reclined on the sofa, her long hair cascading freely, her graceful neck leading to delicate shoulders. Her slender waist and shapely hips formed a captivating S-curve, exuding an irresistible allure. Observing this woman, who now belonged entirely to him, Su Chen approached and gently embraced her. 2 hours later. Are you accustomed to your stay? Su Chen inquired, holding Ren Nini close. Very well. Compared to my rented apartment, this feels like paradise. The lunch I had at the hotel restaurant was quite delectable, Ren Nini replied. Her cheeks still flushed with delight as she nestled against Su Chen and Appo's chest. After a moment and Appo's thought, she continued, Brother Chen. I plan to return briefly to my apartment to gather some things. I and Appo's come back tonight, if that and Appo's alright? With that, Ren Nini and Appo's beautiful eyes fixed intently on Su Chen and Appo's expression, fearful that he might insist she not return. Since Su Chen and Appo's departure, Ren Nini had been anxious about this issue. Worried that once she relinquished everything, he might ignore her. She had often heard of such tales, dreading the thought of being discarded like a mere plaything once he grew weary of her. All right, Su Chen replied, sensing her tension, and gently caressing the beauty in his arms. Stay as long as you wish. Observing the joy radiating from Ren Nini, Su Chen contemplated the idea of purchasing a home. It was indeed time to acquire a property. While the hotel was comfortable, it lacked convenience. However, if he were to buy, it must be the finest. The villas in the metropolis began at over 100 million, yet he only had around 30 million at present. It was time to focus on earning. He lamented internally that he had not been diligent in his endeavors lately. After sharing a tender moment, they rose to freshen up. Under Su Chen and Appo's guidance, Ren Nini reluctantly took the hotel's courtesy car back to collect her belongings. Su Chen, in the meantime, logged onto the Xingho platform. He had occasionally chatted with Li Manman and Chun Yanran about the green bubbles over the past few days, but had not visited the live streaming rooms in quite some time. Upon glancing at his account, he noted a balance of over 10 million Xingho coins. Checking his follow list, he found only Li Manman and Appo's live stream active. Entering her room, he discovered she was chatting with viewers, not dancing. Since receiving Su Chen and Appo's support, Li Manman rarely danced unless he was present in the stream. With a benefactor backing her, she could afford such indulgence. At that moment, her live stream was bustling, with an energetic chat buzzing around. He noticed a familiar ID among the crowd, a monarch named Mingmen Tongmu. Su Chen recalled this individual from his first public battle aiding Qin Yanran, who was backed by a powerful figure named Xiner. At that time, Xiner had appeared quite enchanting in her stream, yet his system had not reacted, likely due to excessive beautification. Su Chen had thought well of Mingmen Tongmu, intending to offer a word of caution, but had become too preoccupied with his own pursuits to follow through. Surprised to encounter him in Li Manman's stream today, Su Chen found himself curious about why he had suddenly chosen to participate here. Scrolling through the chat, he couldn't and Appo's help but chuckle at the unfolding narrative. It turned out that Mingmen Tongmu had been supporting Xiner for over 2 months, showering her with gifts amounting to over 1 million. Logically, a benefactor who invested so much would expect some reciprocation from a sensible streamer. After all, when one bestows such wealth upon a female streamer, it is often with certain expectations. Yet, each time Tongmu proposed a meeting, Xiner made excuses, claiming family ailments or that it was her time of the month. Eventually, frustrated and unable to endure any longer, Tongmu devised a plan. Knowing some of Xiner's details from their frequent phone conversations and takeout orders, he pretended to buy her a Chanel bag online. Yesterday, he descended upon her city, masquerading as a delivery man to knock at her door. However, the moment Xiner opened the door, Tongmu was taken aback, almost mistaking her for his future mother-in-law. What was intended to be a surprise turned into sheer terror, and he could scarcely contain his urge to flee. Upon returning home, the more he reflected on the incident, the angrier and more disheartened he became. He attempted to call Xian and Oppos, or for an explanation, only to find himself blocked on all contact platforms. Furthermore, her Xingho account had been deactivated. Having been publicly rejected by his benefactor, he felt utterly humiliated and believed there was no longer any point in continuing online. Today, he had come to Li Man and Amp, Oppos, stream to share his woeful tale, preparing to exit the digital world altogether. Chapter 42. Farewell to Ren Huang. Upon reviewing the barrage of comments from the live stream, Su Chen, now fully apprised of the events that transpired, found himself grinning from ear to ear. The realm of live streaming is rife with such occurrences. Su Chen had frequently encountered similar news in the past. The use of beauty filters is a well-known trick, almost child's play. There are even instances of AI face swapping and hiring stand-ins for phone calls. Some women, despite being married with children, continue to proclaim their single status daily. The most outrageous cases involve men masquerading as women. Reflecting on this, Su Chen mused that at least Tong Mu was indeed a woman. This thought prompted another chuckle from him. However, such deceptions typically only fool the average fan. It is rare to come across someone like Tong Mu, who has amassed such a following while remaining largely unknown in appearance. After all, those capable of garnering such a substantial audience are often successful individuals in real life. Few are foolish. One can only blame the esteemed Nan Mu for being too caught up in the allure. Perhaps it is also due to Xian Heir's exceptional acting skills. Su Chen was not privy to the intricate details, but he was thoroughly amused by this revelation. Contemplating further, Su Chen typed a comment to offer some comfort. Tong Mu. Old things must go for new ones to arrive. As soon as his ID, Ryu Chen, appeared and his comment was posted, the fans in the live stream erupted with excitement. "Welcome back, big brother," exclaimed one enthusiastic fan. "Wow, the boss is back. Let and Oppos line up to welcome the great rich brother." Another chimed in. "Long time no see, finally meeting the real deal today. Li Man." Noticing Su Chen's presence in the live stream, playfully puffed out her ample chest and sweetly said, "Welcome home, brother Chen. I've missed you." Seeing Li Man clad in a sensual black dress, Su Chen couldn't help but smile and replied, Man, you look even more beautiful." Upon receiving Su Chen and Amp, Oppos' compliment, Li Man's face lit up with a sweet smile as she responded, "If brother Chen visits more often, I'll become even prettier." How come I never noticed that Li Man has such a charming voice? Su Chen thought to himself, reminiscing about that day when he was driving. He had completely forgotten to take the car for a spin. He resolved to test it out again in a couple of days. Such a remarkable vehicle deserved to be driven more often. "Big brother, when you're not around, Man won't even dance for us." "Who are you to say that? Manjia belongs to brother Chen." "Exactly." Su Chen observed the lively barrage of comments filled with playful banter and joy. At that moment, a distinctive chat effect appeared on the screen. "Nan Mu, brother Chen, please don't break my heart. I'm contemplating leaving the internet, disillusioned and wounded." A hint of existential despair permeated his words. "Nuan Mu, don't leave the internet. There are still many beautiful sisters waiting for you." The viewers in the live stream rallied to persuade him. The internet has a peculiar magic. Some individuals, even after just a brief encounter, feel an inexplicable connection and can become friends. Previously, Nan Mu had clashed with Su Chen during a PK battle, and before contemplating his exit from the online world, he wished to vent a few grievances to Su Chen. Thus far, among the streamers Su Chen had supported, only Li Man had received the most from him. It was universally acknowledged that Li Man was Su Chen and Oppos' favorite streamer. Consequently, if anyone wished to see Su Chen, the first live stream that came to mind was undoubtedly Li Man's. Presently, a staggering 99% of Li Man's fans belong to Su Chen and Oppos' faction. Suppressing his laughter, Su Chen typed a comment on the public screen. "No worries, the next one might be even better. Don't leave the internet. How about we play together in the future?" Having a favorable impression of this individual, Su Chen thought that additional friends would enhance the fun. Such straightforward individuals are a rarity. "Nan Mu, thank you for your kindness, brother Chen. Let us exchange contact info." Ryu Chen, "Certainly." In no time, Su Chen and Nan Mu connected through private messages. "Brother Chen, I'm Nan Mu, from Magic City. My real name is Zhao Yun. That is a nice name." "I'm studying in Magic City, Su Chen," he replied. "Wow, brother Chen, you're actually a student? And in Magic City?" From their conversation, Su Chen could sense Zhao Yun's astonishment and responded, "What? Can't I be a student?" "Haha, no, I'm just surprised. Since we're both in Magic City, This must be fate. We should grab a drink together, Brother Chen. Sure, Su Chen replied succinctly. As he perused Zhao Yun's profile, he noted that he was 23. In a villa within Magic City, Zhao Yun stared at Su Chen's message, his expression a mix of disbelief. Given Su Chen and Appo's spending power, Zhao Yun had previously assumed he was a successful individual in his 40s or 50s. He never expected him to be a student. It is worth noting that Zhao Yun himself was a wealthy second-generation individual, yet his monthly allowance barely reached several $100,000. Thus, to casually spend $20 million. Su Chen's background must be formidable and enigmatic. Zhao Yun could not fathom that an ordinary college student could so easily spend such a sum. What a substantial ally he could be. Meanwhile, Su Chen and Zhao Yun continued their chat while watching the live stream. Due to Su Chen's presence, the number of viewers in Li Man and Appo's live stream surged. The influence of a wealthy patron in a live stream exceeds common understanding. For instance, since Su Chen's account appeared in Li Man's stream, the viewer count skyrocketed from over 1,000 to more than 10,000 within less than an hour. Many tuned in specifically to witness Su Chen, the recent sensation on the Xingho platform. At this moment, Li Man was dancing. It must be said that although her figure might not have rated as highly as Ren Ni's, among the women Su Chen knew, Li Man's figure was certainly the most ample. Her physique was such that it could easily provide sustenance for children and even accommodate a man without issue. In contrast, Ren and I possessed a particularly well-proportioned figure, with ample curves in all the right places. Each had their own merits. The atmosphere in the live stream remained vibrant. Just as Su Chen planned to send some gifts to earn a little money, a dazzling entrance effect flashed across the screen. The fans were ready to welcome the Emperor into the live stream. After all, those who could afford to be called Emperor typically possessed significant prowess. However, when the viewers discerned that this Emperor was none other than Ren Huang, the atmosphere in the live stream shifted subtly. Anyone familiar with Su Chen knew that Ren Huang had previously engaged in a PK battle with him, which ended with Su Chen decisively overpowering him, ultimately forcing Ren Huang to log off in defeat. In the competitive world of live streaming, such a relationship had undoubtedly fostered a deep-seated animosity between them, especially since Su Chen had shown no mercy during their encounter. Chapter 43. The fury of Ren Zhuoyong. Li Man observed the Imperial Emperor's entrance into her live broadcast room, acutely aware that he was unlikely there to offer her support. The recent clash between Su Chen and Ren Huang had become a sensational topic on the Xingho platform. It was improbable that Ren Huang would shower gifts upon Su Chen's affiliated streamer unless he had lost his senses. Nevertheless, as a streamer, it was customary to warmly welcome any prominent figure entering one and Appo's room, a tacit rule of the platform. Just as Li Man hesitated on whether to extend a greeting, a message from Su Chen arrived. Ignore him. The simplicity of the 3 words brought Li Man an extraordinary sense of reassurance. Pretending not to see, she continued engaging with her audience in the chat. The feeling of having a favored man supporting her was sweetly intoxicating. After sending the message, Su Chen promptly typed on the public screen, "Continue the music, continue the dance. He is merely a defeated foe who dared to provoke me without cause. Why should I show him any favor? What of the Emperor? I could easily take on 10 of him." Not having directly instructed Li Man to expel him from her room was, in itself, a concession. The barrage of comments continued. Host, it's lively again. Finally a treat for the eyes. And Brother Chen is the best. We get to see the host dance again. No one in the chat acknowledged Ren Huang's presence. In the capital, within a luxurious villa, Ren Zhuoyong sat on the sofa, an alluring woman, the enchanting Yao Fei, nestled in his arms. After Ren Zhuoyong and Appo's recent match with Su Chen, Yao Fei noticed that he had logged off abruptly, realizing that he must have been upset over the defeat. Yet, considering that she had garnered a substantial sum from him, Yao Fei felt a sense of gratitude. Thus, the following day, she booked a flight straight to the capital. Over the past few days, she had employed every charm and tactic to please Ren Zhuoyong, exhausting her repertoire until she finally managed to lift his spirits. Brother Ren, look at this little streamer. She doesn't even know how to respect a big brother. The two snuggled together, watching Li Man's live stream. Ren Zhuoyong frowned. As a prominent spender on the platform, he was astounded that a mere small streamer would disregard him in front of so many viewers. His anger had mostly dissipated thanks to Yao Fei, and with a significant payment recently received, he had intended to issue a stern warning to Su Chen and seek an opportunity to reclaim his lost pride. In the digital realm, reputation was paramount. However, Rin Zhuiyong was utterly unprepared for the reality that, despite his status as a grand spender, no one in the room acknowledged him. It felt as though he was willingly offering his face to be slapped. Am I not the emperor? Humph, let me see how I will deal with her. With a cold snort, he resolved that a small streamer dared to show him disdain. It was well known that every wealthy patron had a dedicated customer service representative. He promptly seized his phone to contact his exclusive representative. Hello, Xiao Zhao? Greetings, Brother Rin. How may I assist you? Zhao Mingxian, his dedicated customer service representative, answered respectfully. There's a small streamer who has displeased me. What do you suggest I do about it? What is the name of the streamer? I'll verify it for you. Zhao Mingxian and Apos. S. heart raced at Rin Zhuiyong and Apos. S. words. After all, Rin Zhuiyong had been a major client on the Xingho platform for nearly a year, spending tens of millions. Such high-profile clients were rare, and losing even one would be a significant blow to the platform. As his representative, Zhao Mingxuan's performance was closely tied to his patron. The streamer's name is Man, room number 653499. Rin Zhuiyong glanced at the room number as he spoke. I entered her live stream, and she pretended not to see me. Is this the attitude your platform's streamers have towards its consumers? Upon hearing this, Zhao Mingxian felt a wave of frustration. It was merely a matter of one unwelcoming interaction. Did it really warrant such an escalation? The streamer had committed no offense. Ignoring him was simply a choice. And the worst that could happen was that he wouldn't support her further. Secretly, Zhao Mingxian cursed Rin Zhuiyong for being so petty. Yet, this was not the first time Rin Zhuiyong had behaved in such a manner. After a moment of internal lament, Zhao Mingxian knew he could not dismiss Rin Zhuiyong and Apos as concerns. All right, Brother Rin, I've received your feedback. I will conduct an investigation and inform you of the results shortly. His tone was increasingly cautious, fearful of inciting the ire of this sensitive client. Initially, Zhao Mingxian thought it would be straightforward to deal with a streamer who simply lacked the ability to flatter a wealthy patron. He would find a pretext to expel her and suspend her streaming privileges for a few days, a standard procedure to appease a discontented client. However, upon entering the live stream with the room number provided by Rin Zhuiyong, he was taken aback. It dawned on him that this was not just any small streamer, but the one supported by the emerging wealthy patron, Su Chen. If she were merely an ordinary or even mid-tier streamer, he could have easily utilized his authority to ban her without hesitation. But this was Sun Yueshen's supported streamer. Even with 10 times his courage, he would not dare to take action against Li Man. As a top operator in the operations department, he had attended a recent meeting organized by Wang Hai and was aware that Sun Yueshen was under the care of his superior, Wang Ran. After a moment of hesitation, Zhao Mingxian picked up his phone and promptly informed Wang Ran of the situation. 10 minutes later, Wang Ran led Zhao Mingxian to Wang Hai and Apos' office and recounted the events once more. Wang Hai frowned upon hearing this, contemplating the matter. We absolutely cannot impose any penalties on Man's live stream. She has done nothing wrong. Furthermore, Li Man is the most supported streamer by Su Chen. Zhao Mingxian felt a twinge of urgency at Wang Hai and Apos' words. While he could grumble, the financial contributions from Rin Zhuiyong were undeniably substantial. However, if they failed to take action, they risked losing him as a client. Wang Ran glanced at Zhao Mingxian. I have previously conversed with Su Chen. Although he is polite, he is not someone who can be easily pushed around. Wang Hai and Apos' brows furrowed even tighter. Chapter 44. The eruption of conflict. On one side stood the newly affluent, and on the other, the seasoned tycoon. As representatives of the platform, it was evident that neither party wished to offend the other. However, in this world, achieving a harmonious balance is often an elusive endeavor. One must inevitably choose sides. After much deliberation, Wang Hai decisively instructed Xiao Zhao respond to Rin Huang, stating that there were no violations found concerning the anchor and Apos' conduct. Be mindful of your tone. Strive to avoid causing offense. He paused briefly before addressing Wang Ran. You should keep a close watch on Su Chen. Although Zhao Mingxian harbored concerns that Rin Zhuiyong might become incensed over this matter, potentially jeopardizing his own earnings, he felt a wave of relief wash over him upon hearing Wang Hai and Apos' words. After all, he had been compelled to engage in numerous actions contrary to his own wishes on behalf of Rin Zhuiyong, which left him feeling quite discontented. He recalled a prior incident involving a minor anchor who, due to her menstrual cycle, was unable to perform a dance. Rin Zhuiyong had insisted she comply, and upon her refusal, Zhao Mingxian had been directed to suspend her broadcasting for 3 days. This was merely one of many such instances. With the decision made, Zhao Mingxian and Wang Ran exited Wang Hai and Apos' office. Wang Ran glanced at Zhao Mingxian, noticing his despondent demeanor, and offered encouragement. Zhao. Let us be honest. Our roles are not dissimilar to those of the anchors. The distinction lies in our focus on catering to major clients, each with their own temperaments. We must learn to adapt. After a moment's pause, she continued, with Ren Huang, you should aim to be as tactful as possible. It is crucial to avoid offending such a high-profile client. I understand, Wang Jie, Zhao Mingxian replied, fully aware of the complexities that came with years of experience. Yet, a sudden reflection on his past self ignited a sense of vindication within him. The two exchanged a knowing smile. Meanwhile, Ren Zuyong checked the time, noting that over 20 minutes had elapsed without a response. His impatience grew. In the past, when he had wielded the privileges of a major client to address an anchor and amp, Apos' behavior, he typically received a resolution within 10 minutes. The prolonged silence was unnerving, especially with the alluring presence of the enchanting beauty at his side. Having already made grand declarations, failing to deliver would undoubtedly humiliate him before her. Just then, his phone rang. It was Zhao. He answered, his voice tinged with evident irritation. Zhao, what is going on? Why the delay? How is the matter progressing? Zhao Mingxian responded respectfully. Ringu, I apologize for the wait. After receiving your feedback, we meticulously reviewed the broadcast records of the anchor Man, and as of now, we have found no violations. What? Ren Zuyong's voice brimmed with indignation. Is this the result you present to me? Zhao Mingxian clarified. Ringu. We did indeed review the playback, but we did not observe any misconduct on Man's part. If you believe her actions were inappropriate, we can issue a reminder regarding her language. Reminder? Ren Zuyong retorted. I have spent a fortune on your platform, and this is the response I receive? I demand to speak with the head of your operations department. Ringu, I have already reported this situation to President Wang. I assure you, I have done my utmost. Zhao Mingxian replied. Ren Zuyong discerned the underlying implication in Zhao Mingxian's words. The platform had chosen to protect the female anchor. A surge of fury coursed through him, and he abruptly ended the call. The enchanting beauty beside him, noticing his agitation, swayed closer and cooed. Ringu, please do not let this distress you. It seems that Zhao is hesitant to offend the anchor supported by Su Chen, and thus is giving you the runaround. Her intention was clear, to incite discord between Ren Zuyong and Su Chen, as conflict would ultimately serve her interests. Ren Zuyong saw through her motives, yet recognized the truth in her words. The anchor named Man was indeed backed by Su Chen, a fact that had prompted his intervention. He had assumed that his financial prowess would ensure the platform would not risk offending him over a mere anchor, especially not in the presence of Su Chen. Yet, it was he who ended up humiliated. The thought of his longtime viewership culminating in such disgrace filled him with resentment. I have spent nearly 40 million on this platform, and this is how I am treated? Fine, I shall cease my patronage. Upon hearing this, the enchanting beauty felt a pang of anxiety. As a major client, Ren Zuyong could easily withdraw. But for her as an anchor, bound by a three-party contract with the guild and the platform, departure was not an option. If Ren Zuyong stopped playing, she would not only lose a significant supporter, but also see her recent efforts go to waste. She pressed herself against him, whispering, Ringu. It seems that Su Chen has not been spending much recently. Perhaps he has peaked and is pulling back? Ren Zuyong regarded the captivating beauty beside him. While her appearance was alluring and her figure enviable, she lacked intellect. Moreover, after several days of indulgence, he had grown weary of her company. As for affection, it was a mere illusion. For Ren Zuyong, she was simply a pretty plaything, easily replaceable when the novelty wore off. Impatiently, he pushed her away and lit a cigarette. Ren Zuyong, a man of considerable wealth, was astute. His seemingly reckless behavior today was, in fact, a calculated test of Su Chen and Apos' influence. Reflecting on the day and Apos' events, it became clear that the platform was willing to risk offending him to protect the anchor favored by Su Chen. This indicated that Su Chen's worth, in the eyes of the platform, far surpassed his own. Over the course of a year on the Xingho platform, he had spent nearly 40 million. By this logic, Su Chen must possess the potential to spend an astonishing 100 million. If he wished to restore his dignity, the simplest approach would be to decisively defeat Su Chen in an open competition. He had recently reclaimed approximately 300 million, but only about 50 million was readily accessible to him. However, It was impractical to allocate such a substantial amount solely for the sake of pride. He was not foolish. Yet, the indignation within him was insatiable. As he observed the beauty beside him, who remained silent, an idea sparked in his mind. Yao Fei, would you be interested in a rematch against Su Chen? He inquired, pausing before adding, let us crush him in a fair contest. Rendering him unable to lift his head on the Xingho platform. Yao Fei hesitated, grappling with whether to speak truthfully or with guile. She recalled the last simple competition, which had cost her over 3 million. If a real battle ensued, the stakes could reach into the tens of millions. However, given the recent events, she found Ren Zhuiyong's mindset difficult to gauge. Ren Zhuiyong, picking up on her uncertainty, chose not to press the issue. Instead, he continued, if we wish to defeat Su Chen decisively, we should prepare at least 100 million in cash. At the mention of 100 million, Yao Fei was left utterly astonished. Chapter 45. The challenge. The figure uttered by Ren Zhuiyong genuinely startled the enchanting concubine. In her recollection, even during the annual events hosted by the platform, instances of tens of millions in PK points were exceedingly rare. The notion of over 100 million in PK points was beyond her wildest imagination. Not even across the entire network had she ever heard of such a thing. 100 million. This sum is substantial for anyone. Over her 3 years of live streaming, the enchanting concubine had garnered the affection of many admirers due to her beauty and figure, coupled with her willingness to invest effort. She had managed to carve out a decent niche among her peers. Nevertheless, despite her popularity, the total gifts received over 3 years barely exceeded 30 million. After deducting the platform and guild and Oppo's share, the amount that actually reached her hands was just over 10 million. Thus, Ren Zhuiyong's assertion of 100 million in PK points left her astounded. Observing Ren Zhuiyong's earnest demeanor, she thought, 100 million? Even if she were not the sharpest. She understood that Ren Zhuiyong could not simply produce 100 million to bestow upon her. As a female broadcaster, she was acutely aware of her own standing. Even if she were to be sold, she would hardly be worth 100 million. Indeed, I believe we ought to at least prepare 100 million to ensure we secure the PK points. Ren Zhuiyong paused momentarily before continuing. Of course, it is wise to be prepared for any eventuality. If our opponent cannot muster such a score, we need not reach such heights ourselves. However, at this moment, the enchanting concubine yearned to grasp Ren Zhuiyong's true thoughts. After all, it was 100 million, and she couldn't help but fantasize. If Ren Zhuiyong truly awarded her 100 million in PK points, she would be willing to serve him for a lifetime. Just the thought of it made her feel exhilarated. Enough of that. Ren Zhuiyong interrupted her daydream. I cannot produce 100 million, but we can approach it strategically. He then proceeded to elaborate his ideas in detail. After listening to Ren Zhuiyong and Oppo's plan, the enchanting concubine found herself hesitating. Such an all-or-nothing approach filled her with unease. Sensing her apprehension, he reassured her, what is there to fear? Even if that individual, Su Chen, possesses great wealth, I doubt he can casually present 100 million as a gift. He added, moreover, should we triumph in this PK, you could potentially ascend to the ranks of a top-tier or even super broadcaster. Would you then fear a lack of earnings? I am curious to see how the platform would react. After contemplating Ren Zhuiyong and Oppo's words, the enchanting concubine recognized the wisdom in his reasoning. If they were adequately prepared, they could certainly catch their opponent off guard. Although Su Chen had already spent over 20 million recently, there had been no significant expenditures in the last few days. Even if the opponent were indeed formidable, it was improbable they could suddenly produce 100 million in cash. This might very well be her opportunity for ascent. After a brief moment of contemplation, she ultimately resolved to proceed. In the live stream of Li Man Man, the atmosphere remained congenial. Su Chen occasionally sent out red envelopes or gifted Li Man Man with tokens. Li Man Man had never experienced such a relaxed streaming session. Merely sitting there to chat with her audience led to a steady influx of gifts. Moreover, it was not solely Su Chen. Several fans would also occasionally contribute gifts worth thousands. Her popularity surged, reaching 20,000 viewers. If this continued, Li Man Man would soon ascend to the ranks of a first-tier broadcaster. At that moment, a connection request appeared on the screen. Upon glimpsing the broadcaster ID, she hesitated momentarily, enchanting concubine. Except, Su Chen's comment in the chat dispelled her uncertainty, prompting Li Man Man to connect without hesitation. The screens of both broadcasters now appeared simultaneously. The enchanting concubine wore an air of indignation as she addressed Li Man Man. I heard that my esteemed brother visited your stream and was met with neglect. What kind of broadcaster are you? Taken aback by the enchanting concubine and Apos' accusatory tone, Li Man was momentarily speechless. Before she could respond, the chat erupted with comments. Who do you think you are to bark? Defeated opponents deserve our welcome? Enough already. We don't want to hear barking. It disrupts Su Chen's red envelope distribution. Zhao entered the live stream and immediately sensed the tension in the chat. What transpired while I was away? He inquired. The chat quickly filled him in on the situation's background. Let us just settle this. What is the point of all this chatter? How grand is your brother, anyway? The fans found Zhao Yun's comment amusing, flooding the chat with questions about the brother's stature. Seeing the chat, Su Chen couldn't help but smile, typing, So, you've come to seek scorn? As Li Man's chat displayed directly on the screen, both broadcasters and their audiences could see the comments. Su Chen's words bolstered Li Man's confidence. With a slight smile, she replied, I harbor no disdain for your esteemed brother. My stream only welcomes those who appreciate my presence. After pausing, she enlarged the chat display, ensuring the other party could clearly see her viewers and Apos' sentiments. Actions often speak louder than words. Observing the displeasure on Ren Zhuiyong's face, the enchanting concubine decided to be forthright, since you all speak so boldly. Let us engage in a PK, for in the realm of the internet, it is indeed the tangible rewards that hold sway. Upon hearing her proposal, Su Chen understood that they were indeed prepared. Without needing to voice his thoughts, Li Man would certainly not take the initiative. Since the challenge was presented, it would be remiss not to accept. He swiftly typed in the chat, just hope you can endure the blows. The fans cheered in response, Su Chen is awesome. So bold. Ren Zhuiyong observed the lively chat in Li Man's stream and let out a cold chuckle. Given the enchanting concubine's live broadcast, direct verbal communication was inconvenient. Thus, he discreetly messaged her, let us set the stakes. Whoever loses, Su Chen or I, must issue a public apology and withdraw from the platform. Upon reading Ren Zhuiyong's message, the enchanting concubine and Apos' expression shifted. The previously agreed-upon penalty was merely a public apology. Why had he suddenly added a withdrawal from the platform? Yet, recalling her preparations, she felt a surge of determination. In the live stream, she declared, do not be too arrogant. Last time was a surprise due to my esteemed brother's unpreparedness. This time, let us engage in a grand battle. Are you brave enough? Su Chen responded, I am always ready for a duel. As he aimed to earn some money to purchase a home, the opportunity presented itself beautifully. Chapter 46. Ascension to Emperor. Truly. Brother Chen possesses remarkable audacity. The enchanting demoness remarked with a sultry smile, since we are to engage, let us embark on a grand venture. Upon hearing the demoness praise him, Su Chen felt a wave of nausea wash over him and immediately typed, speak plainly, and if you have any grievances, voice them. I shall accept whatever penalties you impose. The demoness paused momentarily, taken aback by Su Chen and Apos' comment. Logically speaking, she had both figure and beauty, so she could not fathom why he seemed so indifferent to her charms. Despite their interactions, he had consistently treated her with disdain, and she could sense his aversion even through the screen. However, recalling the purpose of their collaboration, the demoness smirked inwardly and maintained her composure, saying, Brother Chen, let us refrain from such bluntness. My esteemed brother Ren has proposed that the loser must publicly apologize and withdraw from the internet forever. How does that sound? Her words ignited a fervor in both live streams. Such a high-stakes gambit? Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. Was the other party truly so fearless? Do not call me brother. We are not acquainted. I accept the penalties you stipulate, he replied. Seeing Su Chen take the bait, the demoness disregarded her previous affront and pressed on. Will you require time to prepare? No need, Su Chen responded. Upon hearing this, both the demoness and Ren Zhuiyong felt a surge of elation. They had previously worried that given sufficient time, Su Chen might gather a substantial sum. Now, witnessing his audacity, they felt reassured. They both believed this round of PK was secure, and perhaps they would not even need to expend too many spark coins to secure victory. After all, many wealthy individuals were worth billions, yet a significant portion of their assets were tied up in fixed investments. It was unlikely they would have an excess of cash readily available. Had it not been for Ren Zhuiyong recently receiving a project payment, he too would struggle to produce such liquidity. At that moment, Ren Zhuiyong began to envision the scenario where he would triumph over Su Chen. Relishing the thought of defeating him and then publicly announcing that the Spark platform had disrespected their esteemed brother, it would be a double victory. He could easily shift to another platform. After all, with his wealth, finding beautiful companions elsewhere would not be a challenge. Soon, the Spark platform would be begging for his return. Suddenly, a golden light flashed across Li Manman's livestream, followed by a system notification. Congratulations to Su Chen for ascending to Emperor in Li Manman's livestream. Then came a flurry of renewal prompts. Su Chen renews Emperor X6. With a single breath, Su Chen activated the Emperor status and renewed it a staggering 100 times, each for 6 months. This amounted to nearly 20 million. As Su Chen unleashed a torrent of renewals, a multitude of curious onlookers flocked to the livestream. Emperor, type more clearly. Su Chen commented in the chat. In truth, Su Chen's activation of the Emperor status was not motivated by the rebates. He had utilized the system's provisions, rendering the rebates inconsequential. Rather, he had recently undergone a transformation in mindset. Initially, he had no desire for ostentation, believing that as long as he could play, that was sufficient. Yet, as he became increasingly accustomed to the affluent lifestyle, he realized the thrill of recognition. Why remain modest when one possessed such prowess? Wealth without display was akin to wearing fine garments in the dark. Moreover, this maneuver would attract even more viewers to the livestream, eager to witness his confrontation with the opposing side. As he observed the myriad of adoring comments flooding the chat, Su Chen felt a distinct sense of fulfillment, albeit with slightly sore fingers. Big boss, you and Oppos, amazing. Cheered a fan. Look, the big boss has ascended to Emperor again. Long live Emperor Chen. Li Manman felt invigorated, akin to receiving a potent tonic. Though she had harbored concerns regarding Su Chen and Oppos' capabilities, knowing his wealth was substantial, she had also heard of Rin and Oppos' prowess. However, upon witnessing the 20 million renewal, her worries dissipated. With this man by her side, what was there to fear? The chat exploded with enthusiasm. Big boss, please let me cling to your coattails. So handsome, my darling is so handsome. Emperor Chen is unstoppable. Seeing Su Chen's staggering renewal of nearly 20 million, the Demoness and Rin Zuyong felt unexpectedly delighted. Just as in the previous PK, if Su Chen had remained a novice, they would have been oblivious to the extent of his Spark coins. However, with his Emperor status activated, they could deduce his financial resources through the renewal calculations. Rin Zuyong texted the Demoness. How are preparations coming along? They just informed me they are ready, she replied. All right, it seems this Su Chen has only this 20 million. Even if he has a bit more, it cannot be substantial. Let us commence. The Demoness shared this sentiment, for had Su Chen continued his previous pattern of not renewing, she would have been genuinely concerned. Yet, seeing his activation of the Emperor status provided her with a newfound sense of assurance. At that moment, in the Star Sea Platform's operations department, Wang Hai, Wang Ran, Zhao Mingxian, and others stood anxiously behind technician Xiao Li. As key clients, Su Chen and Rin Zuyong and Oppos' impending battle had been promptly relayed to the operations team. Xiao Li, what is the current situation? Wang Hai inquired. Currently, Su Chen and Oppos' account has been topped up with 50 million Spark coins, in addition to nearly 58 million already in his account. Xiao Li revealed, displaying back-end data and elaborating. Meanwhile, Rin Zuyong's account has received 30 million Spark coins, which puts Su Chen ahead. Hearing this, Wang Hai exhaled a sigh of relief. After all, if Su Chen triumphed, the platform would only lose one wealthy player. However, if Rin Zuyong emerged victorious, the platform could potentially suffer the loss of 2 substantial patrons. Earlier that afternoon, when Rin Zuyong attempted to use his VIP status to ban Li Manman's stream and was denied by Wang Hai, he had been exceedingly irate. Given the feedback from Zhao Mingxian, everyone understood that offending such high-caliber patrons would undoubtedly lead to long-lasting resentment, likely diminishing their future contributions to the platform. As the operations department head, Wang Hai faced immense pressure in making that decision. Just as he began to relax, Xiao Li's next comment sent his anxiety spiraling once more. However, I've noticed that the Starry Guild streamers are exchanging large amounts from the back end. Preliminary estimates show they have already exchanged 40 million. And it shows no signs of stopping. Chapter 47. The pinnacle battle. Since we have established the punishment, you may decide the mode of PK. The enchanting Demoness proclaimed with feigned generosity in the live broadcast room. This was, in essence, a tacit rule of the platform. When one party proposed a PK penalty, the other party had the prerogative to suggest the method of confrontation. Su Chen smiled subtly, his system already brimming with anticipation. Ignoring the Demoness and Oppos' ulterior motives, he understood that all schemes pale in comparison to absolute strength. with casual ease. He typed a message in the vast live stream. Let us engage in an unrestricted PK until one side concedes. As soon as Su Chen and Amp, Oppo's message was sent, the live stream erupted with excitement. Wow, how domineering. Until one is convinced. No time limit. This is the most audacious statement I've ever heard. Su Chen and Oppo's loyal followers chimed in. Our esteemed leader truly lives up to his reputation, battling until one submits. Let and Oppo's do this. Take down one at a time. Another supporter declared, forget the usual fare. I'm sending a grand feast to the host. The demoness, upon witnessing Su Chen and Oppo's message, felt a twinge of unease. Yet, reassured by her meticulous preparations, she could not fathom any reason for defeat. She refused to believe that anyone could possess the wealth to draw 100 million in cash at will. With no retreat left, she boldly consented. Very well. It shall be as you wish. With her words, both parties initiated a PK without time constraints, marking the commencement of a battle unprecedented in history. In an instant, rockets worth 1,000 each surged forth, 999 to start, totaling a staggering 1 million. The screen was inundated with a deluge of gift effects. Su Chen unleashed 999 rockets, while his devoted followers sent forth a prophecy book. The demoness and Amp, Oppo's supporters responded in kind, showering her with gifts, each more extravagant than the last. As the PK commenced, it quickly escalated into a fevered competition. The scores climbed alarmingly fast, 3 million, 5 million, 7 million, and so forth. The two sides engaged in a fierce exchange, neither yielding an inch. Gifts cascaded down the screens like a torrent, transforming the broadcast into a visual spectacle that captivated countless viewers. The entire platform resonated with excitement. Not only the casual visitors, but even other broadcasters were drawn to this high-stakes PK. Numerous hosts began to relay the duel, realizing that without their coverage, even the most compelling content would fail to retain an audience. The annual gala of the Xingho platform paled in comparison to this electrifying showdown. Both live streams witnessed an influx of viewers, each surpassing the 100,000 mark in mere moments, and the numbers continued to swell. 200,000. 300,000. The influence of this PK spread rapidly from the entertainment sector to outdoor, gaming, and social interaction zones, captivating all segments of the platform. As the stakes escalated, not only the major players, but also countless individuals with resources were compelled to participate in the fervor, showering the streams with gifts ranging from $5,000 treasure maps to 10-cent stars. The screens overflowed with messages, obscuring even the hosts and Oppo's images beneath a mosaic of gifts and comments. Despite being mentally prepared, Li Man felt overwhelmed by the deluge of gifts, tears streaming down her face as she reached a PK value of 17 million. The demoness PK value climbed to 18 million. Meanwhile, in the operational department of the Xingho platform, Wang Hai had taken over the position previously held by Shaoli. Leaving Shaoli and Wang ran to stand at the back. Upon learning that the Star Guild and Amp, Oppo's hosts were redeeming gifts in droves, Wang Hai promptly informed Su Chen, receiving a nonchalant no problem in response. In the face of the demoness and Oppo's Guild and Oppo's pressure, that calm assurance evoked a sense of heroism in Wang Hai, reminiscent of a figure undeterred by the masses. Watching the live broadcast, his face flushed with excitement, Wang Hai felt a surge of vindication. Since the platform updated its gifting rules, he had faced considerable criticism. Many questioned the sanity of those in charge, deriding the introduction of $1 million gifts. This had even caught the attention of the board, placing pressure on Wang Hai. Yet, he remained steadfast, for these were Su Chen and Amp, Oppo's directives. The criticism was shattered that day. His resolve was justified. As long as it was Su Chen's supported host, he would do everything within his power to uphold that support. This PK would undoubtedly be etched into the annals of Xingho platform history, and he would emerge as a significant contributor to Shanghai cultural media. Chapter 48. Displaying weakness in the ongoing PK competition at this juncture, both parties had surpassed the staggering threshold of 20 million in PK value, a truly formidable figure. The number of scattered votes in the live stream had significantly dwindled, as spectators recognized the reality of the situation. In such high-stakes PK contests, scattered votes primarily served to enhance the atmosphere, adding a touch of flair, but were inconsequential in determining the ultimate victor. The decisive factors in this contest hinged solely on the performances of Chun Huang and Ren Huang. Rin Zhuiyong had already depleted a substantial portion of his 30 million investment. Currently, the PK value stood at Li Manman's 26 million against Yao Fei's 25 million. Rin Zhuiyong unleashed another round of 999 rocket launchers, momentarily leveling the score, only to witness Su Chen responding with a barrage of rockets that surged ahead by another million. This turn of events caused Rin Zhuiyong's brow to furrow, his gifting actions momentarily pausing as he became ensnared in contemplation. Rin Zhuiyong scrutinized the PK values on both sides, pondering the implications. He deduced that Su Chen had just renewed his emperor status 600 times, each costing 30,000. Which, when factoring in the rebates for activating the emperor status, should leave him with no more than 20 million in his account. Having already spent 25 million of his 30 million, Rin surmised that the opposing side must be in a similar predicament. Observing the scores. Even if the opposing team had marginally more scattered votes, the gifts delivered by Su Chen should have easily exceeded 20 million. After all, any substantial gifts sent would be visible on his side as well. Currently, aside from Su Chen, the only other notable contributor was a king named Mingmentongmo, who had merely dispatched 100 treasure maps, amounting to roughly 500,000. Even allowing for a generous estimate of scattered votes, the total could not exceed 2 million. Thus, it was evident that Su Chen had at least spent 25 million. This indicated that Su Chen's account still possessed Starfire coins, and in considerable quantities. The mere existence of nearly 5 million in direct spending, without the need for renewal, suggested immense confidence. It was important to note that if he had renewed, the 5 million would have translated to an additional 500,000. Such an amount represented several years and oppos worth of income for an average individual. This realization made Rin Zhuiyong, who had initially been brimming with confidence, pause with uncertainty. Could it be that the opposing team was indeed a formidable powerhouse? If such an influential figure truly existed, what would their real-world capabilities entail? While Rin considered himself an elite in society with a net worth in the billions, he still regarded sums like hundreds of thousands with due respect. Although he currently had some liquid assets due to a recent project payment, the opposing side appeared to be operating without any preparation. If he were to offend such a significant player over mere pride in an online contest, he would indeed be foolish to a fault. Losing was a trivial concern, but if the opponent harbored resentment and sought revenge, their power could extinguish him with a mere flick of the wrist. Rin Zhuiyong then entertained another possibility. What if the opposing side was engaging in a psychological battle, feigning a lack of renewal to project strength and intimidate him into retreating? This thought caused him to waver. Noticing the slowing pace at which Yao Fei was catching up in the PK standings, Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. He recalled a message received from Wang Ran, mentioning that many streamers from the opposing guild, Xingchen Media, had already exchanged their earnings for back-end currency. This so-called back-end exchange allowed streamers to convert their earnings into Starfire coins without withdrawing, thus bypassing the recharge process and enabling immediate gifting. The sudden influx of streamers converting to back-end currency at this critical juncture indicated that the opposing guild was mobilizing against him, with the clear intention to undermine his efforts. Upon receiving this news, Su Chen could hardly contain his excitement. After all, he could now legitimately profit. And he was aware that Li Manman's favorability had reached a perfect 100. As long as he spent on Li Manman, he would receive a tenfold rebate from the system. However, since the inception of the PK until now, aside from Rin Huang, he had not observed any other significant contributions from the opposing side. It was evident that they possessed far greater strength than what was currently displayed. Su Chen found it perplexing why the opposing side exhibited signs of fatigue with such limited PK activity. After a thorough analysis of the PK bar and a glance at the Starfire coins in his inventory, an epiphany struck him. He realized that he had already exhausted all his gift vouchers from renewing the Emperor status, and it was likely that the opposing side had been closely monitoring his standings. They must have calculated that his final contributions amounted to several million in Starfire coins. Had they been intimidated by his direct spending approach? Understanding the crux of the situation, Su Chen glanced at the recently deposited 200 million in his bank account and smiled faintly. It appeared that to maximize his earnings, he would need to employ more strategic thinking, a challenge indeed. Su Chen proceeded to renew his Emperor status 300 times in the live stream. Observing Su Chen and Oppo's actions, Rin Zhuiyong felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed that the opposing side was not as financially reckless as he had initially feared. Perhaps they had merely forgotten to renew in the heat of the moment. With such a mindset, it was unlikely that Su Chen was the kind of figure who treated money with utter disregard. It was a classic case of self-induced anxiety. Overall, this was a piece of fortuitous news. It was important to note that each renewal of the Emperor status yielded a 10% rebate in gift vouchers from the platform. Given the recent direct spending by the opposing side, they must have squandered tens of thousands in rebates. Moreover, compared to the previous renewal of 600 times, this time, Su Chen had only renewed 300 times, clearly indicating a lack of funds. Seizing the opportunity, Ren Zhuoyong felt emboldened. Believing he had gained insight into Su Chen's strength, he hastily began renewing his emperor status, ready to confront Su Chen head-on. At this moment, the combined viewership of Li Man and Yao Fei's live streams had surpassed 20 million, with nearly 90% of the entire platform and Oppo's audience congregated in one place. The barrage of comments flooded the screen, rendering it nearly impossible to discern individual messages. The climactic showdown between the rising star and the established heavyweight was electrifying, with 999 rocket launchers being unleashed as if they cost nothing, leaving the audience exhilarated. In his home in the bustling metropolis, Zhao Yun watched the thrilling PK competition unfold and couldn't help but marvel at his good fortune for not having offended Su Chen. Such a formidable ally was one to be cherished, especially considering he was still a student with such financial prowess. Truly terrifying. Meanwhile, Li Man was overwhelmed with excitement, feeling as if she were on the brink of euphoria. Having received over 20 million in gifts, she watched the continuous stream of gift effects on the screen, her eyes welling with tears. Conversely, Yao Fei, witnessing the soaring PK values, felt no joy amidst the frenzy that captivated Li Man. She was acutely aware that to win this PK contest, not only would she receive no monetary reward, but she would also have to dig into her own pockets for 1 million. Moreover, she had conferred with her guild to utilize the streamer's backend for support in this PK battle. Yet, the guild was not a charitable entity. They had made significant sacrifices to procure this outcome. Winning would be favorable, but if she were to lose this contest, she could potentially walk away with nothing. Chapter 49. The guild takes action. Su Chen fixed his gaze on the continuously rising PK bar on the screen, deep in thought. This time, a strategic shift was imperative. In the past, whenever the opposing side closed in, he would unhesitatingly unleash a barrage of 999 rocket launchers, instantly turning the tide in his favor. However, this time he resolved to take the opposite approach, deliberately keeping his progress bar slightly behind. He aimed to create the illusion of a relentless pursuit, despite the evident strain, all while gradually depleting the opponent's resources, a subtle yet effective strategy akin to boiling a frog in warm water. After all, such an opportunity for a triumphant comeback was rare, and he intended to seize it. Before long, the PK bars reached a staggering 33 million for Li Man and 34 million for Yao Fei. At the Xingho Platform's operations department, Shali stood behind Wang Hai, staring at the backend data displayed on the screen, exclaiming, Ren Zhuoyong has recharged another 20 million. And the total for the Xingchen Guild and Oppo's streamer redemption has now reached 60 million. Upon hearing this figure, Zhao Mingxian was momentarily taken aback. Doesn't that mean Yao Fei can unleash at least 110 million in PK? Even the usually composed Wang Ren felt a twinge of anxiety at this moment. Over 100 million. I wonder if Su Chen can withstand this. The other employees were abuzz with speculation. This could very well be the pinnacle of competitive streaming in history. However, Su Chen was now faced with the dual pressures of a wealthy opponent and the guild and Oppo's influence. Would he be able to endure? Regardless of the outcome, this PK bar was destined to leave an indelible mark on the streaming world. Our Xingho platform would gain renown from this battle. Listening to the chatter of his subordinates, Wang Hai felt an unexpected calm wash over him. Strangely, he possessed an inexplicable faith in Su Chen, even if the latter seemed to be struggling somewhat. Ren Zhuoyong, observing the noticeably slowed pace of Su Chen, felt a surge of satisfaction. After a moment's contemplation, he sent a message to Yao Fei, instructing the guild to prepare for action. Let your guild make a move. Let us put in 20 million. I have another 20 million here. Let us crush the opponent outright. Upon receiving the message, Yao Fei felt a mix of emotions. She understood that the decisive moment of this PK was approaching. Witnessing Su Chen's increasingly arduous chase of the PK bar, it seemed victory was within her grasp. Taking a deep breath, she texted her guild leader, Mr. He, while putting on a brave face in the live stream. Awaiting the guild's grand maneuver. On Su Chen's side, he sensed that a significant action was imminent from the opposing team. Observing the PK bars, a plan began to form in his mind. He decided to remain passive, allowing the adversary to make the first move. He intended to wait until they revealed all their cards before launching a counterattack. If he struck too hard too soon, the opponent would undoubtedly hold back. Furthermore, he needed to maintain the facade of a dwindling financial capacity. Before long, the rewards from 300 renewals of the Emperor's gift vouchers were exhausted. The scores now stood at 37 million for Li Man and 39 million for Yao Fei, leaving him trailing by 2 million. It was as if both sides had tacitly agreed to pause their gift-giving. At this moment, the audience in the live stream held their breath, anxiously awaiting the next moves from both sides. The viewers sensed that they were on the brink of witnessing the true turning point of the competition. The entire platform seemed to freeze, with all eyes focused on the PK bars of these two streams. Time appeared to stand still, each second stretching into eternity. Yao Fei made the first move, as all streamers under her guild began entering her live stream in droves, showering it with gifts, starting with treasure maps. Fans quickly understood the situation. Wow, how shameless is the Su Chen guild? This is absurd. It's hilarious. How can a guild interfere in a showdown between wealthy patrons? The barrage of comments erupted in indignation. Observing their streamers and oppos' actions, most fans in Yao Fei's chat remained silent, while they wished for their favorite streamer to win. Pride kept them from voicing their support. Of course, a few fans did speak up, but they were quickly met with hostility. Is the guild and oppos' money not money? ISNTPK about strength? We agreed that the outcome matters, not the means. Doesn't Team Man have a guild too? Your guild takes a cut. How can you shamelessly engage in a contest with your wealthy patron? The comments overwhelmingly favored Li Man, deriding the Su Chen guild's lack of integrity. Meanwhile, He Huan, the owner of the Su Chen guild, was closely monitoring the unfolding PK. In such a scenario, the guild's intervention would naturally attract criticism, and He Huan had long prepared himself for the backlash. The fleeting nature of online memory meant that victory and defeat would soon overshadow this moment. In a matter of days, fans would only remember the PK and who emerged victorious. The means of achieving that victory would be of little consequence. Upon receiving Yao Fei's message, He Huan hesitated for quite some time. He was well acquainted with the veteran patron, Ren Huang, who supported his guild's streamers. He was also reluctant to offend the new affluent player. However, the prospect of nurturing a super streamer was undeniably appealing. Yet, having made his choice, he realized the necessity of securing a win. Otherwise, the guild and oppos' reputation would be irreparably tarnished. For He Huan, this was a high-stakes gamble. Securing this PK would not only win him the favor of the wealthy Ren Zuyong, but also propel Yao Fei to the status of a top-tier streamer. Not just on the Xingho platform, but across the entire network. Ren Zuyong, observing the Su Chen guild's intervention, saw the PK bar soar. Soon, Yao Fei's score jumped from 40 million to 60 million. Meanwhile, Li Man's PK bar remained stagnant at 37 million, with only a few scattered votes trickling in. As for the viewers' comments, Ren Zuyong paid them no mind. In that moment, he felt invigorated, as if victory were already his. He even began to imagine how he would graciously accept Su Chen's apology after triumphing in the PK. Li Man, noticing her dwindling PK value, felt a pang of anxiety, not out of fear of losing gifts, but rather the thought of having to apologize to the opposing side. They had even previously agreed that the loser would withdraw from streaming entirely. Chapter 50. Contract Termination. Li Man gazed at the PK score, which lagged behind by 23 million, and found herself at a loss for what to do. She attempted to reach out to the guild OW, hoping to secure assistance akin to that of the enchanting Demoness. However, given her previous status as a mere struggling streamer, she lacked any direct contact with the guild's management. After considerable effort in her operations, she finally managed to connect with the guild leader, only to receive a disappointing response. There had been no prior preparations, and the time was too tight to act. As a streamer, Li Man understood that the backend for streamers did not require much preparation time. It was merely a matter of the guild leader's word. Those affiliated with the guild would eagerly utilize the backend to exchange gifts for cash, bypassing the waiting period for withdrawals. Realizing this, Li Man's heart sank, as it became evident that her guild leader was solely interested in benefiting without contributing. If the guild intervened, the nature of the PK would drastically change, and the guild would not only miss out on their rightful share of commissions, but might also incur some transaction fees. Thus, the guild leader chose to remain a passive observer, relishing the prospect of watching the competition unfold. When Su Chen spent 1 million, the guild would pocket nearly 200,000, quite a lucrative situation for them. Were they to participate, they would feel too embarrassed to collect their share of the commission. Li Mianman opened the green bubble chat with Su Chen and informed him of her discussions with the guild. At that moment, Su Chen was contemplating the opportune moment to strike when he saw Li Mianman's message. A slight smile graced his lips as he replied, "Do not worry. I merely wish to play with them a while longer. Victory is assured." After a moment's thought, he inquired, "What is the current penalty for terminating your contract with the guild?" The termination fee refers to the sum a streamer must compensate the guild when unilaterally dissolving their service contract, which correlates with the streamer and Oppo's recent earnings. Observing the lack of response from Li Mianman's guild, Su Chen deemed such a guild unworthy of receiving his gifts. After all, he had already generously contributed nearly 50 million to Li Mianman, yet the OW guild was unwilling to assist her. Even a few courteous words from them would have eased his mind. Instead, they chose to hide in the shadows, seeking to reap benefits without lifting a finger, which displeased him greatly. Since they neither wished to invest their resources nor exert any effort, yet still sought to profit, such a scenario was simply untenable. If they made him unhappy, he would not indulge them. Upon seeing Su Chen's confident declaration of guaranteed victory, Li Mianman was reminded of their first encounter when Su Chen encouraged her to engage in a PK. It was also those two words that had filled her with joy. Seeing Su Chen's bold assertion again, her worries dissipated. As long as this man was by her side, she felt invincible. When Su Chen inquired about the termination fee, immersed in her bliss, Li Mianman assumed he was merely curious and checked her details, responding, 15 million. Initially, the fee had been only a few thousand. But with Su Chen and Oppo's recent support, it had significantly increased. Done. Su Chen responded immediately upon learning the fee was only 15 million. He promptly transferred that sum to Li Mianman through his VIP card. As she saw the system reflect the influx of 15 million, Li Mianman was taken aback. She had never anticipated that Su Chen would allocate such a substantial amount for her contract termination amidst such an important PK. It appeared her former guild had indeed missed an opportunity to soar. Without hesitation, Li Mianman spent the 15 million to forcibly dissolve her contract with the guild. Upon observing that the guild section in her backend was now empty, Su Chen entered a state of frenzy, renewing his emperor status 1,000 times in her livestream, totaling an astounding 30 million. He then unleashed a barrage of rocket gifts, leaving the initially skeptical viewers in awe. The speed of his generosity was astonishing, surpassing anything seen before. Soon, Li Mianman and Oppo's SPK score not only caught up to the Demonis and Oppo's 60 million, but also surpassed it by a million, reaching 70 million. Cheng Xiang, from the Star Guild OW, noted that this wealthy benefactor, known as Su Chen, had generously gifted 33 million to Li Mianman. A smirk crept across his face. To him, this was simply an impulsive, wealthy patron. Why squander such wealth? Yet, the more such reckless patrons there were, the better for him. With such a display of gifts, he stood to earn 660,000. Recalling Li Mianman and Oppo's plea for help, Cheng Xiang scoffed. In this scenario, regardless of the outcome, he would profit effortlessly. Why should he intervene personally? He believed no wealthy benefactor could sustain such lavish spending indefinitely. There was a saying, the anchor of the streamer, the flow of the benefactor. Even if he deployed the guild and Oppo's resources to assist Li Mianman in winning the PK, he would gain nothing in return. Watching Su Chen and Oppo's exuberance, Cheng Xiang felt that Su Chen's chances of success were slim. Even if he managed to win with a little help, it would still render him a mere puppet to the benefactor. As he pondered these matters, complacently secure in his position, the operator responsible for Li Mianman called him. Before Cheng Xiang could utter a word, the operator and Oppo's urgent voice blurted out, "President Cheng, something terrible has happened," just as he was about to chastise the operator for their lack of decorum. The next words sent his phone tumbling to the ground in shock. Li Mianman has spent 15 million to forcibly terminate her contract with the guild. Across the line, Ren Zuoyong observed Su Chen and Oppo's sudden outburst. Gazing at the PK score, which now differed by a million, he hesitated. He still possessed over 20 million Starfire coins, and the Star Guild had over 40 million remaining. Surpassing that million would be a trivial matter. Yet, an uneasy feeling nagged at him. Despite his earlier calculations suggesting that the opponent could amass a billion, he himself had prepared over 100 million. Chapter 51. The despair of the enchantress Ren Zuoyong hesitated once more, gazing at the 20 million Starfire coins within the package, momentarily lost in thought. At that moment, the enchantress felt akin to being roasted over an open flame. It was worth noting that the live stream had nearly 10 million viewers. Although most were there merely for entertainment, it nonetheless imposed an intangible pressure on the broadcaster. The barrage of comments was so dense that it obscured visibility. Yet the enchantress knew, without looking, that many were mocking her. After all, the guild had already made its move. And she was still lagging behind by 10 million in PK points. On the opposing side was essentially a lone figure, Su Chen, pitted against her entire guild and Ren Huang. Without comparison, there could be no pain. Watching Ren Zhuoyong hesitate to act, the enchantress felt a surge of urgency. At the moment the guild intervened, she had lost all avenues for retreat and could only hope to win the PK match. Otherwise, she would be sold to the guild for life. Perhaps. With that thought, the enchantress hurriedly sent a message to Ren Zhuoyong, "Brethren, it seems the opponent is merely struggling in their final throes. Let us rally together and secure victory." Ren Zhuoyong, having pondered for too long without grasping the crux of the situation, received the enchantress's message. He reflected on the absurdity of encountering someone online who was beyond his means to provoke. Such odds were slimmer than winning 5 million. He also belatedly realized that in reality, he was a person of some stature. If he publicly apologized and it were to be exposed by someone with ulterior motives, the negative repercussions amongst his acquaintances would be unimaginable. As for playing dirty, having engaged in this for so long, many streamers and viewers were already aware of his real-life identity. Should he resort to trickery, it would undoubtedly be disseminated across the internet, and the fallout would be far worse. At this juncture, Ren Zhuoyong felt as if he were riding a tiger and could not dismount. He gritted his teeth. He had to win this PK match. Moreover, he could only trust his instincts, wagering that the opponent's available cash would not exceed 100 million. Taking a deep breath to calm his tumultuous emotions and abandoning the idea of conserving resources, he replied to the enchantress, "Let the guild exert their full power. I shall join in as well." After sending the message, he disregarded the enchantress and Oppo's response and proceeded to deplete the Starfire coins in his package with a renewal. A cascade of luxurious gift effects once again floated through the live stream. The PK scores rose to Li Manman's 70 million against the enchantress' 83 million, with Ren Zhuoyong and Oppo's extravagant contributions. The enchantress surged ahead of Li Manman by 13 million, and this was just the beginning. Following Ren Zhuoyong's actions, the streamers from the Starry Guild also emptied their packages, unleashing a flurry of gift effects that propelled the enchantress' PK score to 160 million. The audience was left in stunned silence. Such a staggering display of generosity defied all expectations. Observing this display, Su Chen and Oppo's lips curled into a cold smirk of disdain. Was this all? Even with the guild's collective efforts, it was hardly impressive. He was well aware that they had likely exhausted their resources. Growing weary of pretense, Su Chen found the renewal process too cumbersome and directly topped up a substantial amount of Starfire coins. He then activated gift mode, launching a barrage of rocket launchers, sending Li Manman's PK score skyrocketing 80 million, 100 million, 120 million. In no time, the scores were equalized. And just when everyone expected Su Chen to halt, he pressed on. 130 million, 150 million, 200 million. Su Chen did not relent until he pushed Li Manman's PK score to 200 million. With 200 million, Li Manman, now without a guild, would face significant losses. Even excluding the portion prior to dissolving her guild, she had already amassed 160 million. After the platform and Oppo's cut, she would receive approximately 80 million, an amount sufficient to alter the course of her life. Provided she refrained from reckless spending, it could sustain her for a lifetime. And all of it was courtesy of Su Chen. The depth of Li Manman's gratitude was beyond words. As the OW of the Starlight Guild, Cheng Xiang now felt immense regret, realizing that his avarice had led to the termination of Li Manman's contract. He understood that it was the wealthy Sun Wichan's funds at play, indicating not only the latter's capability but also his dissatisfaction with Cheng Xiang's earlier conduct. Although he had pocketed 15 million in termination fees, the loss he incurred was incalculable, prompting him to slap himself in frustration. He had truly been blinded by greed. Ren Zhuoyong, utterly despondent, watched the incessantly rising numbers on the opposing side. Realizing he had been toyed with, the adversary was no longer pretending. The 130 million he had furiously contributed had yielded no benefit. Any notion of operating under misapprehensions had been a grave error. He felt like a foolish prey, while the other party was a shrewd hunter, leading him step by step into their trap. He had once thought the opponent would at most produce less than 100 million in cash, but the slap of reality was swift. Losing the PK and withdrawing from the internet was trivial. The real concern was the humiliation it would bring. As Rin Zuoyong contemplated how to extricate himself from this predicament, the enchantress, disregarding her live stream, rushed into Rin Zuoyong and Amp Oppo's room and exclaimed, "Brother Run, what shall we do? We've fallen behind by over 80 million. The enchantress was frantic. How could she not be? In her plea for the guild's assistance, not only had her contract become irrevocably tied to the guild, but her commission rate had also plummeted from 70/30 to 40/60. Previously, she would receive approximately $35 from a $100 gift, but now it was reduced to 20. Winning would have been splendid. Her popularity, reputation, and traffic would soar. However, if they lost, she would be the laughingstock, merely a stepping stone on someone else's path to success. Most critically, she had invested all her savings, 10 million, into this PK. Rin Zuoyong, already simmering with rage, exploded upon hearing the enchantress and Oppo's question. "What do you mean? What shall we do? How the hell should I know?" With a crash, he hurled his teacup to the ground, shouting, "Get out. It's all because of you, you harbinger of disaster. You and Oppo's VE caused me both loss of face and funds." The enchantress was taken aback by Rin Zuoyong's outburst, tears streaming down her face as despair engulfed her. If even Rin Zuoyong abandoned her, she would truly be left with nothing. Despite the enchantress still broadcasting, the audience could not see her, but they could hear the turmoil in her voice. Chapter 52, Provocation. It is essential to note that the combined audience in the two live streaming rooms exceeds 30 million. Although the viewers did not witness the scene of the enchanting host and Rin Zuoyong together, the absence of a muted microphone allowed every individual in the stream to hear their conversation quite clearly. Even the most oblivious could discern the situation at hand. This incident undoubtedly qualifies as a significant live streaming catastrophe. As a female streamer, one's private life may be of little consequence, and while the audience may be well aware, such matters should never be openly discussed. However, with the enchanting host revealing her private affairs during a live broadcast, the repercussions for her career are nothing short of catastrophic. Compounding this is the fact that she had crafted an image of a pure and single woman to captivate her audience. This revelation is simply intolerable for many. Even though the Xingqian Guild promptly removed her from the stream, it was far too late. The uproar was not confined to the live audience. Even her original fans were in an uproar, more incensed than mere bystanders. She was merely a flirt. The couple and Amp Oppo's relationship is confirmed. They exclaimed, "Is this the goddess you idolized?" Astonishing. 30 million witnesses to the downfall of a beautiful streamer. I told you, showering money on female streamers is sheer folly. The background of the stream has shifted. It appears gratitude has been replaced. The elder brother must be utterly exhausted. Su Chen, witnessing the enchanting host's removal, was taken aback by her actions. Yet, it was evident that such a blunder was not intentional. It would essentially ruin her streaming career. However, debts must eventually be settled. And Su Chen was not concerned about her evading responsibility. Contemplating for a moment, he sent a message in the public chat. "I am deeply grateful for everyone's support during this PK. Man is my woman. Henceforth, anyone who dares to bully her must first seek my approval." Li Man, who had been holding back tears, could no longer contain herself upon reading Su Chen's message. After their last meeting, she sensed his reluctance for her to accompany him and had concocted an excuse to return to the capital. As a woman, she was inherently sensitive. Back in the capital, her conversations with Su Chen were brief and devoid of warmth, leaving her to feel like a mere accessory in his life. However, through today's PK, Su Chen publicly acknowledged her as his partner in front of a multitude. The grievances she had endured over the past few days, combined with her overwhelming emotions at this moment, became too much to bear, and she broke down sobbing in the live stream. While the PK was riveting, the abrupt conclusion, due to the enchanting host's removal, left a sense of incompleteness. Nevertheless, the scandal involving her and Rin Zuoyong, coupled with Su Chen's commanding declaration, ultimately satisfied the viewers. Unlike the enchanting host, who faced a harsh backlash, Su Chen's admission of their relationship received a vastly different response. Previously, Li Man had never claimed to be single nor engaged in any flirtations. Their past encounters had already hinted at their connection. In stark contrast, the enchanting host's live stream had descended into chaos, rife with accusations and insults. Now, fully aware of her grave misstep, the enchanting host was despondent. Confronted with Rin Zuoyong and Oppo's indifference, she could not fathom how events had spiraled to this point. Meanwhile, Li Mianman's stream overflowed with blessings, proclaiming them a perfect match. In the Xingho live streaming operations department, Wang Hai breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the outcome. Tonight, our department will celebrate with a feast, all expenses on me. What a magnanimous gesture. Conversely, He Huan, the owner of the Xingchen Guild, glared darkly at the enchanting host and Appos' blacked-out stream. This conclusion was far beyond his expectations. Even if they had lost, he could have accepted it, as generating billions in PK revenue could still attract considerable traffic. Now, however, everything was ruined. Who could have predicted that the enchanting host would orchestrate such a spectacle? He felt utterly devastated, recognizing that his current predicament stemmed from her actions. At this moment, Cheng Xiang and Appos' emotions resembled a roller coaster ride. He had squandered a golden opportunity. Although the PK had concluded, Su Chen observed that the viewer count remained around 15 million. A notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have achieved the status of and Appos, admired by thousands and Appos, and received a lavish villa as a reward. All related documentation has been arranged. Surprised by the system's reward, Su Chen noted that his savings had soared to over 2 billion after the PK. He had intended to purchase a villa. Yet the system had bestowed one upon him without revealing its location. How unreliable is this system? It could at least inform me where the villa is. After indulging in his thoughts, he suppressed his curiosity and activated the red envelope mode in Li Mianman's live stream. Each red envelope contained 100,000 Xingho coins, with a total of 100 distributed. The stream erupted into excitement as viewers reminisced about the billion PK and suddenly found themselves amidst a rain of red envelopes. Indeed, it was a veritable downpour, as Su Chen had generously given away a total of 1 million coins. The audience went wild, knowing that seizing just one was equivalent to a hefty sum, far surpassing their usual earnings. What a magnanimous gesture from the Morning Emperor. Long live the Morning Emperor. Morning Emperor 666. The chat filled with praises for Su Chen. He slowly typed, in the future, if the Xingho Guild or the Xingchen Guild streamers wish to secure any accolades, they must first contend with me. This bold proclamation sent ripples through the chat. Such an elite patron making such a declaration in front of so many viewers was akin to a declaration of war. Su Chen's influence on the Xingho platform had reached its zenith. Upon reading his message, the audience erupted with excitement, realizing that the drama had only just begun. Both guilds were among the top-tier organizations on the platform, with countless streamers and a plethora of devoted fans. Everyone was eager to witness how the two guilds would react to the challenge posed by such a formidable benefactor. Chapter 53. The attitude of Renzhuayong as two of the top guilds on the Starfire platform, Starry Sky and Stellar, naturally require a plethora of resources. The platform's resources, whether it be promotional slots, room numbers, or popularity support, are inextricably linked to participation in various events organized by the platform. At this moment, Su Chen publicly declared in the live stream that he would target both guilds for any future activities, which was nothing short of a blatant declaration of war against them. Upon seeing this barrage of comments, not only were the streamers from both guilds filled with trepidation, but even the OW bosses from both guilds were at a loss as to how to respond. At this juncture, Cheng Xiang, the OW of Starry Sky Guild, was regretting his decisions to the point of despair. In his view, he had merely refrained from assisting Li Mianman in the PK. But surely that did not warrant such dire consequences. Yet, he was aware of his own shortcomings. Had he provided even the slightest support or uttered a few words of encouragement at that moment, the situation would not have escalated to such a stalemate. At this point, Cheng Xiang could no longer afford to observe discreetly with a secondary account. He switched directly to his Duke account. Starry Sky Media is hiring streamers. Starry Sky Media sent a treasure map X1 in Manman's livestream. Starry Sky Media sent a treasure map X2 in Manman's livestream. Cheng Xiang directly gifted treasure maps worth 500,000 in the livestream. He then typed a message. Starry Sky Media is hiring streamers. Your Highness Chen, have mercy. I was blinded by ignorance earlier. I have hundreds of streamers to support. I hope you will show leniency. The viewers in the chat could not help but chuckle at this scene. ISNT that the OW account of Starry Sky Guild? So he has been lurking in the live stream all along. Why didn't he act sooner? It's such an important PK, and his opposing guild has already taken action. This guy is just a coward, waiting to reap the benefits. What a disgusting guild. We support your Highness Chun in his endeavors. Hey, did you notice that Manman's guild has already been disbanded? How many guilds have withdrawn? Wow, that must have been a forced disbandment. With Manman's current popularity, The guild would never let her go willingly. The forced disbandment fee must be at least 10 million. To Chen Huang, that's just pocket change. We support Chen Huang's initiative. Su Chen observed with amusement as the boss of Starry Sky Guild pleaded for mercy in response to his words. He couldn't help but marvel at the power of wealth. Especially online, having money allows one to wield godlike authority over everything. Where have you been? ISNT it a bit late to show up now? Starry Sky Media is hiring streamers. Brother, dear brother, I realize my mistake. I won't dare to do it again. As the OW of a prominent guild, he had never been so subservient in conversations with platform management. Witnessing the once mighty OW of a top guild grovel before Su Chen in a display of humility brought amusement to the over 10 million fans in the livestream. Since you are Man-Man's former employer, I want to make things difficult for you. The forced disbandment fee was 15 million, and I want to ask for more. If you can pay it all at once, I can give you a chance. Su Chen's entourage gasped. 15 million for a forced disbandment fee. Truly. The great one is indeed great. If it were me, I certainly wouldn't pay. The chat was abuzz with discussion. Cheng Xiang felt a moment of hesitation upon reading Su Chen's comment. That was 15 million. One does not comprehend the value of daily necessities until they are in charge of household finances. Despite managing a top guild with a monthly revenue of 70 to 80 million, after deducting shares and expenses, the net profit was only around 500,000. The 15 million in forced disbandment fees represented nearly 3 months of pure profit for the guild. After a moment of contemplation, Cheng Xiang typed again. Starry Sky Media is hiring streamers. Brother, will Man still sign with Starry Sky Guild? She will not. Man will establish her own guild from now on. Upon receiving this response from Su Chen, Cheng Xiang gritted his teeth and continued typing. Starry Sky Media is hiring streamers. Brother, the forced disbandment fee is still in the guild's back end and has been withdrawn yet. I currently have no funds. Su Chen recognized Cheng Xiang's response as a sign of his decision. He did not believe that an OW of a top guild could genuinely be without over 10 million, even if he did not have it now. He could claim he would make up for it later, but it was evident that he lacked sincerity. Since you have made your choice, we must part ways here. Without waiting for Cheng Xiang's reply, Su Chen directly messaged Li Man. If he is annoying, just kick him. Li Man, upon seeing Su Chen's message, wasted no time in executing it. Soon, a platform notification appeared in the livestream. Starry Sky Media has been muted by streamer Man for 365 days. Upon witnessing his expulsion from the live stream in front of so many viewers, Cheng Xiang's face turned a myriad of colors. Humph. Let us see how long you can be arrogant. I wasted 500,000 on you. Since it has come to this, we shall see what happens next. Yihuan sighed in relief upon seeing Cheng Xiang being kicked from the live stream. Thankfully, Cheng Xiang was rather foolish, had it been him. He would have undoubtedly paid without hesitation. After all, 15 million paled in comparison to the goodwill of a wealthy patron like Su Chen. Unfortunately, he was not afforded such an opportunity, having thoroughly offended the other party. It was fortunate that Cheng Xiang's foolishness had helped divert attention from him, alleviating some of the pressure faced by the Stellar Guild. With a sigh, although there was a sense of relief from Cheng Xiang's misfortune, thoughts of his own predicament led to frustration. After all, he was dealing with a wealthy patron capable of casually spending 200 million. Having been in the live stream industry for so long, he had never encountered someone of such caliber. Just when he finally met one, he had managed to offend them. With this thought, he cursed the seductive temptress and Rin Zhuiyong mercilessly in his heart. At that moment, Yao Fei was also in a precarious position, staring blankly at Rin Zhuiyong. His cold demeanor and disdainful gaze felt as if he were looking at an enemy. Still here? Do you need me to call someone to escort you out? Rin Zhuiyong said impatiently, irritated by Yao Fei and Appo's presence. It was all this woman's fault. Not only did he spend 50 million, but he also lost the PK. He might have even offended someone he could never afford to cross paths with because of it. Rin Zhuiyong now fully realized that the individual known as Su Chen surpassed him in both financial resources and cunning. Reflecting on the situation, he felt as though he had been led around by the nose the entire time. Such a powerful figure was someone he could never afford to offend. He needed to find a way to remedy the situation. Even if they couldn't become friends, he must ensure that the other party did not harbor resentment towards him. Rin Zhuiyong silently resolved that his first step would be to completely sever ties with the woman before him. After all, she was merely a toy. If he no longer desired her, he could easily discard her. Yao Fei felt a chill within her heart, unable to comprehend the sudden shift. Just moments ago, they had shared intimacy and fought side by side, and now Ren Zhuoyong had transformed into someone so unrecognizable. Chapter 54. Lavish spending. The red envelopes in the live broadcast room were swiftly snatched up. Su Chen glanced at the time. It was already past 4 in the afternoon. The atmosphere in Miamin's live stream remained vibrant and lively. With the allure of the recent red envelopes, the number of viewers once again surged beyond 20 million. Li Miamin felt as if she were floating in the sky. Even now, her mind was a blank slate. Upon checking her earnings from gifts, she was astounded. It exceeded all her expectations. After a single PK session, her income had approached a staggering 100 million. A modest goal indeed. Happiness had arrived so unexpectedly. Previously, she was just an ordinary small-time dancer and streamer. Yet, within days of meeting Su Chen, she had taken off, amassing wealth that many would only dream of in a lifetime. This was faster than finding money on the ground. 1 billion. Even if it were to be collected in cash from the floor, would likely take her the entire afternoon to gather. Li Man felt an overwhelming excitement that words could hardly capture. All she desired now was to embrace the man who had brought all this into her life. She silently resolved to return to Magic City tomorrow. Even if Su Chen were to push her away, she would not leave. Noticing Man in a daze within the live stream, Su Chen smiled, knowing that having made her his woman, things could only get better. He pondered for a moment before typing a message in the chat. Ryu Chun, Man is full, the fans are full, now it's the turn of the streamers. The audience erupted with excitement at this message, recognizing that the Emperor was poised to nourish the entire platform. Truly a top-tier tycoon. In no time, fans of their favorite streamers rushed to convey this news to their beloved hosts. Even those who had ended their streams were urged by their fan clubs to go live again. After exiting Miamin's live stream, Su Chen opened the homepage of the Spark platform. Naturally, at the top was Li Miamin's live stream, boasting a viewership of over 20 million and revenue exceeding 2 billion. At this moment, Li Miamin was undoubtedly the queen of the Spark platform. Su Chen then noticed that many astute streamers had altered their live stream titles to read, "Congratulations to the Emperor on his ascension." For those streamers who changed their titles to celebrate the Emperor's rise, as long as they were not from the starry or brilliant guilds, gender did not matter. As long as they had made the change and were live, they would reap rewards. Entering a stream, he swiftly gifted 2 treasure maps, then without a second glance, exited to the next one. Time was of the essence, and the tasks were plentiful. Although male streamers could not utilize the male god cards for Spark coins, Su Chen was determined to share the wealth. He had over 2 billion at his disposal and had no qualms about spending a mere 100 million. Thus, he activated his lavish gifting mode. The entire platform, regardless of the size of the streamers, plunged into a frenzy. This was a grand feast for the entire platform. 2 treasure maps represented nearly half a month's revenue for many small streamers. Even for larger streamers, treasure maps were not an everyday luxury. Moreover, the moment Su Chen entered a live stream, hundreds of thousands of viewers followed in his wake, hoping to attract attention with their talents or looks, potentially launching their own careers. Consequently, virtually all streamers online modified their titles and showcased their talents as best as they could. If someone were to log into the Spark platform at that moment, they would discover that over 90% of the stream titles were uniformly congratulatory towards the Emperor, with each stream boasting increasingly captivating content. The streamers were now showcasing their finest skills, delighting the viewers who followed Su Chen. Many female streamers even pushed the boundaries further, with a few becoming overly enthusiastic during their dances, resulting in their removal from the platform, much to the audience's dismay. Su Chen was indiscriminate. As long as the title was changed, rewards were granted, except for those from the starry and brilliant guilds. Currently, streams from these 2 guilds were sparse and rather lifeless. Attractive female streamers fared slightly better, with a handful of devoted male fans remaining. However, those reliant on their talents found their own fans had deserted them to join the excitement elsewhere. Many from these guilds struggled to cope with the psychological disparity, leading them to exit their streams and vent to their guild management. As the leading platform in the streaming industry, Spark hosted tens of thousands of concurrent streamers daily. As Su Chen continued to gift, he noticed that the number of active streamers was only increasing, leaving his fingers sore from the relentless clicking. The live stream seemed endless, and the tiresome gifting had become almost despairing, not due to a lack of funds, but sheer exhaustion. How could family understand this? According to the rules of the Spark platform, live stream rankings were determined by a combination of revenue and popularity. A single page could display 40 live streams. Initially, there were over 300 pages of active streamers, roughly totaling 12,000. However, after several hours of gifting, the number had surged to over 500 pages, while Su Chen himself had only managed to reach 18 pages. This realization left him feeling somewhat defeated. Perhaps he was still too inexperienced. Even with just observing guilds and titles, and entering streams to gift, the entire process took at least 5 seconds, allowing for a maximum of 12 streams per minute under optimal conditions. However, that was the best-case scenario. An hour had passed, and he had achieved so little. Although the streamers and viewers remained exuberant, Su Chen felt fatigued. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to call Wang Ran. At that moment, Wang Ran was equally exhilarated, knowing that Su Chen had spent over 2 billion on the platform that afternoon. Her commission alone would be substantial. Upon seeing Su Chen's call, she exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Hai and promptly answered, "Mr. Su, hello." The room fell silent as Wang Hai and the others paused their fervent discussions about the platform's explosive success upon hearing Su Chen's voice. "Hello. I wish to give 2 treasure maps to every active streamer on the platform, but there are simply too many. Do you have any suggestions?" Su Chen stated his purpose for the call. His intention was straightforward. In order to undermine the starry and brilliant guilds, he needed to garner the support of the majority. After all, wealth alone would not guarantee success. This was merely the first step in Su Chen and Apos' strategy. By showering the platform with gifts, he aimed to solidify his standing among the streamers. Upon hearing Su Chen and Apos' request, gasps filled the previously silent meeting room. Wang Ran glanced at Wang Hai, realizing they were facing a complex challenge for the first time. The Spark platform hosted hundreds of thousands of registered streamers, and even with thousands live at once. It was a daunting task. Just moments ago, even a streamer receiving in 4 drip had gone live, only to be swiftly removed by the platform. This clearly illustrated the frenzy gripping the streamers. If every streamer were to gift just 10,000, the amount of money is not specified. But the sheer volume of the project is enough to induce a sense of dread. Wang Ren expresses that he increasingly finds the actions of such affluent individuals incomprehensible. Chapter 55, The Bounty of the Fish. Indeed, Su Chen's actions were akin to a windfall for the streamers on the Xingho platform, particularly for the lesser-known ones who often languished in obscurity. 2 treasure maps in the hands of a streamer amounted to over 3,500 yuan, essentially half a month's earnings for a small streamer. With the current count of online streamers exceeding 20,000, this translated to no less than 200 million yuan in tips. The platform itself would garner at least 100 million in revenue. Out of both sentiment and logic, the platform must exhaust every effort to facilitate this endeavor. If one fails to grasp the opportunity presented, they deserve to starve. Wang Ran was closely monitoring Su Chen's every move and was acutely aware of his intentions. Glancing at Wang Hai, who nodded in affirmation, Wang Ran spoke into the phone. "Mr. Su, I have received your request. Are there any additional conditions you wish to impose?" Su Chen pondered for a moment before responding. "I won't require those I've already tipped. Let's keep it fair. Just ensure that those whose titles are modified receive 1,000 each." Pausing briefly, he glanced at the time and added, "It's now 4:50. Let us proceed based on the current streaming situation. Also, streamers from the Xingchen and Fanchen guilds should not receive tips. Though innocent individuals may exist within those 2 guilds, they could only blame their OW bosses for provoking the wrong people. Life inherently lacks an abundance of rationale." "Understood, Mr. Su. We will respond promptly," Wang Ren acknowledged, fully aware of the discord between Su Chen and the 2 guilds. Despite the significance of these top-tier guilds to the platform's growth, they paled in comparison to Su Chen, becoming mere pawns in the game of capital. Moreover, these 2 major guilds, accustomed to leveraging their numerous streamers to exert pressure on the platform, had now encountered a formidable obstacle. Wang Ran and his colleagues adopted a spectator and Apos' mentality, never contemplating intervention. After concluding the call with Su Chen, Wang Ran furrowed his attractive brows and turned to Wang Hai. "President Wang, what shall we do about Mr. Su's demands?" This situation was unprecedented in the realm of the internet. While there had been instances of affluent individuals tipping streamers, it generally involved a handful of them, as no one's wealth simply fell from the sky. A request as resolute as Su Chen's to tip every eligible streamer was truly unheard of. Even the experienced Wang Ren found himself at a loss. Wang Hai stroked his chin and turned to the tech department as Xiao Chen. "We must fulfill Mr. Su's request. Xiao Chen, what solutions can you propose?" Xiao Chen internally cursed, finding himself in a predicament he had never encountered before. Although he was a technician, he was no miracle worker. The sheer number of live streams, tens of thousands, loomed before him. If they were to comply with Su Chen's request, the task of individually tipping each streamer would be utterly exhausting. The thought of the multitude of streamers eagerly awaiting their turn weighed heavily on Su Chen. The pressure was overwhelming. Yet, President Wang had set the tone. It must be accomplished. Feeling the strain, Su Chen scratched his scanty hair and, with a flash of inspiration, hesitantly proposed, "I do have an idea, although it may be somewhat cumbersome." Wang Hai's eyes lit up at the prospect of a solution. "Speak quickly. If you satisfy Mr. Su, a reward will surely be yours." Hastily, Su Chen replied, "My suggestion involves organizing an event under the platform and Oppo's auspices, inviting all eligible streamers to voluntarily register. We can then utilize backend data to identify those who meet the criteria, allowing the system to directly dispatch the treasure maps." He glanced at Wang Ran. "This is the only viable approach I can conceive to meet Brother Chen's requirements, but it will necessitate funding from him for this event." "Excellent idea," Wang Hai exclaimed, applauding Su Chen's proposal. "There's always a way to overcome challenges. Xiao Wang, please communicate this preliminary plan to Mr. Su." Meanwhile, Chen Yanran, being a Tuesday, had been attending classes in the afternoon. Yet, as a streamer, she could hardly resist sneaking a glimpse at her phone to catch up on the latest happenings on the platform. Recently, she had encountered a generous patron named Ryuchen during her streams and found herself unconsciously checking if he was online. Thus, she bore witness to the entirety of the afternoon SPK contest and its subsequent developments. Observing Ryuchen single-handedly facing off against a renowned guild and an established wealthy patron, ultimately tipping 200 million and clinching victory, left her exhilarated, rendering her unable to concentrate on her class. At this moment, her heart was filled with regret and sorrow. If only she had been a bit more proactive, that 200 million could have been hers. Her intuition whispered that Ryu Chun held an interest in her as well. How infuriating. She had resolutely decided to succumb to monetary allure, yet here she was, wavering for days. 200 million. After deducting shares, she would still have over 70 million. This could completely realize her dreams. Even if he were an elderly man, what did it matter? Contemplating this, Chen Yanran felt as though she had lost 200 million. A sensation so painful it left her breathless. At long last, when class concluded, she hurriedly hailed a taxi, racing back to her rental. The short 3-kilometer distance felt insurmountable. Without even attending to her makeup, she opened her computer to begin her stream, only to find it too late. At this point, Ryu Chen had ceased his generous tipping of treasure maps. She hadn't even managed to taste a drop of the soup. Feeling increasingly unsettled, Chen Yanran decided to send Su Chen a message. "Brother Chen, are you there?" Having just concluded a conversation with Wang Ran regarding the platform event, Su Chen immediately noticed Chen Yanran and Oppo's message. It struck him that he had not paid much attention to her, the campus belle, in quite some time. Since acquiring the system, his life had transformed dramatically within mere days. However, the allure of Chen Yin and S captivating figure and stunning beauty stirred a flicker of desire within him. "I'm currently discussing the event with the platform," Su Chen replied. "Brother Chen, you haven't visited me in ages. Don't you miss me? You've nearly hooked me like a fish," she lamented, her sadness palpable through the screen. "How could that be? I've been swamped these past few days. I'll make sure to visit you soon. I miss you too," he reassured her. Chen Yanran blushed at the screen. Realizing that this was the first time she was employing the conversational style she had secretly learned from the female streamers in her guild over the past few days, she wondered how effective it would be. Chapter 56. Beautiful legs. Upon receiving the message, Su Chen found himself questioning whether it was truly Chen Yanran or perhaps a stand-in for her. Could a campus beauty truly speak in such a manner? Curiosity piqued. He typed, "Is this really you?" After sending the message, he waited for a response, but the other side remained silent. He dismissed it, as his earlier fervor for the campus beauty had waned. While he would not let an opportunity to savor her allure slip away, he also understood that forcing it would be futile. As the saying goes, what is meant to be will be, and what isn't should not be pursued. There were plenty of attractive women around. With a simple beckon, numerous ladies would eagerly ascend to his bed. This confidence stemmed from his newfound wealth. Casually setting his phone aside, he picked up a book from his desk. Since his brain development had reached 17, he had discovered an extraordinary enhancement in his memory. Even a cursory glance allowed him to vividly recall the contents of the text, with not a single punctuation mark out of place. If he were to participate in the strongest brain competition, victory would undoubtedly be his. However, Su Chen had little interest in the meager rewards offered. After a while, his phone vibrated again, and a green bubble glimmered. Upon opening it, he found a message from Chun Yinran, accompanied by a single photo. The image showcased a pair of long, exquisite legs, unclothed, illuminated by white light. The pair of slender legs appeared as flawless as cream, their lines smooth and direct. The feet were translucent, adorned with a deep crimson polish, exuding an alluring charm. The pink lace shorts barely concealed her enchanting form. Moreover, the words Chun were boldly inscribed on her fair thigh in black marker, standing out vividly against her luminous skin, instantly capturing Su Chen and Appo's attention. Such beautiful legs could belong to no one else but the campus beauty herself. Truly, she was a paragon of talent and charm, knowing how to play the game. At that moment, Chun Yinran's face flushed a deep red, akin to a ripe apple, adding to her allure. Fortunately, the live stream was over, and she was alone. No one could witness her embarrassment. If she could win the favor of the affluent Su Chen, her future would be secured. She had been so obvious in her hints. Surely, Chenggu would understand her intentions, right? With a hint of apprehension, she gazed at the green bubble in the chat box. To her surprise, Su Chen replied, "Nice legs." After appreciating the view, he felt an insatiable longing. It appeared the campus beauty was equally captivated by his charm. Su Chen mused narcissistically. Gazing at the image of her legs, he yearned to explore them further. Thus, he sent another message, "How about dinner sometime? I'd like to write something personally." Upon reading Su Chen's message, Chun Yinran initially felt a thrill, only for her cheeks to redden further at the phrase "write something personally." She had been keeping track of Su Chen's every move, aware of the significant gifts given to the streamer Man, who had taken a break recently. Such occurrences were not uncommon in the streaming world. Today, Man had received over 200 million in gifts, which indicated that Su Chen was not the type to be unfeeling. Many streamers would envy such opportunities, and now she had a chance of her own. She must seize it. Encouraging herself internally, she thought that happiness was something one must strive for, lowering her gaze to admire her own figure and long legs. She recalled the countless suitors who had pursued her since she was young. Yet, she had remained chaste, waiting for a moment like this. Was she any less than that dancing streamer? Her fingers flew across the screen as she replied, "Sure." Just as Su Chen sent the message and awaited Chun Yinran's response, he received a call from his personal assistant, Shaolin. "Hello? Mr. Su, your companion, Miss Ren, has returned and is currently in the hotel lobby. Would you like me to escort her to you?" Surprised to learn that Ren Nini had returned, Su Chen felt a fleeting pang of regret that he could not clone himself. Time was simply insufficient. Nevertheless, he appreciated Shaolin and Appo's diligence. He could certainly recruit him for future assistance. Yet, he felt a twinge of frustration regarding the villa promised by the system, which had yet to materialize. "Yes, please bring her up," he replied. After hanging up, he noticed the message from the campus beauty and felt a stirring in his heart as he responded. "All right. Tomorrow at noon, I'll pick you up at the school gate." At that moment, Chun Yinran was filled with questions. The wealthy Su Chen knew her? She had not heard of any friends with such means. What kind of wealth allowed someone to casually throw around billions online? It shattered her previous notions of affluence. The fact that he would come to pick her up at school indicated a recognition of her. As she pondered, her mind wandered back to a post she had seen 2 days prior, featuring a Lamborghini worth over 10 million, with Su Chen standing beside it. Could he be the same Su Chen, the one who had pursued Linshi? Was he perhaps a scion of a hidden lineage? Yet, he didn't quite fit that image. Confusion swirled within the campus beauty. Not long after Su Chen had made plans with the campus beauty, he saw Shaolin entering with several staff members carrying large bags. It seemed they were fully moving in. Bringing up the rear was Ren Nini, dressed in a light pink cropped knit top that perfectly accentuated her slender waist, paired with high-waisted denim shorts that showcased her long legs. She wore white platform sneakers and a beige fisherman's hat, exuding a delightful blend of youthful vitality and sensual charm. With a body to die for and an angelic face, Ren Nini blushed under Su Chen's gaze. "I'm back. I just tidied up my luggage," she said, naturally linking her arm with Su Chen's. Feeling the softness of her touch sent a thrill through him. He directed Shaolin and the others to place Ren Nini's belongings in the wardrobe. Without counting, he handed a stack of tips to Shaolin, saying, "Thank you for your hard work. Please share this with everyone and prepare a sumptuous Western meal for me." Shaolin bowed in gratitude, asking, "Would you prefer dining in your room or the restaurant, Mr. Su?" After a moment's thought, Su Chen replied, "In my room." "Understood, Mr. Su. It will be ready in about an hour. Would you like me to bring it to your room when it and Appo's as prepared?" "No need. I and Appo's I'll notify you when I and Appos am ready. Make it a lavish spread, Su Chen instructed calmly. Of course, Mr. Su. Those accustomed to managing the presidential suite were certainly perceptive. While they might envy the extravagant lifestyle of the wealthy, they maintained a composed demeanor. After receiving Su Chen and Appos' nod, Shaolin led the staff out of the room. Chapter 57. The bold Renini. It is often said that a day apart feels like 3 seasons, coupled with the stir of emotions ignited by the captivating school beauty. The moment was perfectly timed with the arrival of Renini. The early arrival was fortuitous. The stormy winds howled, and the springtime exuberance filled the room. 2 hours later, a contented Su Chen surveyed the chaotic scene before him, shredded garments strewn about, and he instinctively tightened his embrace around Nini. The inexperienced Nini had been thoroughly exhausted by the fervor of their earlier encounters, her clothes in tatters. Su Chen felt a tinge of guilt. After their meal, they would stroll through the shops, where he intended to buy her some new outfits, particularly several pairs of black stockings for convenient replacements. With a tenfold return on investment, money had become merely a number for him. Failing to spend it left him feeling discontented. The life of the affluent, who could fathom it? All right. I'll follow your lead, Nini replied, resembling a docile kitten nestled in Su Chen and Appos' arms, her cheeks still flushed with the warmth of their shared intimacy. After a moment, they dressed and tidied up. The exertion had left Su Chen feeling a bit peckish. He called their butler, Shaoli, to have the prepared meal delivered to their room. Before long, Shaolin appeared with the chef, wheeling in a lavish feast. At Su Chen's specific request, this dinner was exceptionally extravagant, top-tier golden caviar, a rich black truffle cream wild mushroom soup, a colossal Boston lobster, tender M9 Wagyu beef tenderloin paired with truffle mashed potatoes, accompanied by a bottle of 1983 Lafite red wine. Waving Shaolin away, Su Chen poured a glass of wine for both himself and Nini, gently clinking their glasses together, savoring the exquisite flavors of the world. As Nini gazed at the lavish spread before her, a wave of satisfaction washed over her. She had never imagined she would one day indulge in such opulence. Just days prior, she had been confined to a mere 10 square meter rental, laboring tirelessly for a few hundred yuan in tips to appease her elder brother. Now, she sat in a luxuriously appointed presidential suite, relishing a gourmet meal. All that she enjoyed now stemmed from the man before her. With tears glistening in her eyes, Nini looked up at Su Chen and said, "Thank you, Su Chen." Taken aback by her emotion, Su Chen gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes with a napkin. "What's wrong? Are you unhappy?" he inquired softly. "No, I'm just so happy. I feel fortunate to have met you," Nini replied earnestly, her gaze steady. If not for the tangible reality of the moment, she might have thought these past 2 days were merely a dream, one she feared waking from abruptly. Seeing the hope reflected in her eyes stirred something within Su Chen. "Rest assured, as long as your heart remains true, I will always treat you well," he assured her. Though he had resolved to be a rogue, he still intended to sincerely cherish anyone who held affection for him. Moreover, he was now fully capable of providing the women in his life with the finest lifestyle, as long as they did not act foolishly. After their meal, the couple exited the hotel. As the street lights illuminated the bustling thoroughfare, they strolled hand in hand like any ordinary couple, drawing envious glances from passers-by, particularly with a beauty like Renini at his side. After a while, realizing they had yet to reach Tianhua Plaza, and not wanting to drive after having indulged in wine, they opted to summon a private car. Soon, a sleek Mercedes S-Class arrived, the driver swiftly exiting to open the door for them. The luxury of the vehicle and the attentiveness of the service earned Su Chen's silent commendation. Once settled in the back seat, Su Chen took out his phone to check messages from his friend Yu, casually engaging in light conversation. Nini rested her head on his shoulder and noticed Yu's profile picture, exclaiming, "That girl is so pretty. Is she from your school?" Yu and Appos' avatar featured her in a white knit top, her playful pose and youthful smile radiating vitality. Although Nini understood that a man like Su Chen would naturally attract many beautiful women, seeing him converse with another made her inexplicably uneasy. "Yes, she is our school's beauty, Yu," Su Chen replied nonchalantly. He had never promised exclusivity to anyone. He would love only one woman, and they would all eventually be aware of each other's existence. Anyone wishing to be with him must accept the presence of his other companions. Upon hearing Su Chen's response, Nini pouted slightly, watching him chat with a hint of mischief. "Then tell me, who do you think is prettier, her or me?" As she spoke, she leaned more heavily against him, playfully swaying her body as if to tease. Su Chen felt his arm, holding the phone, grow heavier under her weight. The warmth of her soft form brushing against him, igniting memories of their earlier encounters in the hotel. He froze momentarily, realizing the boldness of Nini's actions in the confines of the private car. Seemingly sensing his reaction, Nini intensified her playful demeanor, her warm breath caressing his ear, rendering him completely entrapped. Su Chen had never anticipated Nini would dare to be so audacious. Her newfound confidence stirred something within him, and instinctively, he glanced towards the driver up front. To his relief, the driver appeared utterly oblivious to the commotion in the back, focused intently on the road. He even adjusted the rearview mirror, ensuring it did not capture the activities behind him, before casually removing a camera-like device from the ceiling, stowing it away. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, as if he had rehearsed it countless times, mumbling to himself about a malfunctioning dashcam. He then turned on the car and Oppo's sound system, filling the air with cheerful music, earning Su Chen's silent admiration for the driver's professionalism. Indeed, excellence can be found in every field. Chapter 58. The professional driver Su Chen, naturally, had no time to respond to Chinyu and Oppo's messages. The driver possessed remarkable skills, maneuvering the sleek black Mercedes with utmost smoothness. However, Su Chen, seated within, felt anything but serene. With his eyes closed, he gently caressed Ren Ni's silky hair, as his emotions oscillated within him like a roller coaster ride. After a prolonged moment, he finally exhaled a deep sigh, clearing his mind. A brief tidying up left him feeling rejuvenated, though he couldn't and Oppo's help but notice that Ren and Oppo's alluring lips appeared slightly swollen. Amidst his concern, an indescribable sense of exhilaration surged within him. What a delightful experience it had been. What should have been a half-hour journey stretched to nearly an hour, thanks to the driver's expertise. Upon arrival, the driver promptly exited the vehicle to open the doors for Su Chen and Ren and As they stepped out, Su Chen noticed a small droplet of saliva that Ren and had accidentally left on the seat, causing him a moment of embarrassment, considering that it would hinder the driver's ability to accommodate future passengers. Reflecting on this, Su Chen paid the fare of 1,000 yuan, but generously handed the driver an additional 10,000 yuan in cash for a car wash. "Thank you, and we hope to see you again," the driver beamed, elated. It was apparent that those who favored private drivers were typically affluent. While the driver had witnessed similar situations before, he had never encountered such magnanimity. With heartfelt gratitude, the driver handed Su Chen a business card, and the couple entered the shopping mall hand in hand. Shortly after their arrival, a security guard, visibly excited, approached Su Chen. "Welcome back, Mr. Su." Yang Ming, a 23-year-old orderly at Tianhua Plaza, was essentially a security guard. Having trained in martial arts since childhood, he harbored dreams of becoming a kung fu star. However, despite his dedication and skills, he found himself disillusioned by the harsh realities of the entertainment industry, where talent alone was insufficient without wealth or connections. After 2 futile years in the capital, he returned to his hometown, Shanghai, with little to show for his efforts beyond his martial arts expertise. Although he hoped to work as a bodyguard for the wealthy, the field had become overly competitive, with basic medical knowledge now a prerequisite. Most daunting of all was the necessity of networking. Without connections, the wealthy remained inaccessible. Resigned to his fate, Yang Ming found himself working as a security guard at Tianhua Plaza. Yet even in this role, the pay was sufficient for a modest living. As Su Chen regarded Yang Ming, his keen intellect recalled that this was one of the 2 security guards who had assisted him and Li Man during their last shopping excursion. "Hello," Su Chen replied coolly. Though they had met before, Yang Ming had not made a significant impression beyond his diligent assistance. Seeing that Su Chen seemed to recognize him, Yang Ming felt a surge of excitement. This was an opportunity he could not afford to squander. After all, a man of such wealth and generosity, without a bodyguard in sight, was precisely the patron he sought. Seizing the moment, Yang Ming quickly offered, "Mr. Su, allow me to assist you with your purchases once more." With a sidelong glance at Ren and he marveled at the lifestyle of the affluent, who seemed to change companions as frequently as one might change clothing, each more exquisite than the last. Su Chen, appreciating the offer of assistance, accepted it with a simple, "all right," and proceeded deeper into the mall. Hand in hand with Ren and Yang Ming's heart raced with joy at Su Chen's agreement. He vowed to make the most of this chance and to seek the right moment to express his desire for a position. As if transformed, Yang Ming adopted the demeanor of a bodyguard, trailing closely behind the couple. familiar with the layout of the mall from his previous visit. Su Chen led Ren Nini directly to the Chanel boutique. The sales associates, having remembered Su Chen's extravagant spending from their last encounter, greeted him and Ren Nini with warm smiles as they approached the entrance. "Welcome back to Chanel, Mr. Su." Their deference was palpable. Stepping into the store, the soft golden light enveloped each exquisite item on display. The sales personnel followed closely, eagerly courting Ren Nini's attention, hoping for another generous purchase. Turning to Ren Nini, Su Chen affectionately encouraged, "Choose whatever you desire. Buy as many as you wish." Ren Nini's eyes sparkled with delight. Each piece before her was a luxury she had once only dreamed of. No woman could resist the allure of such opulence. She rose on her toes to plant a kiss on Su Chen's cheek before eagerly exploring the racks, each garment capturing her heart. Observing her joy, Su Chen smiled gently at the sales staff, instructing, "Everything she selects, please wrap it up." Ren Nini, upon hearing Su Chen's words, felt a profound sense of satisfaction, her eyes brimming with happiness. In a short while, she had chosen several outfits from head to toe, and Su Chen unhesitatingly directed the sales associates to wrap them all. He then pointed to the display of stockings, commanding, "I'll take 10 of each style and color." Ren Nini and Amp, Oppo's cheeks flushed at the sheer volume of stockings Su Chen was purchasing. The sales associates, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained their composure and set to work fulfilling his order. Yang Ming, observing, promptly took the packaged items and slung them over his shoulder. After settling the bill, which yielded a substantial rebate of 30 million yuan, the couple exited the boutique hand in hand. At that moment, Su Chen recalled his previous desire to purchase a watch but had yet to find one that captured his fancy. Now that he was here, he might as well browse, for he had already acquired the luxury car and villa. It seemed rather mundane to check the time on his phone. With this thought in mind, Su Chen guided Ren Nini toward the Vacheron Constantin boutique. Chapter 59, the first encounter with Zhang Xiaoshan. Su Chen and Ren Nini strolled arm in arm ahead, exuding an air of intimacy, while Yang Ming followed closely behind, burdened with an assortment of luxury goods. Upon reaching the entrance of the Vacheron Constantin boutique, a strikingly professional saleswoman approached, opening the door with a warm smile. "Welcome to Vacheron Constantin. I am the store manager, Zhang Xiaoshan. How may I assist you today?" With a slight bow, she addressed Su Chen. The sight of this enchanting woman in her tailored black suit left Su Chen momentarily captivated, causing him to ponder whether the store and Amp, Oppo's allure stemmed from her beauty. Zhang Xiaoshan and Amp, Oppo's attire, a fitted deep black suit, accentuated her curvaceous figure. Beneath it, she wore a white knit blouse with a modestly open collar, revealing her delicate collarbone. Her cascading black waves framed her face beautifully, with a few strands artfully cascading onto her porcelain cheek, enhancing her exquisite oval visage. In Su Chen's mind, he silently awarded her a score of 90. As his thoughts wandered, detailed information about Zhang Xiaoshan materialized in his mind. Beep. Scanning successful. Target: Zhang Xiaoshan, age 27, height 169 centimeters, weight 51 kilograms, quality 97, beauty 92, figure 89. The system panel elicited a glimmer of intrigue in Su Chen's eyes. Indeed, her beauty rating stood at an impressive 92, another exceptional woman. Yet, she was not merely a young lady. She was a mature and alluring woman. Every gesture of Zhang Xiaoshan exuded a subtle allure of sophistication, stirring a slight flutter within Su Chen. At 27, her quality rating of 97 was acceptable. However, he was uncertain about her marital status. Despite his own flaws, he held steadfast to the principle of not pursuing married women. He had no desire to emulate Teacher Chow. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Su Chen maintained a composed demeanor as he nodded at Zhang Xiaoshan and said, "Hello. I would like to purchase 2 watches, one for men and one for women." Upon hearing Su Chen's intention to buy 2 watches, including a women's model, Ren Nini, who had been walking beside him, felt a surge of joy. She hadn't Oppo's. He anticipated that Su Chen would be so considerate of her. Glancing at the luxury items Yang Ming was carrying, she experienced a sense of fulfillment. It felt like sheer luck to encounter such a man. Zhang Xiaoshan's warmth was fueled by the story she had heard from her staff about Su Chen's previous shopping experience, where he had made quite an impression on everyone present. Notably, he had visited the Vacheron Constantin store before, albeit without finding a design that appealed to him. Coincidentally, A few limited edition timepieces she had recently secured from headquarters had just arrived, and she was eager to sell them quickly. In the competitive landscape of luxury retail, securing desirable inventory often correlated with high sales performance, which in turn influenced her commission. "Good sir, madam, please follow me," Zhang Xiaoshan said with a professional smile, gesturing for them to enter the store. Her movements were graceful, each step resonating with an elegance that accentuated her slender waist and sculpted silhouette. Drawing attention under the soft lighting of the boutique, Su Chen silently marveled at the beauty of her form, pondering how much more enchanting she would be if she were not married. Zhang Xiaoshan led them into the VIP room, inviting Su Chen and Ren Nini to sit on the plush sofa while she called over another female sales associate to serve them tea. Turning to Su Chen, she inquired, "Sir, we have received several newly arrived limited edition watches that are exceptionally rare. I fought hard to secure them from headquarters. Would you like to take a look?" As she spoke, she observed Su Chen's expression closely, having emphasized the exclusivity and rarity of the pieces. Noticing that his demeanor remained unchanged, she felt a flicker of hope. Perhaps this sale was promising. Recognizing Vacheron Constantin as a premier luxury brand, Su Chen felt a spark of interest. Previously, he had not encountered anything to his liking, intending to purchase a watch worth several $100,000. However, Zhang Xiaoshan's words ignited a sense of anticipation within him. "Very well, I would appreciate your assistance, Manager Zhang," he replied with a nod. "It is no trouble at all, sir. It is our honor to serve esteemed guests like yourselves. Please, relax while I retrieve the items for you," she responded graciously, her eloquence evident. Su Chen watched her depart, his heart slightly reluctant to see her go. He resolved to obtain her contact information. Encountering such an exquisite woman warranted further acquaintance. If only she were single. Turning his gaze back to Yang Ming, who had remained outside like a sentinel, Su Chen couldn't and Oppos. He helped but chuckle. Yang Ming stood rigidly at the entrance, his arms laden with shopping bags resembling a bodyguard. He seemed oblivious to the curious glances cast upon him by passers-by, unperturbed by the absurdity of his situation. Su Chen found this amusing. It appeared Yang Ming was striving for a tip through his diligent display of service, redirecting his attention to the opulent surroundings. Su Chen observed the luxurious and elegant decor of the store, where dark wooden display cases harmonized with soft lighting, creating a uniquely relaxing atmosphere. In the past, such a luxury store had seemed like a distant dream, but now he could effortlessly purchase the entire inventory if he so desired. After a while, feeling somewhat bored, Su Chen closed his eyes to rest, weary from the day's endeavors. Ren Nini, noticing his repose, settled quietly beside him, apprehensive about disturbing his tranquility. Time passed, and Su Chen was roused by the sound of delicate high heels approaching. It seemed the owner of the shoes had noticed his rest and deliberately slowed her pace. As he opened his eyes, he beheld Zhang Xiaoshan, carefully approaching with several special black silk boxes, each embossed with the iconic Vacheron Constantin logo, glimmering subtly under the gentle light. Chapter 60. In hand upon witnessing Su Chen awaken, Zhang Xiaoshan offered a slight, apologetic smile. "I apologize, sir, for inadvertently disturbing your rest. Would you like me to fetch a blanket for you?" Su Chen silently commended the service of Vacheron Constantin. Particularly, the manager, with her exquisite appearance and kind demeanor, was especially captivating, accentuated by her alluring curves. As Su Chen had dozed off, he seemed to have dreamed of her. He shook his head, indicating that he did not require a blanket, and his gaze fell upon the 3 boxes in Zhang Xiaoshan's hands. Noticing his interest, Zhang Xiaoshan gently placed the boxes on the coffee table before him. "Sir, these 3 boxes contain limited edition timepieces from Vacheron Constantin, which I painstakingly requested from headquarters. Each one symbolizes the pinnacle of Vacheron Constantin and Oppos' craftsmanship." With that, Zhang Xiaoshan opened the leftmost box, revealing a meticulously crafted Min and Oppos' watch that glimmered before Su Chen. She squatted beside the table, carefully holding up the watch as she explained, "Sir, this is the Vacheron Constantin Traditionnel 8017200R B406. Its movement is the 2755 QP, composed of 500 parts and featuring 40 jewels." Zhang Xiaoshan provided a detailed introduction, demonstrating her remarkable expertise. Su Chen leaned forward slightly, as if scrutinizing the watch with genuine admiration. However, his attention was predominantly captivated by Zhang Xiaoshan and Oppos' enticing figure. As she knelt, her hair cascaded gracefully beside her cheeks, with a few playful strands partially obscuring her bright eyes, enhancing her ethereal allure. Her skin was as delicate and fair as mutton fat jade, and her well-proportioned figure swayed gently with her animated speech, accentuating her graceful silhouette. The subtle glimpse of white from her partially open neckline rendered Su Chen utterly entranced. It encompasses a myriad of intricate functions including date display, day display, month display, annual calendar, power reserve display, tourbillon, and minute repeater. What do you think, sir? Are you satisfied with this timepiece? Yes, indeed, Su Chen replied, straightening his posture. How much is it? He feigned great interest in the watch, as maintaining a gentlemanly demeanor was paramount. After the thrilling events in the car, he found solace in merely appreciating the art of fine watchmaking. The beauty of exquisite items often ensnares one's senses. The current price for this watch is 26 million, she replied. Very well, I shall take it. Su Chen, who had casually spent more than this during a single live stream, regarded this sum as trifling. Before Zhang Xiaoshan could finish her sentence, he declared his intent to purchase. His nonchalance at spending 26 million on a watch left Zhang Xiaoshan momentarily stunned. Excellent, sir. Please present your ID, as I need to register your membership information. Upon regaining her composure, a glimmer of excitement danced in her eyes. Each time she applied for such limited edition watches from headquarters, there was an assurance that they would be sold within a stipulated time frame. Otherwise, future requests would be far more challenging. She had braved the application for 3 pieces, initially expecting a prolonged endeavor. Each watch bore a hefty price tag, and she had not anticipated selling one so swiftly. Moreover, this transaction would yield her a handsome commission. Not in a rush. Let me take a look at the others, Su Chen responded. Of course, sir, she replied, suppressing her excitement as she proceeded to introduce the remaining 2 watches. The second timepiece was a Women and Oppos S watch from the Vacheron Constantin Traditionnel Tourbillon Limited Platinum Collection 89000p, 9843, priced at 11 million. The third was the Vacheron Constantin M. Tiers d'Ar 9770C, with a price tag of 13 million. Zhang Xiaoshan's expert descriptions provided Su Chen with a visual feast. Whether it was due to her prolonged squatting or an awareness of Su Chen's intentions, Zhang Xiaoshan's posture seemed to exaggerate slightly, granting Su Chen an even more delightful view. After she concluded her presentation, Su Chen expressed his satisfaction, waving his hand to purchase all 3 watches at once. The transaction, including packaging and payment, was seamless. The total for the 3 timepieces amounted to 50 million. Thanks to his close relationship with Ren Nini, he enjoyed a tenfold rebate, increasing his balance by an additional 79 million. It was an amount that he could scarcely exhaust. He promptly adorned his wrist with the 8017200R B406, feeling the weight of the luxurious timepiece, which, aside from making it more convenient to check the time, did not evoke much else. He casually handed the women's watch to Ren Nini. Observing this exchange, Zhang Xiaoshan gazed enviously at Ren Nini. Despite her position as a Vacheron Constantin manager, with a decent income, affording such a premier limited edition watch remained a distant dream. It was likely that she would never wear such a piece in her lifetime. Yet, years of professional training enabled her to quickly regain her composure, respectfully addressing Su Chen. Congratulations, sir, on acquiring your desired timepiece. As your expenditure has reached 50 million, you qualify for our Vacheron Constantin Platinum membership. Please present your ID for registration. Thank you for your efforts, Su Chen replied, retrieving his ID for her. The moment Zhang Xiaoshan accepted his ID, she felt a peculiar sensation in her palm, momentarily lost in thought. Such playful encounters were frequent for her, and she typically feigned ignorance, maintaining a respectful distance. However, Su Chen was unlike the others. Not only was he youthful in appearance, but his generous nature set him apart. A watch worth over 10 million was offered as a gift without a second thought, in stark contrast to older gentlemen who flaunted their wealth over mere hundreds of thousands. Su Chen was a breath of fresh air. The thought of such a value, which she could never amass in a lifetime, stirred something within her. Yet, when she considered the enchanting woman beside him, her emotions became complex. Nevertheless, her exterior betrayed none of her internal turmoil as she maintained a poised smile. Taking the ID, she gracefully turned to process the necessary paperwork. Soon, the procedures were completed. Upon returning, Zhang Xiaoshan continued to elaborate on the exclusive benefits of the Platinum membership. Noticing Ren Nini, who was joyfully toying with her new watch, Su Chen produced his phone, presenting the QR code to Zhang Xiaoshan. Earlier, while registering for membership, they had exchanged phone numbers. This gesture was merely a playful test of Zhang Xiaoshan's interest in him. Moreover, adding another beautiful woman on his phone in front of Ren Nini brought Su Chen a subtle thrill. It was no wonder that the ancients spoke of the allure of mistresses and affairs. Their wisdom rings true. Chapter 61. Temptation. Zhang Xiaoshan was momentarily taken aback by Su Chen's abrupt actions, her words faltering mid-sentence. Stealing a nervous glance at the other employees and Ren Nini within the shop, she noted that none were paying attention to her as her cheeks flushed. In a flurry, she retrieved her phone to scan something, but once she completed the task, a twinge of regret washed over her. Was she appearing somewhat frivolous? Why had her usually proud self succumbed to such behavior? Moreover, she was aware that the other party had a girlfriend. The thought of Ren Nini stirred a pang of guilt within her. Su Chen, observing the beautiful woman before him who was now averting her gaze, felt an unusual thrill within. The fact that she had added him as a contact indicated her willingness to grant him a chance. Manager Zhang, I still have some questions regarding the 3 watches we discussed earlier. I would appreciate the opportunity to learn more from you, Su Chen said with a playful smile. Of course, Mr. Su, Zhang Xiaoshan replied, lifting her gaze to meet his. However, upon encountering Su Chen's intensely probing eyes, she quickly discerned that his interest in learning more might be directed at her rather than the watches. She never anticipated being playfully teased by this man. 7 years her junior. Feeling a touch embarrassed, she adjusted her demeanor, gently twirling a strand of hair that had fallen beside her face and offering Su Chen a flirtatious smile. I am always at your service, Mr. Su. Intrigued by the sudden shift in Zhang Xiaoshan and Appo's demeanor, Su Chen was about to respond when his phone rang unexpectedly. Upon checking, he saw an unfamiliar number. After a moment's contemplation, he cast an apologetic glance at Zhang Xiaoshan before answering the call. Hello? Is this Mr. Su Chen? A voice inquired. Yes, this is he. How may I assist you? Apologies for disturbing your evening. This is Zhao Xia from Zaixian. I am calling to inform you that the procedures for the villa you ordered from our company have been successfully completed. Oh, thank you, Su Chen replied, surprised to learn that the villa was being allocated in such a manner. He had indeed heard of Zaixian, one of the most prestigious real estate firms in the city, catering exclusively to the elite. Renowned for their top-tier luxury homes, they boasted an impeccable reputation, having handled many mansions for wealthy clients and celebrities. You're welcome, Mr. Su. You may come to collect the keys at your convenience. The villa has been furnished to the highest standards and is ready for immediate occupancy. We eagerly await your visit, Zhao Xia continued. How about tomorrow morning? I will give you a call then, Su Chen suggested, glancing at the clock, which indicated it was nearly 10 o'clock in the evening. Of course, Mr. Su. Should you require any assistance, please do not hesitate to contact me, Zhao Xia responded respectfully. Watching her mother handle the call with such caution, Zhao Yun, who had been idly scrolling through his phone, curiously asked, Mom, what kind of client requires you to personally attend to them at this hour? You wouldn't understand. This is a client from Dongjiao number 1, Zhao Xia replied, casting an annoyed glance at her son. You're old enough now, yet you waste your time on frivolities, neglecting your studies. You never concern yourself with the family business and merely approach me for money. What? The villa worth 2.3 billion? Zhao Yun exclaimed in surprise. Of course. Why else would I be so invested? Zhao Xia retorted. Moreover, the client is remarkably young, even younger than you. Really? Who is it? Zhao Yun asked incredulously. Su Chen, Zhao Xia stated, causing her son to drop his phone in astonishment, suddenly reminded of the affluent young man he had encountered on a streaming platform. The coincidence struck him. Both were young and shared the same given name, with Su Chen being a prominent figure in the city. Mom, do you know of any prominent families in Shanghai with the surname Su? Zhao Yun inquired, intrigued. Given that Zaixian catered to the upper echelon, Zhao Xia pondered for a moment before replying, not that I am aware of. Perhaps he belongs to some hidden aristocracy? Come on, you read too many novels. It and Appo's, as probably just some wealthy heir from another region. Zhao Xia scoffed at her son and Appo's speculation, internally doubting that such a young man could afford a mansion through his own merit. Tomorrow, I'll accompany you to the office to learn more, Zhao Yun declared. All right. Zhao Xia responded, pleasantly surprised that her son had suddenly expressed interest in the family business. After hanging up, Su Chen smiled at Zhang Xiaoshan. I and Appo's VE just purchased a new home and will be collecting the keys tomorrow. Zhang Xiaoshan, who was near enough to overhear the conversation, felt a wave of envy wash over her. Indeed, only the affluent could afford properties from Zaixian, as far as she knew. Their offerings were among the finest luxury villas, often valued in the hundreds of millions. Observing Su Chen's nonchalant demeanor as he mentioned acquiring a villa felt almost as casual as purchasing a cosmetic product, if not more so. Especially recalling how he had effortlessly spent 50 million on a watch earlier. Congratulations, Mr. Su, Zhang Xiaoshan said with a smile. Su Chen gazed at her charming smile and suggested, would you like to visit my new home once it's ready? The prospect of experiencing a mansion worth hundreds of millions was tempting, and as she hesitated to respond, a female sales associate called out, Sister Xiaoshan. A customer wishes to try on that limited edition watch. Relieved, Zhang Xiaoshan turned apologetically to Su Chen. I'm sorry, Mr. Su, but I must excuse myself for a moment. Of course, Su Chen nodded. It's getting late. I should be heading back as well. As he watched Zhang Xiaoshan walk away, he turned to the still-seated Renini. Shall we head back too? Upon exiting the Vacheron Constantin store, Yang Ming, who had been waiting at the entrance, promptly followed behind them, embodying the role of a diligent bodyguard. Chapter 62. The disappointment of Yang Ming. As Yang Ming followed closely behind, he naturally witnessed Su Chen's extravagant spending. Whatever Renini desired, Su Chen would unhesitatingly purchase, often without a second thought. While an ordinary person might hesitate to buy even a single luxury watch in a lifetime, Su Chen casually acquired 3. Though he stood at a distance in the Vacheron Constantin boutique, Yang Ming was unaware of the specific prices of the 3 timepieces. However, observing the beaming smile of the beautiful store manager, he surmised that the commission from this sale was substantial. Such affluent individuals are indeed a rarity. In his mind, Yang Ming resolved to seize this golden opportunity. Yet, until now, he had failed to find an appropriate moment to speak up. Cautiously trailing behind the two, he overheard snippets of their conversation, which suggested that they wished to conclude their outing. Panic surged within him. He had yet to find the right opportunity to voice his thoughts. Missing this chance would leave him uncertain of when he might encounter them again. Before long, the trio reached the mall and Oppo's entrance. Su Chen turned to glance at Yang Ming, who was laden with bags. He found the security guard amusing. Not only did he voluntarily carry their items, but he also seemed oblivious to the idea of setting them down even for a moment's respite. Each item was encased in its packaging, so there was little concern about dirt. Nevertheless, Su Chen had not paid much attention to it, as long as nothing went missing. Casually, Su Chen pulled out 300 yuan in tips and handed it to Yang Ming, saying, "Thank you for your hard work. Set the items down for a moment. We'll be taking a cab back shortly." Yang Ming gazed at the offered tip, instinctively reaching out to accept it. After all, his monthly salary was merely 6,000 yuan. And this small sum felt like a substantial reward for his efforts that evening. Just as he was about to grasp the money, he realized his hands were already full. Placing the items on the ground would negate all his hard work. He had endured this entire time, resisting the urge to scratch an itch, all in hopes of garnering Su Chen's attention. Furthermore, what would he do with the tip? It would render his efforts futile. It was a classic case of being penny wise and pound foolish. Resolving to encourage himself, he thought, "Stay strong. You are doing great." He looked up at Su Chen, ready to speak. "What in Oppo's wrong? Do you find it insufficient?" Su Chen furrowed his brow. The security guard seemed rather dim-witted. While he had plenty of money to spend, his expenditures were also subject to his mood. For instance, he had once generously tipped a driver 10,000 yuan simply because the driver had been considerate and made him happy. Observing Yang Ming's fluctuating expressions, joy one moment, despondency the next, Su Chen couldn't help but wonder if he was dealing with a fool. Surely, a venue as upscale as Tianhua Plaza wouldn't employ someone of such limited intellect. Realizing Su Chen's discontent, Yang Ming hurriedly clarified, "Mr. Su, I do not seek a tip." Pausing, he looked at Su Chen with determination and continued, "I wish to follow you." Both Su Chen and Renini found Yang Ming and Oppo's earnestness quite amusing. "I am a law-abiding citizen, not a thug." Su Chen indicated for Renini to take the bags from Yang Ming. He then placed the 300 yuan into Yang Ming's hand. "Take it. You've worked hard." At that moment, as Yang Ming expressed his desire to accompany Su Chen had already discerned the security guard's intentions. He merely sought to be close to someone wealthy, hoping to position himself as a bodyguard. However, reflecting on his exceptional martial arts skills, Su Chen felt he had no need for a follower. Even if he required security for the women in his life, he would prefer a female bodyguard, as a male protector would inevitably provoke discomfort, regardless of his own confidence. Though Yang Ming displayed some martial arts foundation, Su Chen deemed it limited. Moreover, he appeared rather dull-witted, which would only complicate matters. In today's world, bodyguards were primarily for show, a fade of power. Bringing along someone like Yang Ming would likely lead to embarrassment. Su Chen's thoughts drifted back to the astute driver from earlier. A sharp mind and an understanding nature were precisely the traits he sought. With a reliable driver, outings would become much more convenient. He recalled that he had taken the driver's business card and resolved to inquire if he would be interested in a driving position in the future. As for the current security guard, he decided to let that idea go. Holding the 300 yuan, Yang Ming felt a sense of discontent wash over him. Despite the sum being considerable by his standards, watching Su Chen and Ren Nini board their luxury vehicle and drive away, he couldn't shake the feeling of emptiness. As if he had lost something profoundly significant. Inside the car, Su Chen stared vacantly out the window, his rejection of Yang Ming's proposal forcing him to confront his own feelings. Remembering the disappointment in Yang Ming's eyes, he could not help but smile softly. He was fortunate to possess the male god system, which had effortlessly granted him a life of luxury, complete with a grand estate, luxurious cars, and an abundance of beautiful women. Without the system, he might still be an ordinary university student, perhaps even pining after that repugnant green tea girl. Su Chen was well aware of his humble beginnings, an average family, unremarkable looks, and mediocre academic performance. Without the system, his fate would likely have been that of an ordinary individual. In truth, Yang Ming was simply another person striving to transcend his social class through Su Chen. Yet, social class is a formidable barrier. If he needed assistance, he would only seek those who proved useful. Lost in thought, Su Chen chuckled at himself. It had been merely 4 days since he acquired the system, yet his mindset had already undergone a complete transformation. Noticing that Ren Nini seemed to sense his unease, she leaned closer and asked, "Chenggu, what's wrong? You seem troubled." Inhaling the unique fragrance emanating from Ren Nini, Su Chen gently embraced her, planting a soft kiss on her cheek without answering her question. Instead, he redirected his focus to the system notification that had just surfaced in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for enhancing their mindset and achieving the accomplishment, overlooking the masses. Reward, personal space. Even as he recognized the elevation of his mindset, the sudden reward left him utterly perplexed. This is the male god system, not a cultivation or survival system. Why grant me personal space? Upon examining the details of this personal space, he discovered personal space, infinite capacity, accessible by the hostess will, with time suspended within. Was this not akin to the magical dimensions of a cultivation world? Su Chen chose not to dwell on its logic, simply relishing the unexpected gift. Just then, his phone rang, displaying a call from his dedicated customer service representative at Xingho platform, Wang Ran. Chapter 63. The smoke of war rises again. Uncertain as to why Wang Ran was calling him so late, Su Chen pondered for a moment before ultimately deciding to answer. "Hello, Mr. Su, good evening. There is a matter I wish to discuss with you, if it is convenient." The voice on the line belonged to Wang Ran, tinged with a magnetic authority and a hint of urgency. Su Chen replied, "What is the matter? Please go ahead." "It is like this, Mr. Su. After you withdrew from the platform, the Fanqing and Xingchen guilds unexpectedly joined forces, collaborating with certain news anchors to malign your reputation." Wang Ran cautiously articulated. Su Chen was familiar with these news anchors. They were individuals who garnered attention by sharing gossip or news related to the streamers on the Xingho platform, typically lacking their own significant following or dedicated fans. Their broadcasts primarily revolved around trivialities, such as which affluent viewer gifted a streamer a substantial sum or what remarks another streamer made during their shows. Essentially, they relied on their verbal agility to curry favor with passing benefactors, hoping for a share of gifts. Furthermore, these anchors thrived on inciting discord amongst platform streamers to feast on the ensuing chaos. This practice, known as taking sides, involved one streamer criticizing another amidst a conflict, thereby attracting the fans of the targeted streamer to their broadcast. In essence, the news anchors ultimately sought to profit from the turmoil surrounding the Xingho currency. Su Chen had previously held a lackluster opinion of such news anchors, neither particularly disliking nor enjoying their content. He often thought that rather than fretting over the affairs of others, he would rather spend his time watching a dance performance. However, little did he expect that following his lavish expenditure of over 200 million earlier that afternoon, he would find himself subjected to such public disparagement. Although he remained indifferent to the opinions of others, he could not help but feel a twinge of discontent regarding the platform's response. "I have invested so much in your platform, and this is how you choose to defend me? Is merely informing me of these developments of any real significance?" Oh, Su Chen arched an eyebrow. "So, It is true that some of your platform streamers are speaking ill of me? Upon hearing the phrase your platform, a palpable tension filled Wang Ran's heart. It was evident that Su Chen and Apos' tone hinted at his displeasure. Wang Ran hurriedly clarified, Mr. Su, the platform has already implemented measures in response. Over 1,000 live streams have been suspended. However, the situation continues to escalate. After a pause, observing Su Chen's silence, Wang Ran continued, moreover, it's not just the two guild streamers. Several other news anchors from different guilds, and even some fans, have begun broadcasting unfavorable remarks about you. Our platform is doing its utmost to manage the situation, but the effectiveness has been minimal. Without needing Wang Ran to elaborate, Su Chen comprehended the underlying dynamics. Those who thrived on the chaos were seasoned veterans, not prone to overtly vulgar insults. Their critiques were veiled and insinuative, allowing them to imply guilt without explicit evidence. From the platform's perspective, it was challenging to pinpoint any violations of regulations amidst such murky accusations. Had only a handful of streamers engaged in this behavior, the platform could have swiftly silenced them. After all, when it came to banning streamers, the platform could conjure any justification without concern for evidence. It was akin to how previous authority figures exploited their influence over smaller streamers. However, when numerous streamers and their fans united to orchestrate a campaign against a singular individual, the platform found itself at a loss. Despite its commitment to Su Chen, the prospect of penalizing a multitude of streamers and their followers was an untenable risk, potentially incurring immeasurable losses. Su Chen inquired, what exactly are they saying about me? They claim your account is merely a FAAD for the platform, asserting that every penny you spent was funded by the platform itself. Wang Ran recounted, having weighed the implications of withholding the truth. With the situation already spiraling beyond their control, they had determined it prudent to inform Su Chen. After listening, Su Chen replied coolly, understood. I have arrived at my destination. I will disconnect for now. In the operations department of the Shanghai platform, an oppressive atmosphere engulfed the meeting room following Wang Ran's call. Everyone present clearly heard Su Chen's response. Although Su Chen had not voiced overt displeasure, the subtle fury underlying his calm demeanor was unmistakable. Wang Hai felt as if he were on an emotional roller coaster, oscillating from excitement about Su Chen's extravagant spending to the overwhelming chaos initiated by the backlash on the platform. Glancing around, he addressed Li Ming, the head of the data analysis team. What is the current situation? Li Ming adjusted his glasses, frowning as he replied, President Wang. Nearly 2,000 accounts have been banned in the back-end, yet the effect has been negligible. Numerous streamers and visitors continue to fuel the narrative against the Day and Night Morning Guild. Wang Hai's brow furrowed deeper at this news. Zhao Lei, the leader of the content planning team, interjected, in my opinion, the root of this issue lies in Mr. Su's abrupt departure after his substantial contributions to certain streamers. He paused, observing Wang Hai's lack of response before continuing. Although Mr. Su has previously addressed this matter with us, the platform's visitors and streamers remain unaware of the true circumstances, leading to dissatisfaction among some and providing an opportunity for others. I believe we should expedite our planned events. Wang Hai scoffed. In light of this situation, do you truly believe Mr. Su will allocate more funds for our events? The mere mention of the event reignited Wang Hai and Apos' ire. Initially, Shaoli had identified over 20,000 eligible streamers, with each receiving a gift of 10,000. That would translate to a minimum of 200 million in rewards. Excluding other factors, this alone could yield over 100 million in profits for the platform. Not to mention the additional benefits in terms of visibility and streamer engagement. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Wang Hai felt as though he might shatter his teeth in frustration, especially with the impending retirement of the vice president at the end of the year. Just that afternoon, he had received accolades from the company president, only to be confronted with this distressing turn of events. Wang Hai now harbored an intense animosity towards the Xingqian and Fanqing guilds, the very catalysts of this turmoil. Chapter 64. The ugly face upon returning to the hotel. The clock indicated it was already 10 in the evening. Gazing at the alluring and enchanting Ren Nini before him, Su Chen felt the necessity to declare a ceasefire for the night. Having engaged in intimacy 3 times that day, he sensed a subtle discomfort in his waist. He pondered when the system would grant him an enhancement to his stamina, enabling him to partake in such activities numerous times throughout the night. In the fervor of youth, one often underestimates the value of restraint, only to lament in later years. While Ren Nini took a shower, Su Chen experimented with the rewards from the system, finding the portable space to be quite remarkable. Anything within his line of sight could be effortlessly transferred into this space with but a thought. Retrieval was equally convenient, allowing items to materialize precisely where he desired. Indeed, it was a useful tool, albeit not particularly advantageous for him at present. He mused over why the ostensibly commendable male deity system would bestow upon him a portable space. Was it to perform magic tricks? Or perhaps to stow away several tons of stones to drop upon those who irked him? A sly grin crept upon his face as he found the notion rather appealing. But he chose not to dwell on it further. Seated on the sofa, he poured himself a glass of red wine and opened the Starfire livestream platform. Scanning his follow list, he noticed that none of the individuals he followed were currently broadcasting. After a moment's contemplation, he logged out of the Ryuchen account, ensuring he could explore any live stream without being recognized. He entered the live stream of a male host known as Big Mouth, whose face he could not see but whose voice he vaguely recalled as a news broadcaster affiliated with the Starlight Guild. With a keen desire to understand how the opposing hosts twisted the truth, he observed the lively atmosphere in Big Mouth's stream, which boasted over 1 million viewers. At that moment, the stream displayed the scoreboard of a PK match between Li Man and the enchanting Yao Fei. Big Mouth was interpreting the results, exclaiming, "Brothers, did you see that? Over 2 billion. What kind of wealthy patron could possibly shower that much money at once? We all know that the top-tier patron, Yamang, only managed to spend 3 billion over 3 years. Yet this Ryuchen, in just 4 days, he has already splurged over 2 billion. As Big Mouth continued his commentary, various gifts rolled in, bolstering his popularity. Though Big Mouth's visage remained unseen, one could easily surmise his expression was one of smug satisfaction. The comments in the chat echoed his sentiments, rife with agreement and speculation about the authenticity of the donations. Of course, it's a platform's financial maneuver. Who would be foolish enough to spend so much? I sense something sinister. The previous host, Man, from the Fragrant Star Guild, suddenly ceased her guild affiliation at the peak of her match. Absolutely a financial ruse. It's disgusting how they suppress the esteemed patron, Ren Huang. Big Mouth reveled in the chat and Oppo's direction, chuckling at the gullibility of the viewers. With a recent transfer of 50,000 from the guild owner, he considered the ease of his earnings. Just by disparaging Ryuchen a few times in the stream, he had secured his compensation. As he continued to speak, his confidence solidified. After all, in his mind, why else would a wealthy patron shower gifts upon a female host if not for personal desires? Brothers, take note. I've heard whispers that a certain platform is seeking funding, presumably to present a more favorable financial report. Quite chilling. ISNT it. Just then, familiar usernames began to appear in the chat, defending Ryuchen. You pitiful, destitute souls debating the Great One. Wasn't he at your lot who scrambled for red envelopes when he was generous? Clearly, it was Ren Huang who instigated this. Yet now you blame Brother Chen? As the defenders spoke up, the system promptly silenced them for a year. In the midst of this, Big Mouth feigned ignorance, ignoring the rising tide of dissent in the chat, and continued to mock. Ah, look, more sycophants have appeared. It's quite the night for them. The chat erupted with laughter and derision. Then, without warning, the stream went dark, replaced by the Starfire platform's logo and a message stating, "This host is under review for violating platform regulations." Big Mouth had been banned. The chat exploded with accusations, declaring the ban unjust, calling for the host's return, and suggesting he continue to broadcast under a different account. Amidst this chaos, Su Chen could no longer remain a passive observer. After a moment's thought, he sent a simple green bubble message to Li Man, stating, "Go live." Having concluded her stream early that day to prepare for her impending visit to Su Chen in the magical city, she was unaware of the unfolding drama on Starfire. Chapter 65. Let Us Go Big. Li Man immediately commenced her broadcast. As the female protagonist of today's Billion PK, she naturally found herself at the center of attention. A multitude of onlookers eagerly awaited the spectacle, resulting in an influx of visitors as soon as Li Man began her stream. The numbers surged dramatically: 100,000, 500,000, 1 million, 3 million. Upon witnessing such an overwhelming turnout, Li Man felt slightly bewildered, momentarily unsure of what had transpired. However, she was pleased to see so many viewers, believing she had finally made her mark. At that moment, Su Chen and Oppo's imperial chariot entered the livestream. In stark contrast to the entrance effects of other emperors, Su Chen and Oppo's display was notably more extravagant. While other emperors boasted orange-yellow effects, Su Chen and Apos S were a resplendent gold, accompanied by the majestic entry of a five-clawed golden dragon soaring through the clouds. At this juncture, Su Chen's focus was not on the platform's embellishments. He clearly understood that his prominence was self-made. If he didn't promote himself, the platform would hardly acknowledge him. He recognized the harsh truth. In this world, everyone seeks profit. Su Chen typed on the public screen. I heard some clowns claim that I am merely a platform's flow number. Is it true that when unable to win a PK, all they can do is talk big? Upon seeing Su Chen and Apos S message, Li Manman quickly grasped the situation. However, most of those who rushed to the live stream were either Li Manman S or Su Chen S devoted fans. Consequently, the comments remained relatively gentle, with many directed towards Su Chen. A fan of Su Chen commented, Brother Chen, I argued with them for a while, but they killed me in several live streams for 365 days. Another added, right? I experienced the same. They can end Apos, T handle it, and those privileged dogs deserve to be punished. A supporter chimed in, Brother Chen, don't be angry. If worse comes to worst, we simply 1T engage with them. One fan recounted, I managed to grab 5,000 star coins from Brother Chen's red envelope, equivalent to a month's salary. I stand with Brother Chen. Another remarked, those above have something going on. You can earn money just by watching the live stream. As the comments continued to flow, some streamers who recognized Su Chen also voiced their support. Li Manman knew very well whether Su Chen was a platform number, as real money had indeed filled her pockets. However, she understood that any explanation she offered would likely be met with disbelief. After a moment's reflection, she spoke. To say that Brother Chen is a platform number is utterly ridiculous. I was merely a struggling small streamer until I encountered Brother Chen, which allowed me a taste of success, something many fans in the live stream are aware of. Pausing briefly, she continued, even if you refuse to believe me and insist that Brother Chen is a platform number, why would he distribute millions in red envelopes? Despite Li Manman's attempts to clarify, a fresh wave of curious onlookers flooded the live stream, uninterested in her explanations. Many held a skeptical attitude towards matters that exceeded their understanding, particularly regarding Su Chen, who had astonishingly amassed several billion in a single PK, shattering many preconceived notions about the wealthy. The idea of him being a platform number seemed absurd. After all, even the wealthiest could not simply throw billions around. The comments split into two factions. One camp believed that Su Chen was indeed a true billionaire, while the other insisted he was merely a platform's flow number. The discourse grew heated, with both sides fervently arguing. Just as Li Manman considered notifying the moderators to take action, Su Chen posted another message. In this world, not everything is comprehensible to you. Some individuals truly lack awareness. Since there are claims that I am a platform flow number, I shall demonstrate with tangible actions. Su Chen resolved that since he was under scrutiny, he would prove himself through his capabilities. After all, what was live streaming if not a source of enjoyment? Besides, it was merely a matter of spending money. He could easily find a female streamer to support and profit from. With this declaration, the comments became even more fervent. Everyone knew that the Xingho platform was currently in a crucial funding phase, and they were undoubtedly keen to showcase their financial prowess. It was clear that any amount spent, barring a small fraction for taxes, would largely return to the platform's coffers. To take the platform's money while bullying its fans was, frankly, reprehensible. Seeing that the comments were relentless, Su Chen grew weary of the back and forth. He typed decisively, all right, if you all believe I am a platform number, let us do something grand today. In a moment, I'll hold a vote in the comments. Aside from the Xingho platform, wherever you choose, I will go and spend there. How does that sound? I'm in a good mood and plan to spend another 5 billion. A fan exclaimed, Brother Chen, don't act impulsively. Wagering 5 billion out of spite isn't worth it. Another supporter cheered, Brother Chen, you're incredible. Let us see who dares to question you now. A follower quipped, oh, wait until the results come in. Some faces will be left stinging. 5 billion. Are you joking? You just spent over 2 billion this afternoon. Can you really spend another 5? I'll livestream myself eating dung if you do. Having noted the false bravado in the comments, they saved screenshots as proof. In the Xingho platform's operations department, those monitoring the unfolding situation reacted with concern upon reading Su Chen's comment. Wang Hai's brow furrowed deeply, his tone slightly tremulous. Mr. Su Chen is genuinely angry now. 5 billion in cash, what a terrifying figure. Reflecting on the instigator of this debacle, Wang Hai clenched his teeth and addressed Li Ming. Have you contacted the OW bosses of those two guilds? Li Ming shook his head. We did make contact. But they collectively deflected, claiming the actions of their streamers were personal and unrelated to the guilds, which they cannot control. Utter nonsense. Little Li. Revoke the recommendations and popularity support for the Xingxing and Xingchen guilds. Upon hearing this, Wang Hai felt a surge of frustration. All right, Mr. Wang. Standing nearby, Little Li nervously ran his fingers through the scant few remaining strands of hair on his head. This was a precarious task. It was well known that building a large guild relied not only on strength, but also on internal connections within the platform. While the Xingho platform's operations department appeared to wield the most power, the capabilities of other departments should not be underestimated. As events escalated to this point, it seemed there were few viable options left for recovery. Wang Hai and Appos' gaze drifted to Wang Ran, who sat contemplatively nearby. Chapter 66. The audio platform. Wang Ran. You have always been the liaison with Mr. Su Chen. Now that this situation has escalated to such a degree. Wang Hai paused, then continued. I hope you can personally visit Mr. Su Chen to discuss this matter face-to-face, to prevent any misunderstandings on his part. It is imperative to recognize that this issue, without exaggeration, pertains to the future development of the entire platform over the next few years. The astonishing PK that Su Chen initiated in the afternoon not only captivated the attention of countless users on the platform, but also garnered him numerous admirers. If, at this juncture, Su Chen were to venture to another platform and lavish 500 million, it would be acceptable if he continued to engage on the Xingho platform, as it could potentially attract a significant influx of traffic back to us. However, should he indulge elsewhere and not return, it is likely he would take a multitude of visitors with him. Wang Hai was acutely aware that a substantial portion of our platform and Appos, as followers, were not merely drawn to the streamers, but rather to the extravagant spending of affluent patrons. Furthermore, good news seldom travels far, while bad news spreads like wildfire. Should this situation become public, the negative repercussions for the platform could be severe. Any streamer contemplating a switch to another platform might see that we cannot even retain our affluent patrons and visitors, who would then choose to join us. If rival platforms were to exploit this narrative, the consequences would be dire. A misstep could render Xingho a laughingstock in the eyes of others, especially as we are currently embarking on a financing initiative. Faced with this predicament, how could Wang Hai remain calm? Moreover, Wang Hai had another motive for sending Wang Ran to engage with Su Chen. As the platform and Appos' premier customer service representative, Wang Ran and Appos' charm was undeniable. Her looks and figure rivaled those of the most beautiful streamers on the platform, particularly in comparison to the likes of Liang Tsang. Wang Hai had closely observed several female streamers supported by Su Chen, with Li Manman being his primary focus. In terms of pure beauty, Wang Hai believed Li Manman was merely average, certainly not among the elite. If there was anything particularly enticing about her, it was her striking figure. Thus, Wang Hai speculated that Su Chen must appreciate someone like Li Manman. In this regard, Wang Ran undoubtedly surpassed her. Of course, Wang Hai could not express these thoughts outright. He could only subtly create opportunities. If Wang Ran were to successfully engage Su Chen, the current challenges facing the platform could be swiftly resolved, perhaps even leading to further advancements. The uncertainty lay in whether Wang Ran would be willing to take on this task. After speaking, Wang Hai gazed at Wang Ran, his eyes filled with hope. Upon hearing Wang Hai's suggestion to meet and explain matters to Su Chen, Wang Ran felt a wave of hesitation. Throughout her years in customer service, numerous patrons had requested to meet, some even offering sums as high as 100,000 just for a chance to see her. Yet, she had consistently declined. Wang Ran had her own principles. While she appreciated money, she found greater satisfaction in earning it through her own efforts. However, this time it was her superior, Wang Hai, who was making the request. Wang Ran felt torn. Having worked at the Xingho platform for many years, she knew Wang Hai had looked after her well. It was he who had introduced her to the illustrious patron, Su Chen. The gravity of mishandling this situation could not be overstated. Not only could Wang Hai's career be jeopardized, but the very existence of the operations department could be at stake. Reflecting on Su Chen, Wang Ran had only heard his voice and perceived him as quite youthful. She felt a twinge of curiosity about a client who could lavish billions at such a young age. After weighing the pros and cons, she met Wang Hai and Appos' hopeful gaze and nodded in assent. In Li Manman and Appos' live stream, the arrival of Su Chen had surged the online viewer count to over 10 million. Following his explosive entrance, while many voices of skepticism remained, the the majority of viewers adopted a stance of eager anticipation. After all, the primary point of contention was the uncanny timing of Su Chen's emergence as a top-tier patron just as the Xingho platform was poised for financing. This, coupled with external influences stirring the pot, naturally aroused suspicion. If Su Chen could validate himself by showering gifts on other platforms, it would solidify his status as someone to be revered. Furthermore, he had indeed bestowed numerous Xingho coin red envelopes previously. The current state of affairs had largely been propelled by the streamers of two rival guilds, who had even hired a legion of trolls to escalate the narrative. Nevertheless, Su Chen's actions undeniably signaled his stance, awakening the majority of onlookers, many of whom were now likely to side with him. Belief aside, the audience still relished the spectacle. A staggering 5 billion. This was a monumental target that left many viewers tingling with excitement. The barrage of votes soon commenced. This voting mechanism allowed the streamer to present two or more options, with viewers casting their votes by sending corresponding numbers through the chat. Typically, a round of voting lasted around 3 minutes, with each fan's first vote being the only valid one. Li Manman's three options were set to be Yuching platform, Panda platform, and Audio platform, all of which were leading platforms in the current streaming industry. As the voting timer commenced, fans eagerly typed their votes into the chat. 3 minutes swiftly elapsed, and the Audio platform emerged victorious, amassing over 11 million votes, far surpassing the others. Once the results were announced, Su Chen took to the public screen again, typing, "All right, since everyone has chosen a platform for me, I hope no one minds if I select a streamer for myself. After all, I have no desire to shower gifts upon Lady Xiao Biluo. I prefer not to be labeled just another number on the Audio platform." The audience erupted in laughter at Su Chen's comment. At this juncture, it became abundantly clear to everyone that Su Chen was indeed a genuine patron. If he were merely a number, he would not have the audacity to make such statements. "Chenggu, we trust you. There and Oppos. Es no need to actually spend. That is 5 billion after all," one fan remarked. "Exactly, Chenggu, wouldn't it be sweeter to save that for Manmanjia?" Another chimed in. Su Chen, noticing the adoration from his fans, couldn't he help but smile. Could these be the legendary true fans? As long as he was present, he could always count on seeing them. Yet, having made such a proclamation, he could not back down now. It and amp, Oppos, es just a small sum, don't worry. Wait for me a moment. I'm off to the Audio platform to select a lucky star, and will return to inform you all. A fan quipped, "Chenggu, my mom asked why I'm watching the live stream on my knees." When it came time for Su Chen to choose, he was certain to select a female streamer, and one who was strikingly beautiful at that. Chapter 67. Ren Nini's cousin. The Douyin platform undoubtedly reigns supreme in the current live streaming industry, boasting active users that exceed those of the Xingho platform by a staggering tenfold. While Xingho attracts an audience of 50 million, Douyin and amp, Oppos, active viewership surpasses 500 million. Furthermore, the number of concurrently online streamers on Douyin reaches into the millions, intensifying competition among its broadcasters. This fierce rivalry explains why the campus beauty, Chen Yan, ran, and Chen Yu opted for Xingho. At that moment, Su Chen was scrolling through his phone, searching for suitable targets on the Douyin platform. After all, he had not indulged himself in the realm of male idols for the past couple of days. He needed to expedite the development of his brain domain to level 20 and explore the system mall for items that could enhance his physical prowess. With only Ren Nini by his side, he was nearing his limits. As he anticipated an influx of female companions in the future, it was imperative for him to possess a robust physique to fulfill the role of a qualified tycoon. However, upon discovering two appealing streamers, he was taken aback by the stark reality. The first was a female singer whose beauty radiated like a celestial being in her live stream. Yet her system-rated attractiveness was a mere 69. The second was a dancer, possessing a commendable figure and a system rating of 96 for her looks. But her quality score was only 11. The near breakthrough into single-digit quality was enough to deter Su Chen. The sheer number of contenders in this field was overwhelming. Just then, a fragrant breeze wafted through the air. Looking up, he saw Ren Nini, fresh from her bath, approaching him draped in a towel. The towel hung loosely, artfully revealing her elegantly contoured collarbone and a glimpse of her fair skin, stirring the imagination. Water droplets cascaded down her cascading locks, tracing the graceful curve of her swan-like neck to her delicate shoulders. Her slender waist, barely encircled by a hand, complemented the tantalizingly visible length of her legs, forming a breathtaking S-curve. Brother Chen, what are you up to? Would you like to try on today as stockings? Rin Nini inquired, her voice laced with a hint of allure. A phrase unexpectedly flickered in Su Chen's mind. Awake, I wield the power of the world. Intoxicated, I rest at the feet of beauty. Gazing at the enchanting figure before him and feeling a subtle ache in his waist, Su Chen steadied his thoughts. A man must never confess to inadequacy. To divert the conversation, he hastily recounted the events of the day. Upon hearing that he had amassed over 2 billion in the afternoon and was aiming for an additional 5 billion, Rin Nini was astonished by Su Chen and Apos' remarkable financial prowess. However, reflecting on her own extravagant spending of 50 million on watches and over 3 million on clothing, she soon reconciled her surprise. Brother Chen, why not take a look at my cousin? Rin Nini suggested, settling beside him and wrapping her arm around his. Observing the man before her, she had adjusted her mindset. She was not naive. In fact, she was quite astute. At the Vacheron Constantin boutique, she had noticed Su Chen's subtle gestures towards Zhang Xiaoshan. Pretending not to see was merely a means to avoid awkwardness. What could she do about it? To put it nicely, she was merely Su Chen's companion. The extravagant gifts he bestowed upon her were already a source of immense satisfaction. In her past, she would have never dared to dream of wearing watches worth over 10 million. Remembering the envious expressions of her friends on social media, Rin Nini felt a sense of fulfillment. Leaning on the man before her, she had escaped her previous struggles and embraced a life that many would envy. A man as exceptional as Su Chen would undoubtedly have more than one woman by his side. After much contemplation, Rin Nini concluded that rather than letting Su Chen shower other women with his generosity, it would be wiser to direct it towards her cousin. After all, women seek men for stability and wealth, and Su Chen was an impeccable choice. Moreover, she had confidence in her cousin's attributes. Her figure and beauty were undoubtedly on par with her own. If an opportunity arose, she would also gain a companion. When Su Chen learned that Rin Nini's cousin was a streamer on Douyin, his interest was piqued. What does she look like? He inquired eagerly. Far more beautiful than me, with countless admirers since childhood, and she is much younger, Rin Nini replied, pausing as if to gather her resolve. Her name is Rin Shuyu, and her Douyin ID is Tao Zhiyao Yao. You'll see for yourself. Upon hearing Rin Nini's words, Su Chen typed Tao Zhiyao Yao into the search bar. Discovering a cartoon avatar, he clicked into the live stream and was instantly captivated. The streamer appeared to have stepped out of a painting. Her delicate features and gentle demeanor enchanting all who gazed upon her. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled like autumn waters, exuding an allure that drew one into their depths. Her nose was elegantly sculpted, complementing a small, cherry-like mouth that, when slightly upturned, revealed charming dimples. Her skin was smooth and luminous, akin to jade, glimmering softly under the lights as if it could be broken with a gentle touch. Adorned in a pale pink gown that swept the floor, intricately embroidered with blossoms, it swayed gracefully with her movements, resembling a bouquet in full bloom. Su Chen found himself momentarily spellbound. Observing his expression, Rin Nini felt a twinge of jealousy. Brother Chen, isn't my cousin stunning? Returning to reality, Su Chen glanced at Rin Nini and remarked, each possesses her own unique charm. His thoughts then turned to Rin Shuyu's profile. Target: Rin Shuyu. Age: 21. Height: 175 centimeters. Weight: 51 kilograms. Quality: 100. Attractiveness: 98. Figure: 97. With an attractiveness score of 98 and a figure rating of 97. She was undoubtedly a rare gem in the streaming world. She is the one, Su Chen declared, planting a kiss on Rin Nini and Apos' cheek. Perfect. But let us keep this a surprise for her. He then switched back to the Xingho live stream, entering Li Manman's broadcast. Found the perfect girl. A stunning one named Tao Zhiyao Yao, Su Chen announced. At that moment, the number of visitors in Li Manman's stream had surged past 20 million, all eagerly awaiting the outcome. Upon realizing that Su Chen had made his selection, excitement rippled through the audience.